pa daudz. Šitā. Imagine living in this house and deciding to build a cricket ground in your backyard. That's exactly what Paolo Puchamasa has done here in Katacha. It's a fantastic facility and we're enjoying it, and the action continues today. Day 3 of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Get ready for some action. I'm here, Corey's here as well, and the players, well, they're ready to go. This is the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal, and it starts right now. Good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world, and welcome to another big day in European cricket. We're expecting plenty of sunshine here in Portugal today as we hit day 3 of this FanCode European Cricket Series, and it's more Group A action on the way, starting with match 9 between Brothers 11 Portugal. Well, they impressed on their first day of action on Monday. They're undefeated so far. They're taking on the defending champions Marlow, who are 3-1. I think it'll be a great contest to start the morning. Let's go over to Sir Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, who's with 2 captains for the coin toss for match 9.
Fails the score. It's hits.
So it is Brothers 11 Portugal that win the toss, and they've elected to bat first. A good confident move from their captain, and Sanju is back in the lineup for this game after he was rested in the second of their doubleheader on Monday. Of course, all eyes will be on the cross-handed bandit, Balvinder Singh. Will he open the batting? Will he bat at 3? I did like their approach, Brothers 11 Portugal. It was their first foray into T10 cricket, but they were impressive, and the fighters, well, they were a little bit disappointing on Monday as well. In that clash, they've had the day off. They've had a good look at Marlow now, who have played 4 games, and I'm sure that'll be a very spicy contest. Let's talk about Marlow though. Big in for them. Adnan Gondal returns to the lineup after having the first 2 days off. I think Najam Shazad though, he's the key for them. He's a triple threat with the bat, ball, and in the field. He's got a very good half century yesterday. He elevated himself to the top of the order, so let's see if he stays there or perhaps drifts back down into the middle order. All eyes as well on Said Maisam, who I think has been a little bit disappointing with the bat. Will he get up in that top 4 and maybe give himself another opportunity to make some runs in that position? But let's talk about the conditions today in Katacha, Portugal. I can tell you that we're expecting plenty of sunshine, maybe a few clouds around, but I tell you what, I'm seeing a lot of blue sky, and that's a good thing. Expecting a maximum temperature of 17, currently about 13 to get this one started. So why don't we get ready for some play? And here's a man, well, he had plenty of energy yesterday, and let's see if he can keep it up. Corey Rutgers is in the commentary box as we get ready for the first ball of match 9. The news from the toss is that the brothers, they won the toss and they're batting first. Over to you, Corey.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Vinny, for that lovely introduction. We're here at the beautiful Cartajo ground here in Portugal, and it's day 3 of this event. Plenty of T10 action coming for you, and here are the 2 lineups. Brothers 11 Portugal, well, I like some names there. Sanjeev Kumar, right there at the bottom, hasn't had the tournament he would have wanted, but I feel that he might come good today. And my other player to look out for there is Mohammed Adnan Gondal into the side. I think he's a big in. Look for 2 overs with the ball and probably up there with the bat. Handy player, and I sort of feel that Marlow might get the chocolates in this one. It's going to be tight to call, and looking forward to all this live coverage. Only 17 degrees, a bit fresh. Definitely should have brought some more long pants. That was an underestimation from myself once again. But good opportunity to welcome all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode, and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. We had a lot of fun with the YouTube chat yesterday. Plenty of banter and quizzes and cricket knowledge, and also analytics on the game. Very enjoyable indeed, and looking forward to bringing you this one. 4 live T10 matches. There's Tyrone Peters in your screen. He's umpiring with Bucky. And, well, first time I get to see the Brothers 11. Heard a lot about them. Obviously, they're brothers, so you think they'd have some good team spirit going. So we're almost set to go here. A couple of moments. Gives me a good early opportunity to bring back Vinny Sandu. Good morning, Vinny.
Yeah, morning, and hello to all of our viewers. Great to have your company. Yeah, Marlow, 3-1. Did drop a game to Gorka. Almost dropped both games, actually, on Monday to Gorka.
Really?
And they actually got the benefit of the 10 penalty runs in the chase. And that was the very first match of the tournament. So here we are, yeah, brothers, undefeated. They're the only undefeated team now in Group A. Basically going to be a stern test. They just played the 2 matches on Monday. Had yesterday off. Here's Najam Shazad, the captain, with the first ball of day 3. Oh, it's slashed away, and that's 4 to start. Oh, I like what I'm seeing there from Aman Manas. Got a pretty good top 3, brothers, and that's an indication of what's to come. It's going to be plenty of excitement. 2 feet behind the crease, and he swashbuckles that one through the offside for a boundary to start the day.
It's like early in the morning when you walk your dog. He just basically said, fetch. That was a great shot.
It was indeed. And so, yeah, Shazad, yeah, I mean, a little short, a little wide, I suppose, but yeah, Manas was after him.
Well, he's had his 4 wheat bix for breakfast, hasn't he? That was a good shot. I mean, it's not easy to do that first ball. It's pretty fresh here as well.
Especially to a bowler like Shazad.
Deep in the crease, Vinny.
This one bites back off the surface, turned around for a single. So pretty confident start there from Aman Manas. It's a big game for the brothers to see where they're at. I mean, they did finish 7th in the league last year. Marlow, of course, right up the top of the tree. It'd be a big scalp for them here in the ECS. I've got to also tell you about the maximum temperature being 17. Currently it's about 13, Corey. So that's why your knees are looking pretty cold. You have gone with the shorts. Controversial selection and controversial packing from you. You've tried to pack light.
No, I've
got the beanie and the scarf on.
What's happened is I had the HP camp, obviously, so I already had a coach's bag, which is 25 kg. So I've only got the carry-on, and in that little carry-on, there's not much room for pants.
We'll have to go and try and find your blanket or something like that. This is going to be Amninder Singh, who gets off the mark with a single here. I should also say to all our UK viewers, when Corey's talking about pants, he's talking about trousers. I know that in the UK, when they talk about pants, they're talking about underwear.
They're a bit backwards there, aren't they?
Yeah.
Let's be fair.
Yeah.
We're
a bit biased because we grew up in the Southern Hemisphere,
where
it means something else. I've got to say hello to Jay Wild. Great to have you in the chat, Jay.
Big Jay.
President of Costa del Sol and host club of the ECL. Oh, this is a little bit of bat down the leg side.
There's still this funny thing where in Portugal they seem to have fine legs super fine, and it always pays off.
I don't mind to a bowler like Shazad that's got a bit of pace about him. I think you're going to force the batter to hit square if they want to hit a boundary. Don't let him get away with that when there's just a little feather on it. So, yeah, pretty bright start here by the brothers. I'm going to say a quick hello to everybody else in the live chat as well this morning. If you'd like to join us, you're more than welcome. Whether you're a new or a regular viewer on ECN European Cricket Network. Good looking drive here. Gets through one fielder, almost a second. And they will end up with just a single there. I mean, Marlow looked a little suspect at times. I don't think they've got their big guns firing for the most part. Amir Zaib, I know he's coming back from, he had a surgery fairly recently. He doesn't quite look up to full fitness. Syed Meisem's been a little bit disappointing compared to his high standards. They do have Adnan Gondal coming in to the lineup though, and he adds a lot, particularly their bowling. Last ball the over. Another cut. And this will take some stopping as well. It won't be stopped. It's going to be 4. And who's that down there? Is that Green Shields?
Looks like a burglar.
It does. Well, he's got the beanie as well. That's smart dressing by Conrad. And, it's going to finish with a boundary the way it started. So Manas bookends it with a couple of cuts for 4 after 1 over of the day. Brothers 11 Portugal are 12 for no loss.
You know what I like about that first over, Vinny?
What?
Conventional cricket.
Yeah?
Yeah, he got a bit of width on offer, tried to play some cut shots, wasn't too swing happy on the leg side, and yeah, it's good batting that. Yeah,
it certainly is. And yeah, shot selection is what I would put it down to. I don't like it when batters over premeditate and do that too often. I think that time he's just playing the ball that was bowled to him. Manas is off to a flyer, 10 off 4.
Liking this spin early. It's not a bad option here. So the left arm off spin of Sarwar coming in, deep mid off, deep mid wicket in play. And it comes very, very wide of the crease.
Yeah, he's a pretty good bowler. And he starts with a Gundy ball. And well, almost creates a run out. Wow, what happened here?
Well, the keeper's run into the stumps, Vinny.
Is that what's happened there? I was going to say, didn't seem like it was a direct hit, but I saw the stumps were down. Actually, Amninder was pretty lucky to get away with this. And just slightly poor awareness. The keeper knocks over the furniture.
Well, it is early.
Yeah, geez, that was lucky for Sarwar because that really probably should have gone the journey. This time, tosses it up outside the off stump. That's clever bowling. Does vary his pace well, Sarwar. Nice bit of keeping as well. That kept down a little bit. That's Josh Popper, their regular keeper in the side. And Linda struggling a little bit.
I'm a little bit worried, Vinny.
Why are you worried?
Hawk Moon's in the chat. Good morning, Neil.
Hello, Neil.
There's a few words. We were terrific yesterday. I reckon we've set the bar way too high.
Well, one of us has.
I've had two coffees though. I'm waiting for them to kick in.
You were flying yesterday. You needed clearance from air traffic control because you were flying. You're on the coffees.
I
It's
came
your
in hot,
first
didn't I?
day. You've come in really hot.
Real hot.
And how are you feeling this morning?
I'm okay.
Yeah.
I've had 2 coffees. They haven't kicked in yet though.
You seem okay.
I'm pretty pumped up
You
though.
haven't quite. You're not quite the heights yesterday. Well, this one's in the air. It's going to be into the gap, and this is going to be 4 more. Well, Amninda breaks the shackles. And this is just, once again, a good cricket shot. Sawa tossed up, challenged him to drive, although it was a bit uppish and had the infielder interested, but it was past him before he knew it. And that's 4 more runs to Brothers.
No, that's a good shot. You get it 2 full and you just loft it over that wide extra cover. Good batting. And the Brothers, conventional so far. I like it.
Yeah. Certainly showing no signs of nerves in this clash. First time these two teams have met in the ECS.
There's a bit of talk about our best 11 of the ACL again. We're going to have to bring that up again soon, if you can remember it off by heart.
Yeah, well, I've still got the clipboard if you need it. But, no, we were pretty happy with it, weren't we? At the end of 2 overs here, the score is 16 for no loss. Pretty good over from Sawa. Just the 4. Apart from that was all dots. Let's have a look at the table. And you'll see that Brothers, they're not top, but they are the only team that are undefeated after day 2. They had the Tuesday off. And so we have Gorka 11 and Marlow up and at 'em. Marlow 3 and 1, Gorka 11 the same. It's Brothers 11. If they can win both these games this morning, they'd go back to the top of the table. If they win one of them, it still puts them in a very good position. Of course, top 4 is important because the top 4 go through to the quarterfinals in each group, but also if you can get top 2, if something was to happen like weather to intervene, for example, then you're a higher seed. So that's also pretty important.
You'd like to think that the weather gold's going to be nice to us because the last few weeks have been a little bit tainted, haven't they?
They're being nice to us today, and that's a positive thing. Well, it's a bit nippy. It's 13, like I said.
Mahmood into the attack though. Or left arm seam this time, and aptly defended. You can see these Brothers 11 players. Good techniques here. Just taking their time. Yeah, I mean, they do have a pretty solid top 3. Like I said, they've got the cross-handed bandit batting 3. At 3. Interesting decision.
This is cracked through the offside. This is going to be 4 more. Well, the offside play of Manus has been a feature of the first few minutes of play here on day 3. Again, he's deep in his crease. He wants the length. He likes to play off the back foot. He cracks this one away for 4 more.
He's pretty efficient through the offside, isn't he? I mean, just a little bit of width that time. That's a nice shot through straight cover. And the last few cut shots he's hitting through backward point. This one, he hits it quite straight. It's good batting.
He's so deep in his crease, isn't he?
Yeah, I rate it.
The bowler's taking notice of that.
Get a length to work with.
Goes after this.
There it is, finally.
It's just...
Well, Vinny, that's a world record. It's taken 15 balls before we saw the big hoik across the line.
Was that more of a straightish
hoik
drive? Oh, I think there's an edge on this. There's too much of an edge for the keeper to hold. That's a nasty one for Popper. I think it's got him on the end of the fingers or maybe the end of the thumb. Can't really do much about this as a keeper. You have such a big deflection. And, well...
I'm going to have to mark that down as a chance, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's not really it. It's not...
Oh!
It's not one he could have done much about.
You see that? No, I'm not too sure. Well, we're looking at the replay. It's a dead ball. He walked away because he wasn't ready, and Mahmood's gone the bouncer at him.
Is that right? So I think he tries to pull out of it, and so it ended up bouncing twice. Well, we weren't ready either because we were still looking at the replay. All right, now we are back to live action, and this has been smashed down the ground.
Oh, it's not going to go, and they're not running.
They're not running.
Get there.
Oh, it's gone for 4 in the end. Well, that would have been embarrassing for the players, and it will be 4. It's rolled into the rope, as it was Sawa, actually. That puts the big size 43 down on it.
Honestly, I don't know how players don't get more broken ankles trying this.
This is going to make my eyes water.
Oh, he just missed it.
Like he did.
We're going to have one soon enough. Someone's going to step on the ball like that and just go straight over.
I've done that. Have you ever done that?
No, I used my hands, Vinny.
I stepped on a ball in warm-up by accident.
Yeah, bull.
And, well, this is lifted away, and this is going to be Maximo. 6 runs for the brothers. And Manas, he is flying. He's 24 off 10. And at the end of the power play, brothers are 30 for no loss.
Yeah, a lot to like about him. Deep in the crease, and he's just working with any length that's slightly short and shown he can hit it all around the ground. Nice player, nice to watch. And Vinny, well, this is important as well. Obviously, our fans that tuned in yesterday knew that you and I were having an absolute barnstormer. How is Cube Watch today? That is the talk, Cube
we'll
Watch.
Talk about Cube. You'll probably see it at the end of the next over, but the Cube has been reinflated, so I guess that's a good thing. But yeah, let's just say, never sure if it's going to last the day. A bit like you, sometimes it'll be pumped up in the morning, but come the afternoon.
No, I'm timing my run. I'm like a greyhound today. I'm timing it. Coming around the back straight, nice and easy.
So far, so good with the Cube. Did need a bit of inflation, I'm told, this morning.
Yeah, she did. She almost took us out last night. We got to name the Cube.
Don't want to give it a name. I'll get too attached in case it dies. Anyway, it's in front, maybe a bit of bat, or maybe going down the leg side. It's Azim Sawa coming back for his second over.
I think in the YouTube chat, that could be our first thing for the viewers. Hashtag name the Cube. Let's name the Cube today.
There's actually 3 cubes around the ground.
Let's name our one. The other ones aren't as good as this one.
Well, we could call it Softy. Grabs a bit of pad down the leg side. And I'll think about a second, but I'll just settle for the one leg bite.
Are you surprised to see them go with the left arm spinner twice up front? Or is that because Gondol's back as well, you think, Vinny?
Yeah, I think they've got a plan. What they did last year in the ECS is they bowled Gondol and Meissen the last 4, and they were pretty much untouchable.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't mind this. Sawa's been good. He's only conceded the 4 off the bat. And this one will be wide, just missing his spot. Once again, the keeper walks into the stumps.
Oh, and Tyrone's lost his hat as well. It's rolled past him.
Tyrone won't be happy with the hat hair. That's another one. That's just breaking the bails with the glutes.
It is pretty breezy here this morning. You see, yeah, whoop, there she goes.
Sawa, been pretty good. And he goes after this, takes a chance. It's high in the air. I think it's going to fall safely, and it does. Well, luck's a fortune there because everyone on the leg side was back. There was no one in the circle. That would have probably been a simple catch for an infielder. And the bowler and the outfielder converge. The result is just a single.
Yeah, still a good start here for the Brothers 11. No wickets down. They're off to a flyer. They can basically go at most deliveries now.
Goes offside. How much has he got? Well, he's got plenty. Maximo! Another offside blast from Manas, who takes up the challenge from Sawa. He takes on the outfielder, and he wins. And Brothers 11, this is a rollicking start from them.
Yeah, it really is now, and they're looking at something big, maybe in the 120 vicinity. And, yeah, looking really, really good. Just with cricket shots, they're just putting away the bad balls. A bit short, over the leg side, a bit full, over mid-off. It's good batting.
Keeps a little bit low. There's a bit of natural variation in this pitch.
It looks a bit better, the pitch today, though, doesn't it? It's a bit slippery yesterday.
Yeah, well, it was just because of the rain we had that previous evening. But, you know, weather good, conditions are good. Last ball, the over. Oh, it really goes after this. And that was a shot that wasn't really on, but Manas does survive. That's the end of 4 overs. And it's 40 for no loss. And gives us an opportunity to say a very warm welcome to you, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's great to have your company. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me, it's Corey Rutgers. I have gone the scarf and beanie early here because it's a bit nippy, 13 degrees. Corey, I don't know if you can step back a bit. We can have a look at Corey's gone the shorts.
Leg day.
And
look at that calf muscle.
Not so sure about that. But, yeah, it's great to have your company. Jay Wild in the chat saying, well, in Cartamount, they've had their first day of blue sky since we left. So that's good good news for you down there. Hopefully the ground's drying out. I know there's plenty of cricket planned there. A lot of tour matches and, of course, a lot of domestic matches coming up. But, yeah, great to have you. And please join the YouTube chat, Corey. We love it. It makes our day even more interesting to get that kind of interaction, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Our knowledgeable viewers have been pretty good with the questions yesterday and then interacting with us, and it's always a lot of fun.
Yeah, I agree. And look, for Marlow, I mean, they're going to want to take care of the brothers here because the brothers have put down the challenge. They are the only undefeated team, like I said, right now.
Have we touched on some of the team names that are playing in this comp? What brothers, friendship, fighters?
The fighters and friendship story is probably my favourite.
But it's odd team names, isn't it? Brothers CC. Brothers.
You get some. I mean,
can you have cousins, like step cousins?
Brothers, I think it's more, in the not the familial sense, but in the sense of, shared values and closeness. I think they're brothers from other mothers, I think. Anyway, here's Adnan Gondal, who's into the side.
Shot. Great shot. Gets a low full toss and hits it wide over deep point. It's good batting. And, well, these guys are just playing cricket shots. See here, point's always in the ring usually. And he just lofts it over. Gets 4 runs for his trouble. Gondal, his first ball, low full toss, gets put away.
Yeah, wasn't the best, was it? But it does go for 4.
Oh, they're off to a fly, Vinny. Marlowe under the pressure cooker here early this morning. Oh, again, but it might have picked out the man. Oh, he's dropped it for 6. Well, these are the little moments that you need to take in a game of T10 cricket. That's going to bring up the 50 partnership. It's a lofted drive. He gets a fair piece of it. It goes straight down his throat and palms it over the bar.
Straight down his throat, but it was a bit above his head.
It didn't move.
His throat is below the chin.
Nah.
It was definitely above the chin.
Don't agree. That's a sitter, Vinny. You can't sugarcoat it when it's a drop.
I don't think that's a sitter. I mean, you said it straight down his throat.
What are you talking about?
It's well over his head.
He didn't
Where's
have
your
to,
throat?
He didn't have to move. He did not have to move.
Maybe figuratively straight down his throat.
Vinny, that's a simple dropped catch. 50 partnership.
Agree to disagree.
Oh, please.
This will be
4.
Another 4. Well, this is straight down his throat, according to Corey. But, yes, I think he's had to move a fair bit for this, and it's 4 more. So Gondal tasting the boundary a couple of times. Again, good shot selection on the offside, and that's where he hits it.
Well, they're just liking pace on the ball here, and you said they've got a dangerous top 3. Well, they've got a very dangerous top 2. These two look really good, and they're off to an absolute fly now. 14 off the first 3. Gondal, he needs to take a breath here and hit the deck. He's got a couple of full tosses and a wide half volley so far. Can he get on that 4th stump line, hard length? It's a little bit better, but it's an even better shot if you ask me. It's smacked through the offside, another 4. So 4, 6, 4, 4. And, well, the brothers 11, they are giving it to Marlowe right now.
Yeah, really, really impressive start. Really both openers going well, but they've still got the cross-handed bandit in the shed. They have been very, very good so far. And so 18 off the first 4 balls, up to 58.
Yeah. They're on. They're definitely on. They've had their wheat bix this morning. How many wheat bix did you used to do when you were a kid?
9.
What?
Yeah, I used to do 9.
You'd probably get that caught in your throat as well.
Double figures. Yeah, I occasionally would do double figures. Used to put a bunch of sugar on it as well.
Did you ever try Fruit Loops?
I wasn't really a Fruit Loops guy.
I can see that.
Tell you what it was. I was a Cocoa Pops guy.
Yeah, that's an unbelievable shout.
Cocoa Pops. Not sponsored by Kellogg's, by the way. But I also have to say, once I tried Cocoa Pops with choc milk, just because I thought it might be a good idea.
How was your first class that day?
It wasn't a good idea.
Yeah, the sugar rush.
It was too chocolatey.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a minor error.
Last ball for Gondal anyway.
Oh, it's a no-y. Oh, well, you've put the commentator's curse on. It's a no-y. So now he's going to have a free hit, and this over has every chance to get into the 20s.
Let's see if we can spot this one. It is... Well, we're probably not going to see it there. His leg's in the way. Well, maybe. Seems like a fair call, though.
Yeah, good call.
So it will be a free hit coming up. It's not ideal. So free hit. Probably just what the batters would like. Free miss. And it's the end of the over. So Gondal gets out of jail at the end of 5. It's 59 for no loss. Now, this is really interesting, Corey. Let's look at the run rates, not just for this series, but every series we've had on this ground. So when we played back in 2020, it was 9.4 pace. And last year, when you were here, of course, it was 2021, and it was 10.8 overall. The first couple of days, a little bit down. And we've had 8.9 across the first 2 days and 8.4 yesterday. I think part of that is that it's early in the season, and I think that maybe some of the batters are a bit rusty. But overall, on this ground, all the East End group we played here, the overall average run rate is 10 exactly. So 100, I suppose, is a pass score. I feel it's a bit less, though, at the moment.
Interesting. Yeah, I actually thought it would have been more. What do you reckon it is over the whole ECS around the globe, around Europe?
I think it's about 106.
Yeah, okay.
Something like that, if you take into account everything.
Yeah, 10.6 and over. Well, I'm surprised though, only 100 here, as here comes the Rock, Zaib for his first delivery today. And he is swatted over wide extra cover, but should be picked up by mid-off for a single. Very wide, deep mid-off. Yeah, that's interesting. 100, exactly, right on.
That's including 2020. I suppose slightly different times of year.
Not 2020 the format, 2020 the year.
Yeah, 2020 the year.
Thank you.
So both of those series were in September. This one, of course, in late March and early April. So it's really the start of the season. Here's Amir Zaib with the ball. Pushes this away, and just a single. So Marlow at the moment, they're chasing a fair bit of leather, aren't they, the defending champions?
Yeah, they are. They're struggling a little bit to break this opening stand, and they've been outdone by the Brothers 11 from some just good batting. Really good batting. It's been impressive to see. Both batsmen set. Danger time for Marlow. As that's respectfully played down to third man. Oh, and that's cheeky. That's very cheeky. Well, brilliant running there, and they've stolen another run. So the ball was basically rolled into to the keeper, and they've just snuck through for another one. And Marlow, they look all at sea. Have a look here. It was a very, very, very gentle throw, and the keeper's gone, oops.
That's hard to miss.
And they go.
That's really good awareness, though, for the batters. And, Manas was blowing after that, but still, an extra run stolen. And now we got a pull shot, but this is a bit of a top edge. It's hanging in a long time and is caught. Oh, the extra run actually brings the wicket. As Manas' very next ball mistimes a pull shot, so Zaib gets the wicket. And the opening partnership is going to be broken at 63. Side Meister, I think, out there on the boundary, who takes the catch. It's not a bad one because he's looking straight into the sun down there. But the opportunity is taken. Brothers 11, they have lost their first wicket. It's 63 for one.
Yep, first wicket of the day, and well, maybe a little bit disappointed he couldn't get that one over the ropes again. And well, Marlow, they're just hanging in there as much as they can, but they needed that breakthrough. It's a really good partnership, 63 to start, and I was really impressed with the batting.
Yeah, he was just disappointed that the pull shot didn't quite go the way he wanted. Slightly missed time. That's always the risk. I can't believe I missed this in the chat, just glancing back at it.
Talk to me.
Neil, shots fired. He said, after seeing your legs, he's seen better legs on a snake.
Well, that's rich, Neil.
That's a very good line.
Imagine
Neil.
Choosing your name to be Hawkmoon. I mean, there's a few problems with that.
You should ask, why do you have the name Hawkmoon?
Would rather not know.
I'm curious.
I mean, if I'm in Aberdeen and pretty cold sitting on my couch, Hawkmoon.
Hello to all of our wonderful UK viewers as well. Great to have you with, no matter how far north you are. All right, here's Zaib, and he's bowling to the cross-handed bandit.
Shot. What a shot.
Just cracks it, first ball.
How does he do that cross-handed, Vinny?
Oh, no one quite knows, but he does it. Will give us our best opportunity. Look at that, hands the different way around.
It still blows my mind.
Perfectly. So the wicket falls, but the scoring doesn't slow down as Balwinder's off the mark, first ball.
He should get double the runs for every shot he plays because it's double the difficulty.
It should be. Well, you want to feed him again? He'll do it again. This time he cracks it in front of point. It's 4 more. He loves a bit of width, doesn't he? The cross-handed bandit as he gets back-to-back boundaries to finish the 6th. It's 71 for 1.
Well, I posed you this question, Vinny. He's got his hands the wrong way around. So what else have we been doing the wrong way around in life? Am I putting my fork in the wrong hand? Like, have we been doing everything wrong?
Maybe.
No, honestly, like, what do we do? Because he's just defying logic.
Yeah, he's defying convention.
So what else could do? Are we...
Yeah, I mean, why does everyone use their right hand?
Do you put your pants on first, or do you put your shirt on first?
Yeah.
Maybe we go the opposite way.
Good question.
Maybe we have dinner for breakfast and breakfast for dinner. He's just changing the world.
We should be having ice cream at the start of the meal. I don't mind that.
Oh, that's a goodie.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, let's move on. But yeah, it's a good question. Let us know in the chat. What has been like? I always wonder, why is your right side your dominant side for most people? There must be a reason behind that.
Are we holding the pen the wrong way around?
Yeah.
I don't know. He's just changing the game. I love it.
It's so exciting to watch.
He does it consistently.
Here's Side Myson with the ball. And Amninda just off the boil a little bit here. Tries to horn this one. Practices the correct shot straight away, but actual shot, he tried to whack it over mid-wicket, and that'll be a dot ball.
How was your dinner last night, Vinny? What'd you get up to?
I did actually order in a bit of Asian food, and went through quite a lot of it.
I did hear that. Yeah, extreme amounts.
There was a 2-for-1 gyoza special. He might go here. I reckon if that hits, that might have been out.
Yeah, it's good fielding from mid-wicket there. He's in the ring, but they scamper through for the single.
Yeah, the 2-for-1 gyoza took me down. I also had a nice miso soup and some sushi rolls. And
Treat
also
yourself.
yakisoba, which is a kind of Japanese fried noodle. Thanks for asking.
Good Portuguese cuisine.
Got to get a bit of a mix, don't you? Bit of bat on this. And that's why I don't think there's any real shout for LBW. Bit of bat, bit of pad.
So when are we going to tell our faithful viewers about the incident last night of the internal game?
It's a bit early for that, isn't it?
It's a pretty good story, though. Conrad Greenshields versus Mars on the
Very
field.
early for this story.
We'll
yeah.
wait. We'll wait. Let's save it.
No, it's okay.
No, save it up.
While it's on our mind, we'll just wait for this ball firstly. Amninda will be on strike here. Oh, good slower ball. Called a wide though.
Tough call.
I think that's a harsh one.
Yeah.
I don't think that Myson can believe it either. Have a look at this. Does actually come back a bit. Yeah, that's...
Well, it's early for the umpires
It
as
is
well,
early.
Vinny.
it's
8:30.
a little bit of a present from Bucks for the batter. It's Myson. I'll give you a clue though. Aim at the stumps and that won't happen.
Oh, jeez, that's pretty harsh on the bowler.
I told you, that's good. Good advice, and it's going to bring a wicket as Amninda gets one, which is going to hit the stump. So he had a bit of a gift, but now the bowler, he gets immediate revenge as Amninda's going to have to go for 27.
Yeah.
This one, it's about as out as it gets.
Yeah, he gets it full and straight, and Bucky loves a walking LBW decision. That's what he does there. Absolutely plumb. So unfortunate for the wide, but he gets the LBW next ball.
That's right. If you gave him a stiff wide and told him to get a wicket straight away, he'd be pretty happy with the net result. And so that's both openers back in the shed now, as this inning's just hitting an interesting inflection point now with the score now 74 for 2.
Well, go on. Tell us.
Okay, so last night, of course, there's a steady diet of these mini beers that they give us after work. And thank you very much to everyone for the hospitality.
Yep.
And they're a little bit, well, they are small. The problem is, you can't often lose count of how many you have. Anyway, someone had an idea that someone challenged someone to a cricket duel, basically.
A 1 over off.
A 1 over bat versus ball cricket duel.
It's a dot ball, yeah. It was Conrad Greenshields versus Mars
and Mars
from our staff.
Mars, you might remember, he played for the Budapest Blinders in Hungary. Very good player as well.
Yeah.
Bit out of practice, to be fair. And so is Conrad, though, except for the ECL.
Let's talk about the incident, though. There was a moment. It went from fun to
Well,
serious.
hold on. First, we have to explain what they were doing. They said they bowl each other for 1 overs. There'd be 11 neutral fielders, which that's a separate issue that we'll talk about in a second. There were meant to be 11 neutral fielders, just everyone that was around.
Oh, big appeal again, Vinny.
I think it might be a bit high or going down. That'll be the end of the 7th over. The score is 75 for 2 after 7. Good little mini comeback here from Marlowe. Let's just take a moment and have a look at what the supercomputer was thinking about this. And this is a bit of an interesting one for me. That's why I put it up here. 101 for Brothers 11 and Marlowe 97. That's what the supercomputer's saying. It's been pretty accurate this week. And
how did they get to that when it says the Brothers 11 average runs against is 60? So then how's their expected score 97?
Maybe because they're playing the fighters and the fighters haven't been particularly good. So everything's adjusted for in the algorithm.
Okay.
All right. So that's, I mean, still, that's the best technology that money can buy, the best predictions that we can make. As this is Gungadeep Singh out at 4, and he swings and misses. So yeah, so there was this 1-over mini game with 11 neutral fielders, and there was talk that the loser had to shave their head or equivalent.
Yep.
And yeah, during the game, firstly, Mars won the toss and elected to bowl.
Poor
so
option.
Conrad batted first.
Yep.
As this goes in the air, probably falls safely. Now, at some point in this little mini game, it occurred to me that Mars actually is a terrible bowler.
Yeah.
And
technically, he wasn't very sound, was he?
He's a very good batter, but as a bowler, he's a keeper, really.
Well, that's debatable as well.
Well, he got whacked for 25 off his over, despite the field. We used a brand new ball as well.
Shot.
Yeah, this is a really good shot over the leg side. It's Adios Pelota. Above into the cross-handed bandit. Has come out and he's ready to party. Maximo! As Brothers move past the 80 mark.
Yeah, he's come out with really good intent and he's flying here. What a shot that is. And he gets it a little bit too straight. Does the rock Zabe there and gets put away.
Yeah, so basically, then Mars had to bat. And I know you really wanted Mars to win. So then you went from a neutral fielder to someone who was trying to grab the ball and throw it for overthrows at every opportunity.
Debatable, just got a poor arm.
You're even saying he'd promised to hold on to the ball and Mars could run 11 at one point.
Yeah.
So
well, let's talk about ball 4.
Now we'll talk about ball 4.
So
Conrad, and there weren't pads used in this game. Now I think about it, it was actually pretty dangerous.
It was pretty dangerous. So ball 4, Marzi needed 13 off 3. He gets a full toss on his knee and decides to leave it.
He leaves it. Zabe edged and caught. Well, that's a pretty good catch in that position. And I think that's Asad Mahmood that takes it. But that's a really good catch and wicket at an opportune time as I pushed it wider. Cross-handed bandit just threw his hands at it, but the catch was taken. And so a third wicket now. That could be an important one. Brothers 11 at 82 for 3.
Yeah, that's a big wicket because there's still a few balls left in this innings. And if he had kept going on his merry way, he could have taken them up to even put maybe 130. So a big wicket. And Marlowe still fighting back.
Yeah. So this will be the keeper.
Yeah, so
Pradeep Nanglu comes to the crease. Yeah, so
13 off 3
basically
required.
what happened is Mars wasn't wearing pads. He got a ball that looked like it was going to miss leg stump, but it swung prodigiously.
And this was the on-pace ball from Conrad.
And yeah, it was
pretty quick.
It was normal pace, and it cracked him in the, was it the shin or the knee?
I'd say a bit of both.
Just above the knee. And
took a turn for the worst.
Wasn't a good
Safe
thing.
to say, Mark.
And it was given out LBW.
Yeah,
as well.
When you need 13 off 3, I'm not too sure I'm padding up on one on leg stump.
I think he just thought it was going to be leg side wide. Then he kind of froze like a deer in the headlights.
Yeah, he didn't take it well.
Yeah, it's an understatement. Down the ground by Nanglu. He'll get off the mark.
Well, the question is, did Shieldsy take it too far going on pace? Because I felt like he did.
So.
No pads.
When you're playing for your hair, and Conrad, he was playing for every hair on his body. That was the deal.
Not much left though, is there?
You use everything in your arsenal. Bit of bat, bit of pad.
We haven't touched on when we made Diesel keep for a ball.
It's 83 for 3 after 8. Yeah.
Took one to the collarbone. Took it like a man.
He was keeping without gloves. It was extreme cricket. And that's what happens when you finish at 4 o'clock local time with plenty of sunshine left. Anyway.
Oh, well, shocked the worm's going one way.
Slow down a bit, though, with those 3 wickets.
Let's get the heart rate monitor out.
Yeah, the heart rate. It's on my to-do list. I might send a second email following up my email in December.
Yep, nice touch. Can you CC me in that just to make sure you do it?
You don't have email.
Blind CC?
I like that you know the terms, though. But you've never sent email in your life,
I've got like 4 email addresses.
9th over. It all happens in the 9th, and it's Mysom that's going to bowl it. 1 for 3. He took it in his first over.
We should consider opening up our own email for our viewers, and they can send in their questions.
Yeah, they can. Or they could just put in the live chat, which is a lot more efficient and instantaneous.
Hawkmoon might have something come to him at 2 a.m. You know.
Hawkmoon explained why he had his Hawkmoon name as well. So I'll tell you that in a minute, because I know you've been hanging on that, Corey.
Yes, please.
Nangu wants some.
You want some mango?
Oh, I think he's going to get 2.
What did you just say?
Nanglu.
Oh.
Yeah, didn't quite get the L out there, but yeah, this is keeper, Pardeep Nanglu. We'll see him with the gloves in the second half. So
Singh needs to get going here, and he's struggled to be. He's just 1 off 5.
slow ball, picked and hit, but he might have found the fielder. He has, and that's a really good catch down there. And look, once again, the catching is super important, isn't it? And that is the captain, Najam Shahzad, who's got a very safe pair of hands. Yeah, he picked the slow ball. He couldn't just couldn't get the contact he wanted, Gaggan deep. He said he had to go big or go home. Well, he's going back to the shed for just 1 off 6. And Brothers Levin just hitting the speed hump here in the 9th. It's 84 for 4.
Sometimes a wicket can be a blessing, though, and I sort of feel like that might be one of those cases. He just couldn't get going, and gives another man an opportunity to try and get them up to that 100 mark.
So, let me explain Hawk Moon to you. He said he's a fan of you too. It's from the album Rattle and Hum. I remember that album. Very, very good one. Its full title is Hawk Moon 269. And on the track, Bob Dylan plays the keyboard.
Okay.
There you go.
Well played.
It's a bit of culture to Neil. He's quite a well-rounded individual.
Yeah, okay.
All right, here's Mysam. He's got 2 for 4 now. That's a dot. Not easy ball to come in and hit from ball 1. Mandip Singh is the new batter. And what we're saying, that's what happens sometimes when alcohol and cricket mix. And of course, we had the infamous Diesel last night, didn't we, for the first time?
Well.
And what did you think of the Diesel?
Oh, look.
Pardon?
John.
Hold on a second. It's good. I wish we had audio replays. Oh, Nanglu's made to work for this one, but he does get through with the single.
I was just trying to, I was just going to give it my TripAdvisor reviews, and I've lost my voice there. I'm still struggling, I reckon. No, I had 1 or 2 little diesels.
The Diesel, to explain, it's some sort of homemade.
It's moonshine.
Moonshine.
It's moonshine. Let's be honest.
Not sure about the legality of it, but
No, she ain't legal.
it almost burnt through the paper cup. That's the end of the 9th over. What a good effort from Mysam. He certainly is bowling well at the moment. They kept him for the death, and he delivered 2 for 5 for him. And after 9 overs, it's 85 for 4.
Yeah, remarkable comeback from Marlow here. They're picking up wickets and getting dot balls at the right time. And Mysam, well, he hasn't had the tournament with the bat, but with the ball, he's been real good.
He fancies himself going up the order.
Fancies himself, absolutely.
Yeah, well, let's just see if he can deliver. Let's see who he bats as well. He's having a good game with the ball, that's for sure. 85 for 4. Yeah, so
yeah, no, it's a lovely drop, and it's Diesel that gave us the Diesel.
It actually didn't taste as bad as it smelled. It smelled like something that would probably, fire up your time machine and take you back to 1955.
Well, it's always nice to have the local delicacies when we get around Europe, isn't it?
Yeah, but we knocked a couple of Diesels over. This one, they should probably come through for 1. That's really good running from Nanglu to get down the other end. He spotted the fumble and he was through straight away. Look, he's not going to win too many Olympic 100-metre sprints, Nanglu, but I did like the way he basically got off to a good jump there, and that's why he gets away with the bye, and that's why he'll be on strike.
Yeah, it's like when you get out before the gun, get that 10-metre head start. He did well there, and they sneaked the single.
See if we can make him pay. This is Najam Shahzad coming back in the last over. Bowled the first, which cost him 12. So
where's that?
That's gone to the leg side. Mid-wicket's coming in. He's coming a long way. Well, he almost gets there. In fact, it was so high that Nanglu's going to come back for 2.
Oh, it's very, very good running.
That's a really good effort from the man on the boundary. I think he probably ends up getting a finger on it. There's Mysam out there.
I lost it. It went that high. Sort of the cube covered me, and he made some good ground. He's coming flying in from deep mid-wicket, and he gets hand to it, doesn't he?
Yeah, well inside the circle by the time he touches it. Good effort, but 2 more to the total. These could be important runs here.
Absolutely.
88. Now, I don't think they're going to get 2 here.
They're going to try, I reckon.
I don't think so. Not on Mysam. So, we'll have to see if Mandip Singh can do something for Brothers. I've liked the way Brothers have approached the T10 format, of course.
They looked good at the top, but they're very top 3 reliant, if you ask me. So if they lose those early wickets, could be a stretch in the other future games.
You see the openers getting a few as well.
Absolutely.
Didn't really fire on Monday. Slower ball from Shahzad. Once again, it'll be just a single. It'll take him to 90.
I've forgotten. You got into me in the car this morning that I forget to do things, and I said I'd give you a quiz every single time, and I've got a question prepared, and we've only got 2 balls, so I'm going to fly one off.
Yeah, you don't need to quiz me.
Oh, no, it's one an innings. That's what I promised.
Okay.
I promised our faithful viewers.
You got 2. You got how many
Oh,
balls?
no.
You got 2 to come. You're blanking, aren't you? Oh, there's a dot. That's not going to help you.
Who were the 3 men Glenn McGrath dismissed when he got his hat-trick at the Wacker? Go.
Keith Arthurton, Brian Lara, and Jimmy Adam. Yeah.
You got two out of 3. Keith Arthurton wasn't the first one.
Okay. Jimmy Adams was last.
Yep. Lara was second.
Ryan Lara, and I don't know, Ganga. Was it close? No, 2 out of 3. It's par.
Sherwood Campbell.
Sherwin Campbell. Yeah, Sherwin Campbell, most famous for lying down while running between the wickets. As they're going to go for one on the last. And I think Nungler's given up this. He said, that ball's travelling faster than me. And at the end of the 10 overs, it's going to be 90 for 5. I've also just spotted in the chat that Bruno Diesel himself has said for today, we've already scheduled Conrad versus Corey with the same rules. Maybe some more protective equipment though. As we see the end of the first innings of the day, it'll be 90 for Brothers 11, and Marlow will need 91. Tricky little chase, but a good comeback from them when you consider that there were 59 off the first half of the innings, just 31 off the second. Some wickets tumbled. They lost their top order. And yeah, what do you think about this then, Marlow, second half?
Marlow would be the happier of the 2 teams because at some stages throughout this innings, we thought they could have been chasing 120. It was all because of this partnership right at the top. The 2 openers, they batted beautifully, and it was Manas who really got away off to a flyer. He was batting with Aminder Singh. And, well, they played nice cricket shots. We touched on that a few times, that it wasn't really slogging. It wasn't trying to hit every ball over deep mid-wicket, as that one was lofted over the onside. And these shots here, this was the over. Gondal came into the attack, and he just couldn't get his length right. He bowled a couple of full tosses, a couple of half volleys, and this one was parried over the bar for 6 runs. And, well, there was cheeky running as well. The keeper missing this one, and they're going for an extra single, and that's fine because the ball was still live and in play. And they did everything right as an opening partnership until the wicket fell, and it was the Rock Zayab who got the first wicket, caught by Massum out there. And, well, that wicket opened up a little bit of a door because then the second wicket fell and both openers were removed. And, well, Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit, he came out of 3. He got a couple of out the middle until he was caught there well by Mahmood at short third man. So 3 wickets went down, and after those 3 wickets went down, it was pretty difficult for the Brothers 11 to get the ball away. They struggled. They just couldn't get it out in the middle of the bat, and opportunities were coming. But well done to Marlow, because in the second half of this innings, they really pegged it back. And I actually think they'll be the happier of the 2 sides to not be chasing 100. This was the last ball of the innings. Run until you run out. That's the motto I think you should do. There's no point just staying there and not running. Wickets don't matter. You've got to try and get every single you can. But that took us to the halfway stage with the Brothers 11 Portugal ending up on 90 for 5. So we're going to take a quick look at the scorecards, and you can see the openers there, Manas and Aminder Singh. They really got off to a flyer. 33 off 16 for Manas, 27 off 22 for Aminder. Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed back bandit, good little T10 innings, that 15 off 5. Maybe disappointed to get out when he did though, because he was really motoring along, striking at 300. Taking a quick look at the bowling scorecard now. And it was a bit of a team effort, but the man right at the bottom of your screen there, Syed Massum, brilliant, 2 for 5 at an economy of 2.5. Sensational. And, well, it's easy to look at Amir Zayab and think 2 for 20, but actually, Asim Sarwar at the top there, a 6.5 economy, no wickets for 13. Sensational. This will show you what happened after the 5th over. When there were no wickets down and motoring along, it all went wrong for the Brothers 11. They lost a wicket in each remaining over and couldn't get the momentum to get them above the 100 mark, which is a shock, but we did show that the average score is around 100, so they fall 10 short of what we think. But anyway, that takes us to the halfway stage. Please join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to the Cartacho ground in Portugal. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network as we get set for the conclusion of this match 9, the first match of day 3 here of the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal. Great to have your company once again. No matter where you're watching from around the world, we always love having you here as part of the ECN family as we are getting ready for the Marlow innings. And in the first half, Brothers 11 made a pretty bright start. In fact, they were 71 off 6 overs before some pretty good death bowling just kept them quiet. Only 19 came off the last 4. Brothers 11 Portugal, they have posted 90 runs off their 10 overs. Marlow, the defending champions, will need 91 for victory. So I'm looking forward to seeing this reply. Brothers 11 Portugal, the only undefeated team left in Group A. Marlow and Gorka, the other two top teams, they split their matches on Monday. But it's the first time these two teams have met in an ECS because Brothers 11 Portugal, this is their first tournament on the European Cricket Network. So it's great to have you with us. It looks to me like this is Manpreet Singh that's going to open the bowling for Brothers. And out in the middle, we've got Najam Shazad and Zulfikar Shah. So pretty strong opening combination. And Najam Shazad was in pretty good form yesterday with the bat, scoring 69.
Nice.
And, yeah, well, good time to bring back Corey Ruckers as we get ready for the first ball. I think this is hitting the stumps. Not to be just heading down the leg side with the angle. It is Vinny Sander here. And Corey, as we welcome you back, what do you think about Marlow's chances here to knock off these 91 runs?
Pretty good, but I can't really judge too much. I haven't seen Brothers 11 yet with the ball, so it's hard for me to get a bit of a gauge. But that 90 mark, like you say, between 85 and 95 is usually a recipe for good cricket.
Yeah, that's true. Goes after this, it'll be called a wide. And look, gives us an opportunity just quickly. I know that right now the memorial service for Shane Warne's going on in Melbourne, back in Australia. So just want to acknowledge that. And obviously it touched us very deeply. Actually, we were in the middle of a game in week 4 of the ECL when we got the news. And so, yeah, it's quite a sombre and reflective moment in the cricket world as this game is going on here in Portugal. It's a really nice shot from Shazad, who cuts it away, gets a little bit of width from Manpreet. And Shazad himself, he tasted the cut shot early in the first innings of the day, and he gets 4 here with the bat.
Yeah, it's a nice shot, just a little bit of width, and he just times it through the gap, and it goes all the way for 4. And here comes the standard field change, follow the ball. And yeah, Morney, the tribute going on right now, so obviously a somber moment. What was your best memory of Warney?
Oh yeah, probably the ball of the century.
Mine's 99 World Cup semi.
Yeah?
Yep.
When he got pretty fired up.
When he ran through South Africa when they were chasing nothing, basically.
Let him know about it as well. Yeah, no, that ball of the century, I know it's one that a lot of people would say, but I remember watching that live as I was just a 12-year-old in the evening in Australia, and he took a wicket soon after. So that's probably my favourite, but there's plenty to choose from, that's for sure. One of the things I did is I actually fell asleep just before he took his 700th wicket, Andrew Strauss.
So poor option to go for a nap then.
Yeah, I used to kind of watch it lying down in front of the TV. I was known to take the odd nap. So I missed it, but I also missed Steve Waugh's 100 off that when he hit the last ball of the day for 4.
Some would question if you're even Australian.
Well, it's quite Australian to sleep on the job, isn't it?
Yeah, actually, that's not a bad shout. I've done that fair few times, to be fair.
I wouldn't miss the ball.
Geez, the wind's really picked up here, Vinny. We're going to have to enclose the cube.
You think so? Well, at the moment, the wind is pretty much behind the bowler and a little bit right to left.
Do we have other shutters on the sides?
We can probably find them.
Oh, hello.
Cube might just take off, though, in the wind.
I would love to be non-wind today. Here we go.
Yeah, how's those shorts working out for you? Here's Zulfi, left-hander.
Good opportunity to say my favourite song is Who Wears Short Shorts? Dun, 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 dun.
It's good running by Shazad there. Yeah, that's probably not your favourite song.
You got another memory of Warney before we move on?
Just kind of dismantling the West Indies in 90, what would that have been? Not 92, yeah, 92, 93. He did a bit of it there. And then, yeah, South Africa. Him bowling to Cullinan. Always a bit of a highlight.
Yeah.
And yeah, how about his 99, where he was caught off what then was clear was a no ball.
I liked it when he brought in the slider and he just kept cannoning into people's pads who thought it was spinning. I used to love that.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, Warney's flipper was
phenomenal.
As well. He just would always, it's the mind games as well.
Yeah, it was unbelievable.
And yeah, the theatre around him. I was just reading that apparently he wanted to keep making a comeback. I was reading the article this morning. That's when he retired and Australia was struggling for a spin option, he kept asking, he wants to come back, but he didn't want to play Sheffield Shield cricket. He didn't want to play state cricket.
Really?
They said, no, you can only come back if you play Shield cricket. And so everyone knew that was a non-starter for him. Anyway, it's the end of the first over. 9 for no loss, so pretty much bang on what they need.
And it's good to see the leg spin isn't dead. Zampa and Swepson played in an ODI together last night. So 20 overs a leg spin.
Pretty good win. Australia last night as well.
Australia B squad beat Pakistan. Sorry to our Pakistan viewers.
You've done a fair bit of coaching in Pakistan as well.
Good country, lovely country.
There. It must be. It is nice to get some cricket in Pakistan again, isn't it?
Oh, honestly, I think they're the most. What word am I looking for, Vinny? When it comes to energy with support, they love
enthusiastic.
Yeah, enthusiastic by a mile, more than us. They love it, the Pakistanis.
Yeah. So. Second over coming up. It's Diraj Manas. And it's stump to stump. Sharp pops it out in the offside. A few cries from the fielding side, but they do get through for a single.
This has the feeling of a tight one, doesn't it? Two decent sides battling it out, and that sort of 90 region always gives us a good game.
Shazad.
You got to get Shazad though.
Yeah, I was going to say Shazad could be the key here because some of the other players are a bit out of form. Amizaim hasn't made a lot of runs yet. But, it's that kind of a target. You called it. See if they hold their chances as well. I think that could be key.
Yeah, I'm turning this into a box, Vinny. I've decided after this game.
Oh, this one has a bit on it. Gets past the outside edge of Shazad. That's good bowling.
Yeah, it's good bowling. A little bit of lift, a little bit of kiss off the surface, and... good start. Look, there's a lot to like about the Brothers 11 Portugal.
Yeah. And look, it's a big opportunity for them to turn it up on Marlow on global television, of course. Different experience in the league last year. Brothers, in their first season, they were 7th out of 9, which is no disgrace. They had some pretty big scalps in their season. Pitched up and driven back from Najam Shazad to Minas.
Well, the key is in this power play, you just want to keep, you don't want them to get off to a fly. If you can just keep them steady, 1 wicket maybe, and then try and make them go at 10s outside the power play, then you're in a pretty good position. Do the Brothers have a decent spinner?
Yeah, they've got some options there. They've got some kind of pace off options, I'd say, more than a genuine spinner. As this is driven away nicely off the back foot. It's going to be 4. Bit of width from the bowler. Yeah, Shazad's able to free his arms and he gets a boundary here.
Yeah, nice shot. He does get that width, Finny. He sweats on anything like that, and nice batting.
Keanu's saying in the chat, he wonders what the cube will be like in Prague if it's windy. Well, it might not be in Prague very long because it might get blown to Poland or something like that.
It couldn't have been windier than the Bura winds in Croatia.
Yeah.
Bura winds. Play, if you look that up, it has its own wiki page.
I know.
You don't have the Prague winds in wiki. And wiki's always right. Always.
I experienced both. Thing is, at least it was only wind in Croatia. In Prague, it was wind and a fair bit of precipitation as well.
Good word.
Whacking into your face.
Shot. Oh, what a shot. The classical cover drive. Oh, Vinny Sandhu, you're going to like that one.
Yeah, it's classy stuff from Shazad. This was overpitched from Minas. But once again, it's the width that allows Shazad to play this. Good shot selection. We've seen some really pretty shots so far here on day 3.
I've enjoyed this T10 clash because, there's some nice cricket shots. It's a good battle, bat versus ball, and all on the line still. You sort of feel, though, Shazad's a key barometer.
Sure is.
For Mallow. If he bats any length of time, they get these runs easy.
Yeah, I'd agree with that analysis.
Thank you.
Minas, he's gone for 9 as well, just like the first over went for 9. Last ball the over. Oh, this is going to be fielded. Well, that was a case of the the ball fielding the fielder almost, but he did get down.
The ball fielding the field. Yeah, he hit that so hard. Left or right of him by half a metre would have been another 4.
Let's have a look at this. I don't even know if we got this in time because it hit that hard. Great camera work, as usual. Bang, finds the fielder who was in the right spot. And that's the end of the over. Shazad will retain the strike, and it's 19 for no loss after 2. Gives us a chance to have a look at the standings. And don't forget, this is Group A. There's 5 other teams that will play in Group B starting on Saturday. But here in Group A, you see, it's a case of the haves and the have-nots. There's 2 teams without a win. They'll play each other later in the day. The Royals and the Fighters.
Does a team get eliminated at the end of this group?
At the end of Friday night, yeah.
So basically the matches we're coming up are almost could be elimination matches, because if Fighters don't rock up, they're in a lot of strife.
Yeah, well, put it this way. If you drop the matches this afternoon, you have to pinch a win off a higher ranked team.
Yeah, that's not easy.
Not easy. But surprised quite often. Manpreet's going to bowl out here. This is a little bit short. He swivels on this, and this will probably be another boundary. It is. So just a few loose deliveries to Shazad, getting punished. Shazad has looked a bit suspect against the better deliveries, but they've been few and far between. This is 4 runs to start the 3rd over.
Yeah, they've got to be careful here, two brothers. That's a short ball, easy put away for a batsman of his class as the cube is about to go. Oh no. Did you just see that, Vinny?
Oh, that was
that was
concerning.
You know, that was so close to whacking you in the head. Do we have a replay on the Comcam? Because that got real close.
Yeah, that came out of nowhere, actually. Yeah, you said you want to put more balls on the cube. I think that's only going to mean the cube. You'll see it on the field, because that's where it'll blow.
No, we need to cover this.
Here we go.
Vinny.
This is Mixed minding our own business, watching the game, and we almost had a cube explosion. I was like, help me. That's an emergency button.
That would have been awesome if it whacked you in the back of the head.
That
would have been good footage.
There was a bit of contact. That's why I got the beanie on for extra protection.
Have you decided if you're a Will Smith or Chris Rock fan? Was it real?
I would have been Chris Rock then, because I almost got smacked by the cube. A bit of bat, I think, saves him here. Yeah, Zulfi looked a little bit jumpy this morning. We know he's a good stroke maker. Well, he's struggling to get going.
That's a worry. Do we have replays of Comcam?
Sometimes the guys are good enough to get a replay on.
That's a worry. I've got to watch what I do in here. I didn't know that.
We don't have to show everything.
I'll learn something new every day.
For legal reasons, we may keep them. Zulfikar cuts this one pretty much off the stumps for one.
Zulfikar Shah, last year he absolutely walloped it when I came and watched. Just hasn't really got going in any game I've seen so far, but I know how dangerous he can be.
Yeah, he can. He's just a confidence player. Once he's up and about, he's looking really good. Helix thinks I might need a helmet. Hello to you, Helix. Nice to see you, as well as Mad Nomad, who I noticed is in the chat.
Where's Mad Nomad from?
Oh, I'm not sure. Where are you watching from, Mad Nomad? Refresh my memory. This is cut away. One bounce. Well, they are going to go the long way. Well, this probably would have been out, I think.
Yeah, that was a good opportunity for a run out there because he hit it straight to point and they set off, and the slight fumble hurt him, but I still think if that was a direct hit, Vinny, that would have been very, very close.
Yeah, we'll have a look. He's ball watching for a long time, isn't he? And then he says, yeah, it is serious. Yeah, I think that would have been out. Tough throw, though. Shazad himself. He pulled off a pretty good direct hit yesterday to run out the Fighters captain from the boundary, Mandeep Singh. Oh, this is going nowhere. This will be the first wicket, and it is. It's caught and bowled, and it's Manpreet Singh that takes the catch. Zulfi just not getting going. Zulfikar Shah, and he tries to pull this away. It's just on him a little bit quicker than he thought. Simple return catch, and Marlow lose their first wicket. It's 26 for 1.
Yeah, we just touched on that. Zulfikar Shah hasn't really got going, and we know how destructive he can be. So that's a big wicket for Brothers 11. They definitely needed that, and that is the end of the power play. And you'd still say this game's pretty evenly poised.
Well, it is. You're going to go by the 9 and over. Then they'd want to be 27 after 3.
Have you had a golden ball recently?
We did have a golden ball last week in Khartoum.
Oh, did you?
In the Madrid derby. And you would remember, actually, Madrid United, they are golden ball specialists. They had a golden ball. Robiul Khan.
Yeah, Rubel.
He was the man that got a wicket off a golden ball back when we were there in Spain last year. And Madrid United, the same team, with the team that were in the first ever golden ball in 2020. And They last week were in a golden ball, but they lost their first golden ball.
Oh.
So they had golden balls in 2020, 2021, and 2022.
They must be the only team to have had that.
Well, they have had. They're not the only team to have 3 golden balls, but they are the only team to do it in 3 calendar years.
Yeah, wow.
Roma CC also have had 3 golden balls.
Okay.
So that's golden ball chat for you. That's golden ball 28 now in the books, and still we haven't had a wide or a no ball on a golden ball in 28 golden balls.
You've never had a wide or a no ball. So that shows you when a bowler is heightened and
If
know
you
how
have a
much
gun
is...
to your head that says do not bowl a wide or no ball, then you can. Anyway, here we go. It's Mohammed Shan in over number 4 into the power play.
Oh, Slinger-Malinga.
He's a bit of a slinger, and he's had some success in this series as well, Mohammed Shan.
What are your thoughts on deep mid-off? He's got the old beanie on.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to criticise him. That's Gagandeep Singh, because I've got a beanie on myself.
You know, but couldn't you name the Australian bowler that was playing county cricket 3 years ago, and bowled a 15-over spell with a beanie on?
Is it Peter Siddle?
Well done, Vinny. You are just on.
Shan. Gets a bit of width here, slashes away, it'll be 4. So Shazad, anytime he's got a bit of width, he's been pretty good. This was uppish, and it kind of got the third man interested on the boundary, but it was away from him. Another boundary to Marlowe as they try and stay on track in this chase.
Yeah, so this is for me where I actually think you bet. Oh, the cube's gone. Oh, it's almost got us. Vinny. Vinny.
Yeah.
Oh, she's going back.
No, it's all right.
Oh,
It's all good. Here we go. If you want to see what the cube update is.
I was just about to go into some analytics, and I almost saw you get... Oh,
there we go.
Oh, no. Oh. It's like
it's adding an extra element of danger to the workplace.
Maybe we should put some snakes in here as well, just to see how we go. And Vinny jumps off, and he's going to sort that out quickly. I'll take over, but Shazad, 25 off 14, still ticking along. As it's pushed into the offside, they might think about 2. And they do, they go, and that's really aggressive running, but that's good running. Decent sized boundaries out here, and doing their job well. You got to keep running hard. It's this game, it is even.
Corey, they've said that the cube needs a bit of blowing up. Would you be able to just manually blow up one of the legs? Would that be okay?
I've got that much hot air, I reckon I could.
No arguments from me. Yeah, well, are you pro-cube or you anti-cube in the chat? Let us know.
Actually, what we should ask in the chats, what could we add to the cube to make it more dangerous? I reckon we should... we need
Spikes on the top.
Yeah.
Conrad's holding up the cube now, so that's good to know.
He's only doing that because he feels guilty after breaking Mars's leg.
We got 3 cubes around the ground as well. We're just one of 3 cubes. None of them are particularly cubic.
I think it's because we don't have the sides on, and I think it's not insulating.
I think it'd be worse if we put the sides on. I know that
sides
you're just cold. Anyway, what happened in this over anyway? Let's have a look from Shan. He's gone .421. Okay. And so, yeah, pretty much on pace with the 9 and over. Good ball, though. There's a bit extra on this. This is Amandeep Singh, who plays and misses. Amandeep Singh impressed me with some of his off-spin bowling yesterday, actually. Had another dimension to their attack, Marlowe. And so, it's been a very impressive start to his bowling spell, Shan, but can he finish it off? This is cracked away, and
2.
Well, they want to. Good throw. We'll have him in trouble here. It's not a good throw.
Oh, it's going to be a 6.
Yeah, it could be a Dorothy Dixer. It's going to
go the ball.
No, hold on.
Go the ball. Have they run 4?
No, I think.
Surely they've run 4. They'd all.
That's 4. I think it is 4.
I haven't seen a run 4 in a while, Vinny.
Yeah, this could be an all-run 4. Let's have a look.
You want to count it?
Yeah, Amandeep ends up on strike. And so, I said good throw would have been out. And so, there's the 2. And I think from here, they get 2 more. And they're actually really lucky it pulls up. Otherwise, this would have been 2 plus 4 overthrows. There's the 3rd. And the jump. He's running out of puff play here. But luckily, he can just jog back. So 4 no boundary to finish the 4th.
I don't think I've seen a all-run 4 in the T10. That's new for me.
I've seen it when a ball hasn't left the circle, believe it or not. Anyway, the score is 37 for 1 after 4. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Corey. And look, we are in the cube, and, well, it's...
What do you mean? Nothing's going on. We're just chilling.
It's
This is how we
completely
commentate.
normal. Are you pro-cube or anti-cube? Let us know. And it looks good. Here's the thing with the cube. Looks good.
I think Cube of Doom. That's the name.
That's what Hawkmoon's calling it. Well, you guys are starting to be quite alike in
You
your
may have
comments.
seen that Step Brothers where it's like, I'm going to call you Hawkmoon. I'm going to call you Nighthawk, and then we're
Well,
best friends.
Good news is it's not raining, so even if the cube fails, we should stay dry. Anyway, starting the 5th over, and this again, they're right on the rate at the moment. And so it's 38 for 1 now. First ball of the 5th.
Yeah, this game is brewing up quite nicely. Shazad's still there, though. Brothers 11, I reckon, have their noses in front. Runs on the board's always easy to control.
Neville's got a question I just spotted about short runs, and he wants to know if a batter runs one short, why is it one short and not two short? Because he's saying neither run was complete. It's because I think that's what the one short rule's about. It's about penalising the batting team 1 run for running incorrectly. And I don't think it would be fair if you essentially have run 2 runs and you get both runs taken away.
I get that. I get that
situation.
theory and what he's thinking, though.
Yeah, but one of the batters would have run 2 runs. But I mean, that's why there's the one short rule. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a rule. It would just be you didn't complete the runs, so it's 0. But good question.
Yeah, it is a good question.
Yeah, it technically is. Yeah, it's a short run. Well, he's run short. Think of it less as a short run and more as a run short. You've run short of where you need to run to get the full value for how far you ran. That probably made no sense.
Yeah,
at all.
my brain.
But no, that's the reason. And I'll quiz you on some more one short chat if you want, as this is driven down the ground. Should just be 1. It will be. But if both batters run short on the same run, then it is just 1 short. But say you run a 3, but say that they're on different runs that there's 1 short, then you actually get 2 runs taken away.
You've got to move on from this, Vinny. You're killing me here.
A bit early for this view, is it?
Yeah, it is. That's pushed into the leg side for a single. They might think of 2. Oh, one of them's coming. Chance. Big chance. Oh, it's missed. And now they're going to get the 2. Oh, comical cricket. And now here comes the other throw. He's missed it. They're going to get 3. What is going on? Brothers 11. Oh, will he throw it? Oh, Brothers 11 are melting down. They ain't brothers. They're step cousins.
Classic double overthrows. I don't mean 2 overthrows. I mean 2 sets of overthrows. All right, let's count them. There's 1. Harmondeep is coming back. And
It should have been run out.
yeah, I think it probably would have been out. And then, to be fair, they had a chance to get him at the other end as well. And I think it's the bowler in the way, just throwing a boot at it and putting off the guy trying to take the throw at the bowler's end.
Oh.
And now the next one's going to be a boundary. So the wheels are falling right off here. Brothers 11, Portugal. They give away a boundary here. This is just a good shot, though.
Well, the 10 cousins out there, Vinny, you said the wheels have fallen off. They've lost the plot here. They've thrown 1 for 4 almost, then thrown 2 overthrows, and then he's dived over that for 4.
11 off the over, so not a total disaster. That over went 1, 1, 1, 1, 3, 4.
Vinny, in the last 5 balls, they've given 8 free runs. So they should only be on 40.
Situationally,
Situationally, okay,
they're
but
still in the game.
if
At
they
48 for 1 and a half way.
if they don't have a team hug and a team coddle soon, they're in a lot of strife.
Yeah, not ideal. But
You wouldn't even think they're related as brothers at the moment. You'd think it's the weird auntie or the third aunt at
brothers
Christmas.
can feud. You know that.
Do they? I don't know that. I was alone.
You're an only child, isn't it? It says it all. Does not play well with others.
Yeah, well, they just need to take a breath here. They should only be on 40. They gave 8 runs in the last over from just, well, how can you say, poor cricket. But if they can get Shazad here, they still might feel pretty comfortable.
So
I think Chezzy's running out of puff as well.
it could be. I mean, he's been busy. Had a question. Who was it that asked me about who was Belgium's leading run scorer? There's a trivia for you. Who was Belgium's leading run scorer in the ECT?
Probably Ali Raza.
Yeah, I think so. Tell us if that's right. Maybe hot on the heels of him, maybe Aziz Mohammed, but I think Ali Raza was the leading run scorer. Jeez, he was good. And Zakil, he would have been up there, but I think he probably wasn't leading run scorer because he missed a bit of cricket as well at one point with that shoulder injury. Anyway, here is Onkar Singh with his...
Well, Tyrone's called it. Well, the standing umpire's called it 9. He's missed it for
way.
4. How's he missed that? Well, and it's been given a no as well, so it's a no ball 4.
Yeah, too many gifts from the brothers. We'll see.
Oh.
I don't know if that was for height or if it was for the foot. But
Yeah, well, the standing umpire called it, so it could have been for foot, but I don't think so. I think he's overruled him.
yeah, well, either umpire can call those. That's the thing.
Surprised Bucky wasn't walking.
Does like to be on the walk, doesn't he? Anyway, free hit coming up. Another full toss. Hit
Please
straight.
stop it. You've got to stop this, surely. He's
He's taking his time. Got a real sense of the ball there, man,
Well,
before fielding it.
I wish I was doing my fielding points because that misfield's another 3. So in my head, in the last 9 balls of this game, they've given 11 free runs.
Yeah. Why aren't you doing your pen and paper fielding runs?
You
this
know,
morning?
need that 3rd coffee soon.
This will be a dot ball. I mean, for all of their shooting themselves in the foot, they're still in the contest, but that rate has come down a little bit. Now it's closer to 8 than 9. The other thing is I think you've got to get Shazad. If you don't get Shazad, you're probably not winning this game. Amandeep Singh, he's got 15 off 7 at the other end, so...
Yeah, they're still in this game, but I mean, 9 wickets in hand, decent side, championship pedigree, travelled to Spain. You'd imagine they should get there. You need wickets. You need to bring some new men out that might dot it up a little bit.
But Neville in the chat saying...
Hello, Nev.
Has got a question unanswered. Tell us what the question was. I saw the short run one.
You ever seen
Corey
Chopper?
had enough of that.
Nev.
Yeah,
Neville.
Chopper's a great movie.
Great
actually.
movie. Hello, Nev.
Eric Banner.
Oh.
What an actor.
Yeah, not bad.
Just clarifying something at the moment.
They're just trying to see how many balls are left in the over.
Yeah, I think they're just confirming the first one was a no ball. And now we're back to going. So it was just long enough for Shazad to go a little bit crazy in the upstairs region. And he tries an unnecessary reverse here.
Absolutely lost his marbles there. That is a poor option. He doesn't need it. He's so powerful and better around the ground. If he had gotten out there,
Well, we've seen brothers give away a few gifts. This would have been a gift if the captain was to give his wicket away in that fashion. He tries right-handed, but can't hit it either. And that's a good ball. This is why they bowled badly to Shazad, I think. I think you look at the boundaries he's hit, they've been off loose deliveries. And this is just a good one from Onkar Singh.
yeah, it is a good one. Trying to get out of this over. No more damage. Still no spin. Still think 2 overs of spin at least is pretty crucial in a T10 game.
I mean, Onkar's almost their pace-off option, I reckon.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, he goes and whacks this down the ground, and this is a large strike from the captain, Maximo. Could be a game breaker from Shazad as he moves to 40.
Well, you got to wonder why you would reverse sweep when you can do this. Great shot. Gets every piece of that. And yeah, for me, there's too many wickets in hand. I can't see Mallow making too many mistakes and losing this game from here.
Yeah, so 61 for 1 off 6. Having said that, if you go back to the first innings, I think you'll find that the brothers, they're actually 71 at this stage, but they fell at a bit of a heap. Only 19 runs came off the last 4 overs.
They're top 3 reliant, aren't they? I mean, from 4 onwards, it looked a little bit scratchy, to be fair.
Need a good over here. I mean, they've got the rate down to what's that? They need 30 off 4.
Yeah, well,
So
that should be 40 off 4 with some good fielding or no overthrows. But, I mean, no spin options. All these bowlers have gone for more than 10s that are going to bowl. Yeah, long way behind. 80% chance I think Mallow take the chocolates.
Okay, it's Aman Manas who's going to bowl. He delivered with the bat. Can he do it with the ball here? Big over for the brothers. Starts with a dot. And so, particularly, Amandeep Singh got to target him a little bit as well with Shazad batting so well. Try and sneak a few dots on him. Not easy. He's also 15 already. That's a good partnership for Marlowe here. He's caught. Well, how about this? It's a juggle job. But it is the captain, Sanjeev Sanju, that will take the catch. Has a bit of an outswinger, and Amandeep went after it. And so, well, not just a dot, but also a wicket as Marlow lose their second. It's 60 for 2.
Yeah, that is an important wicket. Maybe breathe some life into this game. He goes up with the one hand and then just parries it down to himself. So it's good movement from the fielder there. Does what he needs to do, and they needed that catch.
Yeah, dropped it, but caught it at the second attempt. And so that might just...
Does that count as dropped? No.
Well,
So he caught it.
It's not a drop catch, but...
You said dropped it, then caught it.
Well, he did drop it. And
He
then
parried
caught
it.
So the net result is a catch. But there was a drop in there. I often say, if you're going to drop it upwards. Gives yourself another opportunity. As Amir Zaib comes to the crease. So look, really experienced pair at the crease. You'd imagine that they would knock these off. But yeah, Zaib has come back from some recent medical issues. So
Yeah, and
he's not quite...
He's had a few golden ducks in the last month as well, old Pebbles.
Yeah, it's never a confidence builder. All right, Manas gets the wicket. Let's see what he can do to Amir Zaib. Just rides this one. Oh, this is pretty close to the backward point, but I think it's going to end up at the boundary. So just kind of rides the bounce of that, gets it through the field, and 4 for Zaib to start his innings.
This is why I keep telling you, teams need to have third man up and deep backward point. It doesn't... The ball gets hit there way more, and when it goes to third man, it rolls on the ground anyway, so you have a chance of stopping it on the ring.
I think it depends
who's
who's batting and how long they've been batting.
No, it doesn't at all. The ball flies through there, and through there it rolls on the ground. It never carries to third man for 6 or anything like that. It's a completely different... No one thinks about this.
I've thought about it.
I saw some of the Fields Mallow run in the ECE, and they did nothing different after Shieldsy told me, yo, I've got all this playbook. He showed me
what
nothing.
competition was that?
Oh, I don't know. They were 7 for 7 at one stage. That's all I remember.
Had to pull up the stats of the ECE and find out.
New league. New league.
Corey's breakaway
European
competition.
Cricket Entertainment.
In your breakaway competition, where it's compulsory to have a fielder basically behind the bowler at all times. Go on the hit, and they will get away with a run. This is really poor cricket.
Oh, my
There's
word.
No one backing up.
What are they doing, Vinny?
Well, the bowler doesn't even try and stop it. That's the thing as well. So it'll be an overthrow.
This might be the most overthrows I've seen in a game.
Getting up there, isn't it?
I've seen about 10.
Oh, I don't think
about
it's been
like
that
4
many.
different incidents.
It's been 2 on 1 ball as well.
Yeah, so
yeah. Wasteful. They're going to go back and they're going to kick themselves here, the brothers. They watch the footage. This one is hit deep point. 1 bounce up. This one is cut off. Should just be 1.
Backing up.
I'll hold my breath.
Backing up.
That will be the end of the 7th over. So Marlow, 69 for 2 off 7. So they still need another 22 off the last 3. Let's have a look at what's coming up. And it's the second leg of the doubleheader. But one thing I think for sure is that these 2 teams, they've got a lot of talent spread across them. And I'm expecting another good contest in match 10. The news from the toss. Brothers, once again, they won the toss, and once again, they'll be batting first. That one is coming your way in just over half an hour's time, right here on the European Cricket Network. Stay tuned for more cricket action from Portugal. This is just the first of 4 matches today.
It's chilly, Vinny. It's just dropped a bit, the temperature.
Yeah, how are you feeling there? You do regret not packing trousers, don't you?
Somewhat.
If I was you, I would. Well, you've got Conrad. He's a bit of a specialist at making legs warm up. He certainly warmed up Marzies yesterday.
There's always one that takes it too. There's always one that takes it too seriously and ruins it for the others.
Yeah,
there's always
so Hawkman's
one.
asking what was the outcome. The outcome was
Mars in hospital.
Well, no, what we didn't say is that. And you played a practical joke on Conrad saying that Mars had gone to the hospital last night, and Conrad, nice human being that he is, he didn't sleep all night.
He made a few phone calls and no one answered, just to play with the mind as well.
I was either eating or sleeping, so I didn't notice it.
You were definitely eating.
And so, no, Mars didn't go to hospital. He's absolutely fine. Just a bit sore. All right, here we go. And it's Balwinder Singh with the ball. One thing I noticed about Balwinder Singh, he actually has 13 wickets on ECN. It's not someone I see bowling a whole lot. But here he is bowling in the 8th.
Need a wicket. If they can get 1 wicket, bring in a new man, maybe dot him up for a ball or 2.
Anytime that the balls is less than the runs required, I think the fielding team has a chance. You need a wicket, or you need to string a few dot balls together. And 1s at the moment are a bit of a tie. So that will just be a single. Balwinder's not a bad bowler, actually. Gets him through. He's a tall man. So 20 off 16. Shazad in reach of another half century. He's 44, not out. Shazad pushes away. Should just be one. Well, now, after giving away a bunch of runs, you can always make up for it, and make up for it by saving a few runs in the field as well. That's what you need to tell yourself.
Yeah.
To try and put it behind you, reset. And, yeah, the longer they can draw this game out, the more likely they are to be able to pull something out of the fire here, brothers. Question from Helix in the chat, asking Corey about the Spanish national squad. Come to that in a second. It should be one. Low full toss. It is fielded down there by the beanied Gagandeep Singh. Oh, no.
Oh, no. No. This is setting a record for over. What are they doing? Stop throwing the ball like that.
I think he goes to throw to the keeper, and then he realises at the last moment that he's not there. The keeper was backing up the original throw. So he just kind of spikes it, and it goes nowhere.
I've never seen more overthrows for no
Have a look
reason.
at this at the end. Goes throw to the keeper, and then I think he just spots it last moment. There's no one home. Let's have a look at this here. And in the end, they run. Wow.
I totally missed it. What was your question?
Oh, I'll come back to you after this ball. And this one.
Hit him.
Cut. Oh, we've been
Overthrows.
out. Oh, what a good bit of backing up. He slaps it like Will Smith at the Oscars. That was incredible. Have a look at this. We'll come back to your question one more time. This just hit straight to the fielder. It would have been out, no doubt, if it hit. But for me, I thought this is definitely getting through the backup fielder because it was coming at pace. Oh, he just missed it. He slapped it off his cheek.
I thought that was the one that was definitely going to be overthrows, but he saves an extra run.
Question of Helix.
Oh, give it to me after this
We'll
ball.
give it to you after this ball, but at the end of the over. Oh, goes for it, and it's adios pelota. This one's out of here. Maximo. That brings up Shazad's 50 as well. Good innings from the captain. We talked about him being really crucial in the health of this chase, and he does bring up his 50 off 29 balls with 2 big Maximos and 5 fours. And once again, the captain delivers.
Yeah, while he's there, Mallow will go on to victory.
81 for 2 off 8 makes it 10 off 12, and the runs required comes under the balls for the first time.
So what were you trying to tell me? What were you asking?
This is the problem with this game. It's too fast, isn't it? We can't get to one question. But Helix asking, question for you, Corey. How many native players, so to speak, in your national squad?
Native in what? Like
Yeah,
with passports or speaking, or what do you mean?
Yeah, you'd have to
What area do you mean?
clarify that.
Well, we've got 5 passport holders, and out of the 23-man squad, 21 speak Spanish.
Yeah.
So that's something we're quite proud about.
Yeah.
So the boys speak Spanish.
Yeah, that's what I've heard as well.
I'm actually one of the few with the Alistair, our strength and conditioning coach, that both have to learn the language now. He speaks probably about 50%, so it's up to me to catch up. But yeah.
The language skills of the guys actually
I think that shows
incredible.
How much, because when you come to Spain, you have to learn the language. One of the first things that they make you do if you've come from Asia and moved over for whatever reasons. So yeah, we speak Spanish as a team. Our captain's Spanish. He speaks Spanish to the boys, so that's really good. It's quite nice. And then we've got 5 passport holders.
Yeah, it's brilliant. Okay, 10 required, and they brought back Diraj Minas. He starts by getting cut away to deep point. That slight fumble. I think of a second. It's
Overthrows.
Not there. Ooh. Yeah, well, it does make it exciting, the prospect of overthrows on every single delivery. Now you've got to try and take yourself to the last over, and then we might see some funky fields. We might see the fields in crowding the batter, trying to save the single.
Yeah, so point cover should be tight. You could bring your 45 to mid-wicket tight and then move him round. Try and get a dot ball somewhere.
Shazad's on 51. He's facing up now.
Not done.
Gets a little bit of bat on this.
2 runs.
Another slight fumble.
Ooh.
And not a lot on the throw. They kind of rushed. And so that'll be 2 runs as they edge towards this target, Marlowe. So it's going to be Shazad once again. It's good keeping.
Yeah.
Swing and a miss. from Shazad.
Yeah, get him out right now. If you get him out right now, this ball, you might have a glimmer of hope.
Because if you get him out now, then you've still got 2 at the new batter who maybe you can dot up a couple of times. Maybe that's when you kind of attack and don't let them off the hook with a single. And they haven't got rid of him in 8.5 overs. And now it goes after this and won't carry all the way to on. And it's almost an expectation at the moment that there'll be a fumble.
Oh.
And that's kind of driving the running between the wickets of Marlowe.
Have they dipped the ball in soap or water or something? Because they can't pick the thing up.
Fielding's a confidence game like anything else. That'll be 2 more. Once again, means Shazad's facing up. And
funniest thing, I think if they fielded well, they probably could have gone on and won this.
yeah, I agree. 5 off 8. They can win it with 1 swing of the bat now. It's driven just for what should be 1. And actually think that Gargandeep was fielded okay down there.
He's been probably the best, I think, down there. Maybe the beanie's got some extra powers in it.
4 to win. Will we get to the last over? That's the question. So, I'll say hello to Yussus in the chat as well.
Just
Big fan. Needs to be stopped. Well, now go to the bowler.
overthrows.
And they won't get an overthrow here, but they did have an opportunity to save a run and run out Amir Zaib. And they get away with it. So how about that? At the end of 9 overs, it's 88 for 2. 3 will be required. We're going to last over.
You know I love my stats. I've just checked the almanac. If there's any more overthrows thrown, this is the world record for most balls thrown for overthrows in a game.
Well, since last night, when you were playing the 1 over super match and you were trying to give away overthrows every ball.
I was trying to hit the stumps.
Yeah, the integrity officers were into you. You almost threw one into the bush at one stage. You wouldn't give anyone the ball
Well,
back.
looking at some of the photos, looks like Rob was into the integrity officer.
And you know these players look up to you. They watched you field last night, giving away overthrows left, right and centre. And that's exactly what's happened in the Brothers today.
Oh, there goes the cube.
Another cube explosion. Now we actually have more people holding up cubes than doing anything else at the ground at the moment. So
This is probably the best way we can use Diesel and Conrad right now.
I think so. Now, you know what? I think this is where you got to bring the field in a bit and gamble.
Oh,
I think
absolutely.
Zaib's been the one that hasn't been as long and hasn't been as impressive as Shazad, even though Zaib is a good player in his own right. But you need dots from somewhere.
Well, see, Point's still too deep. He might think he's tight. He's not tight.
They're running on contact here.
Yeah,
I think
absolutely.
no doubt about it. Shant with the last over.
There's Point. Not tight enough. Overthrows. Will it be the record? Will we? Oh.
Just take the one. Yeah, this is the plan. I could tell that they were just going to go.
Did I not just say Point's not tight enough?
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, he could have been tighter. They still wouldn't have got the run out. The problem was that there was no one at the bowler's stumps.
This is where you put an extra fielder right where the batsman's standing at the non-striker's end to take the stumps as well.
Yeah,
yep.
And this has been the story of the innings, hasn't it, from Brothers? So just 2 to win now.
He's tight now. Oh, it's a missed field.
Every time they hit the ball, you feel that they're not worried about getting run out.
It's on.
It'll just be 1. This will tie the game. But this, you just feel, even when the ball goes to outfield, they're kind of running too, feeling that, well, I just don't think you're going to run me out because
you can't
the
take
fielding,
the ball. Yeah.
The fielding hasn't been up to scratch.
Well, they need 1 run now, and they've still got a couple of people deep-ish. They all need to come in now.
Yeah, they might as well. And I can tell you, they're probably going to run on impact again. They've got 4 chances to win the game here, Marlowe.
He's going to at least get 1 over the top, you would imagine.
Any bat on ball, they're going here. And this will do it. It may go to the boundary, it may not.
If it doesn't.
In the end, it does go for 4. So it will be a boundary that finishes things off. Zaib will finish on 16 not out. Shazad 57 on out. I think he'll probably get the player of the match for that effort. And Marlowe, they made hard work of it. They were assisted by a few of those fielding indiscretions that we talked about at length during that 10 overs. But still a pretty even contest between 2 teams. And already I'm looking forward to the rematch, which will be beginning in just around 20 minutes time.
Yeah, well, if you like that, hang around. We get another bite of the cherry.
Now Corey's fizzed up here in the ECS. And we just can't wait for these 2 to hit the park again. But chasing 91, Marlowe did send out Najam Shazad to open the batting once again. Zulfikar Shah never found his feet. He was caught and bowled. In fact, would be the first wicket to fall And that brought Amandeep to the crease. But yeah, this is where the wheels just started falling off completely. There was all kinds of overthrows. I mean, this one was thrown about halfway to Jupiter. As a good throw would have had him in trouble. A bad throw had everyone scampering for the ball. It was 4-all run and a sign of what was to come for the brothers.
Yeah, absolutely. Just these errors crept into their game and they couldn't really peg it back. They needed a bit more composure from the brothers, and unfortunately they couldn't do it. As you can see here, there's some good running, but some also poor fielding. This should have been run out also, missed by the keeper there. They get another run, and then look at this. He's not calm. He goes bang.
Yeah.
Bowler tries to stop him with the foot. Another run.
Was cue the Benny Hill music time in the middle of this innings. You certainly would say they had their opportunities, brothers.
Oh, yeah.
You know, they had a few chances. That was just one plain misfielded out on the boundary that cost them 3. When you think about how tight this game got down to in the end, you know, it could have been a very, very different story. That was one that was taken by the captain, Sanju, at cover. And that was the second and final wicket to fall. Amandeep Singh going for 15.
That was Balwinder Singh doing the old spike into the turf for an extra run.
That was one he tries to hold on to, but then I think doesn't at the last moment. Saw that there's no one home. And at the end, they were pretty much running for everything. And well, that was the final curtain call, wasn't it? As the cube imploded around us just a couple more times.
There's Conrad. What's he doing here?
Conrad, well, he's going to get player of the series for what he's doing at the moment off the field. And on the field, it was Marlowe that came up with the win with 3 balls to spare. And we will see these two teams once again in match 10. Brothers 11 winning the toss. Once again, they are going to bat first. Looking forward to seeing the openers again. Aman Manas and Amaninder Singh thought they batted pretty well in match 9. That starts in 20 minutes' time. It'll be a good battle, and I'm sure we'll see Najam Shahzad out there, probably opening the bowling for Marlowe. Let's have a look at the scorecard. And it's dominated by the captain at the top, Najam Shahzad, with 57 not out off 34. 2 6s and 5 4s in his innings. He was ably supported by Amandeep Singh and then Amir Zaib at the very end. And look, not too many extras on the scorecard, but I think the extra runs given away by Brothers 11 Portugal, as we said, they were pretty influential in determining the result here in match 9.
Yeah, I agree, Vinny. It was influential because you're right. If they took their chances and maybe fielded a bit better, they back up the bowlers who only conceded 1 no ball and 1 wide. They might have had a better chance. But Mullo, overall, they played the better game of T10 cricket and they deserve to get the win.
Yeah, so have a look at the bowling figures just quickly. And it was a couple of wickets, one each to Manpreet Singh, 1 for 14 of his analysis. And Manas chipped in with 1 for 19. I also thought Diraj Minas bowled okay, conceding 17 of his 2 overs. But yeah, it was a case of opportunities lost for the brothers, but they do get another bite at the cherry and another crack at Marlowe. When we return in around about 15 minutes, it'll be the second match of the day. Match 10 is on the way. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great day. And hopefully you are ready for some more cricket action. We'll be back very shortly on the European Cricket Network. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Beautiful sunny morning here on day 3. That's what we like to see, and a really good contest on the field as well between Brothers Live in Portugal and Marlow. It's time for the second leg of the double header. It's match 10 on the way. Let's get over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the 2 captains for the coin toss. So it was Balvinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit, standing in for the captain there at the toss in match 10. And Brothers Live in Portugal, they have won the toss. Once again, they're going to bat first. I did like the opening partnership of Aman Manas and Amninder Singh. I did think they batted really well, playing clever cricket shots this morning. Can they carry on that good form? We'll see very shortly. Balvinder Singh, cross-handed bandit at 3. So it's quite top 3 oriented for Brothers Live in Portugal. And look, both these teams, they're up the top of the ladder. These two and Gorka. There's 3 teams there, I think, fighting for the top 2, which is quite important as well, because they will go into quarterfinals as a higher seed if you are in the top 2. So plenty to play for. Marlow, though, I think Gondal was probably a little bit disappointing with the ball, playing the first match of the day. See if he can come good as well. But we know they're a very well balanced and a strong side, Marlow, the defending champions. Let's see if they can finish the job here in match 10. Let's get ready for the first ball. Corey Ruckers is in the commentary box, and the news from the toss in match 10. Brothers Live in Portugal. They won the toss, and once again, they're batting first.
Thank you, Vinny Sandu, and welcome back everyone around the world. More T10 action coming right at you. It's a repeat, and Brothers Levin versus Marlow, and once again, Brothers Levin winning the toss and electing to bat first. So looking forward to this. How do they respond after being beaten fairly comfortably in the previous game? So looking forward to how it pans out. Good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world. Here's the 2 lineups. Mallow, unchanged, good team, and well, they've got championship pedigree. They've won a few tournaments before and went to the ECC. Unfortunately, didn't work out for them. But I'm sure they'll respond good. And, well, Brothers 11, there's a lot to like besides the overthrows. If they can keep the ball in their hand this time, maybe it will help them, because they threw it absolutely everywhere. But they're batting, looking forward to Manas and Singh at the top of the order. And, yeah, they batted really, really well with some conventional cricket. Shazad is having a good tournament, isn't he, with the bat, with the ball in the field, the skipper. So he's at the top of his mark, and he'll be looking forward to potentially getting a couple of early wickets and taking his team a step closer to that top 2. Welcome back everyone on YouTube and the YouTube chat. You've been good fun the last few days, as always. Sometimes you can be a little bit difficult, but no, you've been pretty good. Everyone in there, Nomad and Helix and Maya and all that. It's good to have you back, Keanu. Hope you've got your food ready for the evening and watching plenty more cricket. Here we go. No, we don't. So, looks like the old dead ball start. Well, if you had your money on that, you've just won a fair chunk of money. I don't even know if you could gamble on that, actually. And I've had my 3rd coffee, as you can tell, going down a treat. A mild-tempered day. Here we go. Sorry, just a little bit of a laugh in the commentary box. The cube's come down on me again. We've got it back up. Here we go. Ball 2. Full straight. Just misses the off stump. Almost got taken out by the cube in the meantime. And yeah, had a little bit of a chuckle with Vinny's. He'll be back with us in 4 deliveries time. But nice start from Shazad as he brings it back in. And well, maybe gives our viewers a chance to name some famous cubes. Maybe the Rubik's. That's one. What other cubes out there do you know? Come back. Oh. Good opportunity to welcome back co-commentator Vinny. How are you, Vinny?
You're dying out here.
Oh, I need you.
How about the dice? That's pretty famous.
That's a pretty good cube. SpongeBob. That's my top 3 cubes. Oh.
It's definitely not a regular start to a game, and I've done something over 1100 now. as
Oh.
Corey's lost it. Didn't take too long either.
Don't leave me in control of my own.
I was
can't-
actually just counting my winnings after I bet on dead ball start of the first ball of the game. So I actually almost retire.
Oh.
Anyway, hello to Julie Ruckers in the chat.
Jules.
Julie, I know that you
Jewelry.
often say that she often tells me she's her favourite commentator, and so it's nice to have you with us, Jules.
Oh, pushed into the offside, run out chance. No, fumble, 1 run. Yeah, what other...
Name your famous cube.
Yeah.
I mean, that's something you don't hear very often.
Well, so if anyone's just joined us, we've got a cube tent that keeps, the inflatable cube man just keeps going in on our heads.
There's a famous NFT, which is just a pure cube. It's the first block in the blockchain. Now, my friend who's an artist
Wow.
sold it for crazy money. And, yeah, that's a pretty good cube itself.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of good cubes. Brings us to the last ball of the first.
There's a game show called The Cube.
Oh, there you
Have you
go.
ever seen it?
That's in my
And
top.
they play games in the cube, and it was in Australia, but I think it's gone all around the world.
Really?
So yeah, end of the over. It's 2 for no loss.
Well, maybe our viewers know some famous cubes as well, if they'd like to get them
Name
in
your
the chat.
famous cubes. I like it. Oh, how about Mad Nomad? This is a really good one. The OXO stock cubes that you use for cooking. You've never cooked, have you? Well, I'm not a great
No,
cook.
actually, beef stroganoff.
Yeah, but
That's my that's my best
do you
meal.
know the OXO cubes, that beef and chicken stock? You don't know what I'm talking about here?
Oh, Jules has come through with an absolute doozy. The cube houses in Rotterdam. They've got these funky architecture in Rotterdam. The cube houses in Rotterdam.
Oh,
Did you see?
yeah.
They're
I've
unbelievable.
seen those.
Look
They're
them
really
up.
good.
Anyway, here we go. Left arm off spin. Oh, it's a dead ball. Well, you've doubled your money, Vinny. You've doubled your
Parlayed
money.
it.
You've bet on dead ball, dead ball. Can you do that? Oh,
I think
look
this
at
is
those
exactly where you
pockets.
cut.
They're full.
How about Maya's call? Simple one that we missed. He's gone very late there. If someone's behind the bowler's arm or something. But how about ice cubes?
Oh, yeah.
Ice cubes.
Ice cubes are up there.
That's a famous cube.
As that's underneath edge, they'll just be a single. Yeah, we're getting some good cube names
Notice
out
a
here.
change in the batting order. Manas not in the top 2
Yeah,
this time.
slight niggle, and they've promoted Balwinder.
Is that right? You got the information. There's the cross-handed bandit who's out there.
Oh, shot, but straight to the fielder. Bit of a hidden run. Here comes the throw. Oh, here comes our favourite.
That's the third time Popat has knocked over the stumps with his backside.
This
today.
game started a bit funny for me. A couple of dead balls and the stumps getting whacked over. The breeze has really picked up.
Maya's on fire here. How about the rapper ice cube?
Oh,
That's a
that's a
famous
good cube. I still like Rubik's. I think the Rubik's is the
Rubik's
best.
is a pretty famous. Any good Rubik's cube? Have you ever done one?
7.8 seconds.
That's the record. I
Speed
don't think
cube.
it's your record.
I was a speed cuber back in the day.
Do not believe that for a second.
Oh, so that's swatted into the leg side. They'll just jog through for a single. Any more? I didn't realise there's so many cube things that we could talk about.
Yeah. Cube-related chat.
Yeah,
Certainly making our day interesting.
Yeah,
Pretty
it
good
does.
start from Marlowe. Just kept things quiet early. This is Amninder Singh now.
Need to find a boundary if they can. Slow, outside off. Good keeping. Delayed appeal. Bucky on the walk. Not out.
Yeah, you never know if he's walking to give it not out or walking to give it out.
Twitchy feet. He was an officer back in the day.
Yeah,
Hope he wasn't twitchy with his weapon.
Good footwork, wouldn't he?
Oh, it's really windy here now. Blowing sideways. As that's worked quite cutely into the leg side just for a single. So sedate start, to say the least. And well, our project manager Meta in the background is doing a sensational job of keeping us afloat here. There it is. Look, there's Conrad Grisha. There's Vinny on his chat. Everyone's saving us at the moment. Short, Hoyt, 6. Well, that's what we know what the cross-handed bandit can do.
And
And
called it a 6, but it is a 4. I mean, you haven't got a lot right. Not going to lie. I don't know what they're putting in your coffees.
oh,
Balwinder almost gets this away all the way.
I thought he got a lot of that. But anyway, Ninja's come through the best one. Nintendo GameCube.
Very good one.
Oh, that might be the best cube.
Yeah, that's a good cube. Keep your cube suggestions coming.
The tin tomatoes come. I love a sugar cube in my tea.
Sugar cubes. I'm a big fan of them.
Who would have known we'd have...
Regulate your sugar intake.
Here's the table. There's nothing cubish about that.
It's more of a rectangle. Marlowe, they're 4-1 now. They can go 2 games clear of Gorka if they were to win this one. Of course, Gorka with a couple of games in hand. So, important game. Seems to be the case of the haves and the have-nots. Like I said earlier, 3 teams out of the 5 have wins and 2 do not. Shazad, he's going to come back and he's going to bowl out here in the third.
Oh, it's down the leg side, so that will be signalled a wide. Anything down leg is a wide. Good umpiring there. Yeah, Shazad's had a really good tournament with bat and ball. And, yeah, just keep going about what he's doing. He's a good captain, a good leader. Ten off 2. That's gloved. Oh, half a chance at best. Keeper gets down maybe a tad late. I think he was slightly wrong-footed, and that was definitely off the glove.
Yeah, took something on the way through, and it was a late kind of dive from Popat because it actually deflects pretty late. It's going down as well. It's always tough when it pretty much feels like it's coming down off the deflection. Yeah, maybe pretty slight bottom edge. Doesn't carry to Popat in the end. Do love your cube chat here.
It's going off, isn't it?
And Neil, he's a wealth of information. Said the Singer Bjork was originally in a group called the Sugar Cubes, and he also mentions that Pablo Picasso created an art style called Cubism. That's true.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. Have you seen the cubed houses in Rotterdam?
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Pretty cool. You've been inside?
Some of the I haven't been inside. Yeah, some of the architecture around there.
Yeah, it's
really
a funky city.
Spent a bit of time in Rotterdam away from the cricket as well.
Good. And that's playing Miss House off. Yeah, it's a lovely city to live in. It's been my home now for 3 years. I love Rotterdam.
Yeah, cool funky hotels around there I've stayed in as well. This is Shazad. He's coming off a pretty good innings with the bat. And opening the bowling. They haven't gotten him away. Not the same kind of start the brothers got in the first innings of the morning.
Oh, that's a feather edge, and that's a simple catch. And, well, Shazad, he continues his merry way. He's having a fantastic tournament and a nice, safe catch by Popat, the keeper.
Yeah, good hands this time. This is an edge that doesn't go straight down. It's just helped on the way. That's good keeping by Popat. He's well balanced there. Have a look at how he takes this. He's not wrong-footed. He's able to just move with it. And slight little skip step to his right. And Shazad takes the first wicket. Good reward for some tight bowling. And the brothers lose their first as well as Amninda has to go. It's 12 for 1.
Well, we know how big it is for the top 3 in this brothers lineup. So that's one of them gone. Be interesting to see who strides out next. So Hawkmoon's on fire here. How about a cubic zirconia? Oh,
that's also a cube.
You can always be on fire when you've got Google on your lap.
John Tugger talking about the commentary cube. Just makes sense. A box is generally a cube. It can be.
I'm trying to think.
Could be a rectangular prism as well.
Any other cube that's had an influence in your life?
Well, this one's influenced my life quite a lot at the moment. Yeah. Rubik's Cube's a pretty good one. I've never had the patience. I know there's some sort of strategy to do them. I never had the patience to learn it.
Yeah, you got to get all the colours on one side each.
That's the idea.
Anyway, Shazad.
People that can do them at speed, though, especially kids.
I don't get that. That is phenomenal.
Unbelievable, isn't it?
You ever do the cups where you got to stack the cups quickly?
Oh, that's a craze as well, isn't it?
Yeah. Anyway, it is Manas. He's at 3, so he's recovered. Wide down the leg side, fumbled by the keeper, sent back. Manas didn't want it.
Malvinda was pretty keen. Yeah, they decided just to take the one wide there. Yeah, you got me thinking.
Yeah, good.
Sugar cubes.
Sugar cubes, game cube.
Bales of hay, were they cubic or were they more rectangular prism?
I'll give you that.
Controversial.
Oh, no, I'll give you that.
On the right track with that.
Yeah. The old bale of hay.
Bale of hay, they're not great to lie on.
Underrated.
They're pretty itchy.
Oh, it's high, it's in the air, it's going to be a catching chance, should be the second wicket, and he's put him down. It's a sitter, it's a goober, and he puts him down. It should have been caught by Mahmood. That would have been the big wicket with Manas. Don't you dare say that it was a difficult chance. It's 2 hands high in the air, simple catch.
Yeah, but here's the issue. The wind's going right to left. It's more how far he has to run, how fast he has. Look.
It's a simple catch. You're so defensive sometimes. He should have caught that.
He's on the run. He's only got little legs. Asad Mahmood.
Oh, you love sitting on the fence. Maybe you can sit on a cube fence.
got another one.
Here we go. Last ball of the third. Slow power play, to say the least. Brothers 11 have not got going so far.
I've got a really good one, actually.
I'm looking forward to it because that's cannon into his pad and all she wrote. Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit. Well, maybe he should have put his pads on the other way because it's blown it apart.
Yeah, so just to look pretty adjacent. I don't know whether he thinks he got a little edge on this, but have a look at this from Shazad.
Plum.
That's out.
That's
Now
out.
it's hitting him in front of middle stump. It's going on to hit. And I think it's a fairly simple decision. So Balwinder is going to have to go. He's going to have to trudge off. And in the end, it does go to the top of the order. And he's only able to contribute 7 off 7. And 2 wickets fall in the third. At the end of the power play, it's 14 for 2.
Yeah, it's good bowling, just sliding it in there and, well, beating the bat. Hits him on that back leg, and that was hitting middle and leg for me. So good umpiring as well.
So my cube was...
Talk to me.
The cubes, I don't know if they're called ottomans or not, but I have them in my apartment. They're cubes you can use as footrests, like in your lounge room.
Well said, Vinny.
And I actually call them the cubes. I bring a cube here, please, because I've got good manners. So yeah, they're really good cubes, actually. Kind of furniture cubes. And so Hawkmoon also, what about the cubed root? Yeah, well, like 3 cubed in mathematics, that's true.
Yep.
Yep. To the power
Who would have thought
of 3.
Who would have thought it would be so influential in our lives?
Yeah, cubes, they don't get enough attention. So John Tucker saying Cuba Gooding Jr. Yeah, Cuba the country.
Oh, wow.
Now we're getting pretty abstract. I don't mind it.
Here comes Mahmood to Manas after dropping him. Shot for 1. One thing I do like about Mallow, they're pretty clean in the field compared to the other side so far, aren't they?
Yeah, well, apart from the drop catch
But
you were hauling him over the coals for. But that drop catch, in this sense, creates another wicket because it was a single for Manas. And the very next ball, they got rid of Balwinder Singh, the cross-handed bandit, who's the more immediate threat. But Manas did bat really well. A bit surprised to see him drop down to number 3 after he batted so well in the first game of the day.
And that swung in, flicked away to short fine leg, dot ball. Yeah, and it's good to see him in that top 3, though. He is a key player, obviously.
If there is any late mail with the cubes, I'll give you to the rest of the innings.
Has there ever been a cricket player that's had the name Cube and his name's high in the air? It should be caught. Maybe it's going to go for 6. No, safe catch. He loses his shoe. Well, what are the odds of that? Wow, I tell you what.
Stand up and applaud.
It's a comedy show out here. He flicked his shoe off before he took the catch. He did that on purpose.
There's a bit of shoeless Joe Jackson about the fielding of Amandeep Singh, and I thought it might be going out of the ground.
Look at this. He flicks it off here just like he's going to bed, slippers on.
It could be the best one-shoe catch ever from Amandeep, and he just slips it back on like it's nothing. And, what a good catch that is. So Amandeep, the hero. One shoe bandit. We've had a cross-handed bandit. His brother's in some trouble now. 15 for 3.
I'll tell you what you don't want, though. Soggy sock bandit. And he's got a soggy sock now. There's a bit of dew around, and that's not what you want.
I'm not sure how moist the ground is now, but I'm sure
she's moist, Vinny.
Amandeep knows.
So that's splayed away to the offside. Oh, I just credited them on their fielding, and now 4 runs through the gate. He should have stopped that.
So all action all the time. This is what we expect. This is cut away nicely.
New nickname for him, Shoeless Deep.
So creative. I like it. It was a really good catch considering his shoe had come off. And that has to kind of just take a little bit of your concentration away. Nungley, the keeper's come in, hit a boundary first ball. Next one will just be a single.
Well, actually, is that legal? Can you catch it with your shoe off?
Yeah. Yeah, and I think it wasn't even deliberate that his shoe came off. So even if the ball hit the shoe, it wouldn't have been 5 runs.
I thought he did deliberately, to be fair, as he pushes that into the offside for a single. That'll bring us an end of the power. 1 over past the end of the 4. It's 21 for 3.
Yes.
And the brothers 11, well, they just can't get going. They've lost 3 key early wickets and a good opportunity to welcome back all our viewers around the world. I'm Corey Ruggs with Vinny Sandy.
Yeah, you've got your beanie on now. It's a beanie and shorts combo. Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo. Cube is retaining its integrity so far. A few running repairs. Thanks for your interest. Thanks for all the Cube chat.
Yeah.
This is what I love about ECN. You never know where the conversation will go. And yeah, well, yeah, that's more of a square, isn't it? That is a famous square. If we're going to talk about famous squares now.
SpongeBob's the biggest square you could imagine.
Yeah. So maybe, this is controversial, we'll expand the chat to famous squares.
Don't you dare.
How about that?
After 5 overs, let's one more over of cube chat.
Cube or we now are expanding it to include two-dimensional quadrilaterals with identical sides. As this will be a wide from Azim Sawa.
You got to get down. Get down. Oh.
I think that's fine. Well, he'd know.
I think he's done all right there in the end.
After Mahmood gotten away with it.
Yeah, it is 3 wides though. That does help the total.
So, yeah, just ill-directed and a bit out of character from Azim Sawa. But to be honest, the first ball of his spell sometimes is loose. It was this morning.
Yeah, it can happen. That's shortish, wideish, smoked to cover point. Well fielded. Could have an overthrow here. No, well done by the bowler. Sawa.
I'll start you off. Madison Square Garden.
Oh, okay, we're going into squares.
Yeah. It's hip to be square.
A square
Song.
party.
What is... Are you saying anything now?
What? I mean, no. I meant a box. I meant a box social.
How about... what are you talking about? How about square dancing? I've got 3 straight out of the gate. 3 absolute rippers.
Deep square on the field.
Square leg, yeah.
Ooh, slide it.
Get him down.
Yep.
Just in time. Bucks was very quick to say not out. Good umpiring. Square leg.
Can Brothers 11 just see if they get a couple of boundaries, get some momentum? It's a fully. He's missed it. It's a big appeal.
Maybe just going down.
Sliding down. Look where the keeper ends up. So that sort of gives you a slight indication that it was missing.
It does, but then that's normally where you would go anyway, even if it was probably if the ball's obscured by the body, which it was that time with Nanglu. Sawa back on target.
Flighted, smoked straight. Should only be 1, and it is only 1. And they're just struggling to get any boundaries here.
Neil, he's all over this. St. Peter's Square, St. Mark's Square.
Celebrity squares.
Celebrity Squares is a good one.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, square leg from Mad Nomad. Thanks for that.
I said that one as well. And that's flighted again, and inside edge this time. They just get a single, misfield, but they'll stay at 1.
Celebrity Squares is a good one, actually.
Yeah, they just... I've just got to maybe go with the spin here. Maybe look to go over cover. And as he pushes that into that region, and it's pretty good fielding there by the Rock Zayeb. Just the 1.
Into the over. It's 28 for 3. What about someone that's it's a bit uncool? You just call them a bit of a square?
Never heard that.
Never heard of that?
No.
Yeah.
No, because I was cool.
Well, if you didn't hear about it, people probably calling you a square. Anyway, 28. Jeez, I just struggled to get going. Couldn't have had a more different start than Brothers.
Just you can have this can happen in the T10 format. If you have a poor power play, you just struggle to get going, and the engine just doesn't start.
Hawk Moon's talking about squaring the circle. I don't know.
Squaring up to someone?
Yeah, squaring up, I'll give you that. A square meal. Good square meal.
Oh, yeah.
That's a good one.
As that's hit into the offside. That should be another single. It is. He decides to throw it. Interesting, but good backing up.
Spin out. He's very casual with the running there. The field had just 1 stump to aim at. And Nanglu.
You see, it's a poor angle of running. That
needs a compass, doesn't he?
What's he doing? Where is he?
He's nowhere. He's almost off the screen. It was hard to be given out by the 3rd umpire if you can't find you on the Zoom.
Technically, you could go as far as you want up to the boundary and run out there, you know.
Yeah. But then maybe an unfair play. 5 runs if the umpires didn't like it.
How's that unfair?
They're saying, well, you're not on the camera. We want to see you. That probably is going to be more counterproductive, though. Communicating with your partner.
Sit dead straight. That should be 2. That's landed in a hole. Let's see if they go. They do. Run out chance if he hits. He goes to the keeper's end. It's a good option. And the keeper spills it. Well, I reckon if the keeper had taken that, would have been a lot closer than you think.
He's got a good arm. Najam Shazad, probably not the guy you want to run on, but you're right. It's fell in a hole. He would have been all right anyway.
Oh, you sure he didn't ground that bat? Always a bit closer, Vinny.
By the time the keeper got to the stumps, he would have been in.
Yeah, fair call.
Good throw from Shazad. I was going to say, he should just stick to hitting the stumps direct from the outfield like he did yesterday.
Would be helpful as that's hit back down to him. Will he go again? He does go, but just the 1. I mean, people thinking we're going to go to triangle and circle
no
next,
way.
but I'm going to go next.
No, we're not going anywhere.
Dodecahedron.
Trafalgar Square.
12-sided.
That's a 1200. That's a. Ooh, that was almost stumped.
He's had a tough game here, the keeper. Popat, not easy. He took a nice catch
He kind
early.
of snatches at this one, which sometimes you have to snatch a little bit to gain a bit of speed. So I don't mind it. Depends how far he was out. This might have hit him on the end of the fingers.
Yeah, it does look like he's in a bit of discomfort at the moment.
I think because there's a little skip step out of the crease from Nanglu. So I think it might have been an opportunity.
Hope he's okay.
Have a look how he just skip steps out of his crease just before receiving this one. Might have been a half chance. Does take the next one. Asad Mahmood, pretty reliable with the ball, isn't he, for Marlow? You know what you're going to get from him. That's the end of his over. His 2 overs, in fact. He finishes with analysis of 1 for 11, and 6 overs down, it is 32 for 3.
Yeah, we mentioned they're so reliant in the previous game on that top 3, so if they're dismissed early for the Brothers 11, it becomes very difficult for them to get up to a quite competitive total. And, well, Mallow, they're in complete control of this game.
They sure are at the moment. So, yeah, a bit of a misfire from the Brothers. Sam Houghton in the chat saying that the playing kit of Brothers gives off Bermuda 2007 World Cup vibes.
I think Hawkmoon's challenged us as well. Let's see. Syed Marsam's coming into the attack here. And he's had a really good tournament with the ball. What can he do now? It starts with the dot outside off stump.
What, the alphabet challenge?
So what was that?
On that one?
Okay.
You have to come up with so you say one that starts a surname of a cricketer.
Does it have to be surname? Because like the first one that came to my name would be Andy Flower.
Yeah. Well,
and then let's just allow it so it's quick. Then you go a B.
Bradman.
Okay. There's that Syed Marsam coming in again.
We can do it between us. We don't have to do it in order. Just we'll get through the alphabet easily. We'll do it easily, except for one. Yeah. Okay. So Cummins. Xavier Doherty. I'm going to come back for him later when we get back to X.
Yeah.
We're going to smash this.
Yeah, I'd say so. Full, straight, sort of a thickish inside edge in a way. Miscued for a single.
E, give us an E. Go on.
Edo
Brandes from Zimbabwe, 92 World Cup.
Yep. What are we up to?
We got F. Frank Tyson.
I was going to go forward alarm.
Yeah, okay. G. Do you want me to just keep naming the letters in order? Or do you know the alphabet reasonably well?
In comes Syed, and that's one of the... Oh, that's one of the worst drops I've ever seen. Well, I'm not too sure what's happened there. It was the slowest... it was the slowest edge I've ever seen.
He thought it was popping up, but actually went further behind him than he thought.
He runs in.
He runs in, and then pats it over his head. And that's another one on the end of the fingers for Popa.
No way.
He's a pretty good keeper, but he thinks this has just popped up. So he's like, I'll get that. Actually went to where he was originally.
Oh, he's had a shocker there. The helmet's not helping his eyesight, I think. Side comes in again, and he's hit that into his foot. Straight back to the bowler.
What are you up to, G? W.G. Grace.
George Bailey.
Good one. Yeah, George Bailey. H. You can say the letters as well.
Harrison Ward.
Harrison Ward. Okay, I'll give you that one for you to choose from. Jack Hobbs. I'll go a bit older.
Yep, nice, like it. Play and miss.
Okay, I. Ian Chappell.
Yep, good. Next one.
Want me to do most of the heavy lifting,
Oh,
or are you
yeah.
going to contribute as well?
No, you're flying at the moment.
J. Just pick any Johnson you like.
Yep.
Mitchell Johnson.
Mitchell Johnson's a good Johnson.
Mitchell Johnson's a good Johnson.
K. Obvious one.
Who you got for K?
Kawaja.
Oh, yeah, Usman Kawaja's topical at the moment.
Yeah, he is. As that's hit, well, not hard into the leg side. Miscued again. They'll get a single. They'll think about a run out. I reckon if he hits, he's gone. But just the one brings an end to the 7th. 35 for 3. Let's speed it up.
Yeah, well, wait for a second because I'm just going to let you know. After 7 overs, it's plenty happening here at the European Cricket Network. And this is match 10. And have gone for this 101.97. And looking a little bit out of reach at the moment for Brothers 11. But we'll be hoping that they can sneak a win. But from here, it's going to be hard to see how they're going to do it. They're just 5 and over pace at the moment. And Marlow, they just seem to find a way to win, just dropping the 1 game to Gorka 11 so far in the series.
Yeah, they're a good team,
You
Mallow.
can always find those on our website, europeancricket.com as well. There's the supercomputer. It's got to go. But let's talk about. We've got to finish the alphabet. I know, Corey, you've got it.
I've got a call for 10 minutes.
Coaching meeting that you've got to get through. So we're going to have to get through the alphabet.
Okay, what are we up to?
We're up to Kawaja. So L, Mark Latham.
Yep.
Tom Latham.
Tom Latham.
M, Mike Hussey.
Yep.
N, Neil
Intini.
Fairbrother.
Intini.
Oh, Intini's a good one. O. Oh, geez. We've hit a wall here. That's got to be a simple O.
Here comes Gondul. Oh, there's a play and miss. I thought he flicked that. Ollie.
Oh, yeah. Ollie Pope.
Ollie Robson.
Yeah. Pick an Ollie. Yeah, fun. Ollie Pope for P as well.
Yep. Pope. Yep.
Quinton de Kock for Q.
Yep.
R. How about Richard Hadley?
Yeah,
There's
good
a
one.
New Zealander.
S. Steve Waugh. T. To tend to Taibu. There's 2 T's.
That's a lot of T's. I was going to go Tendulkar. That's a bit basic.
That's hit high in the air. Missed cued. 1 run.
U. Usman Khawaja. Can we use people twice?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, Umar Gul. There
Yeah,
we go,
Umar Gul's a good one. What are we up to?
V for, how about
Venkatesh.
Venkatesh Prasad.
Prasad. Yep,
How
there you
about
go.
him? I'm not going to use myself.
X?
W. We
W-
haven't done
W?
yet. Your alphabet skills.
You've
Said
got,
you got to be in
I've got
English.
1 minute.
Come on. You got plenty of time. You got at least 2 minutes. W. Steve Waugh. Mark Waugh.
WG Grace.
Shane Warne. How about Shane Warne?
That's a good one.
Shane
That's
Warne.
hit into the leg side for a single.
X. I already said Xavier Doherty.
Yeah, good.
Like him. Y.
Y.
Yasser Shah.
Yeah.
Z. How about Andrew Zizas?
Zishan.
Zazai.
Zazai. Hatchatullah Zazai.
In the 1987 World Cup. Okay, you can
I'll be back in 10.
step out for a second because he's got going to step out for a second. Oh, it gives us a chance to bring in Conrad Greenshields. Why not for a little bit as we see the next ball pulled away, and it's Manas who just hasn't been able to recapture the form of this morning. He's come in a slightly different situation. And, well, Conrad, welcome back to the broadcast as you step in for Corey for a second. And how's your day going? And just tell me, what's it like holding up the cube for most of the day?
Literally been a post for the last
You have?
2 hours. Yeah, thank you for having me.
We were talking a little bit about the one-on-one battle last night. Quite a fun morning here in the European Cricket Series. But, yeah, with Corey pranking you, telling you that you put one of our crew in hospital by hitting him on the leg.
Felt really bad about that. That was not a fun night.
But I've got to say a big thank you to you guys because it's the hospitality you give us is brilliant. You always make us feel so welcome, and I know that we're going to enjoy the fact we get to spend 2 weeks here. Last time we were here just for the one in September, as we see Gondal with the ball. He's swatted away on the leg side. It's gone a long way towards Shazad, but he won't be able to track it down in the end. It'll be a long single for Manas. And he's trying to get something going, but it's tough work at the moment as Brothers, after 8 overs, are 40 for 3. And any questions for Conrad? You got a couple of overs to speak to Conrad. Maya in the chat saying,
Hello, Maya.
nice hug emoji. Conrad, thanks for protecting our heroes. That's very nice of you to say, Maya. I'm not too scared of the cube. I think it bends, but it doesn't break.
No, I think you're okay. It's just it looks worse than it actually is.
Yeah.
Quite
But
entertaining.
It
though.
is. It is. It certainly sparked a bit of conversation, and I loved our cube chat
Yeah,
that
really
we had at
good.
the start of this innings. Is Said Mysam in over number 9. You know, this is cricket, isn't it? Sometimes you take someone like Manas, who looked $1 million earlier today, but sometimes, yeah, with the ball, even though it's the same morning, it's the same conditions, it's the same players, but he's just not able to get anything going here.
I think Marlow have bowled really well this innings. They seem to be hitting their straps. Struggled in the first there a little bit, but pulling it together.
Yeah, and so, yeah, Marlow just seem to find a way to get the job done, even if it's not pretty sometimes. I think that Najam Shazad's had a really good week, particularly with the bat, holding them up, as a couple of their other stars haven't necessarily found their top form just yet.
Yeah, Najam, big fan of Nudge.
Plays the game the right way as well. I particularly love the way he's such a good fielder. I think it's important.
Always with a smile on his face too. Very happy guy.
Well, this has gone straight through Poppart. It's going to be 4 by. And I think this will be 10 overs that Poppart will want to remember. This is just a cutter. Gets him on the second bounce. And Marsom, he's a bit frustrated that one gets away to the boundary. And that can happen, I think, with a slower ball as a keeper. Often you're having to take it on the second bounce. And there's a kind of technique to blocking those, at least keeping it in front of you. So,
remember we mentioned talking and communicating about the slower ball, similar to baseball?
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised
coming up a little bit.
It doesn't happen more. I mean, one thing could be that the non-striker might be able to communicate that back to the striker, but yeah, I think maybe going to expect a lot of slower balls at this stage of the innings as well. So be a bit proactive as a keeper, even if you don't necessarily know it's coming. I think you probably need to get a bit closer. But then you're always worried if it is the pace on, especially if it takes a bit of a deflection, that you won't really have enough time to react. So yeah, positioning's really important as a keeper. There's just little subtleties can make all the difference, because you don't want to be wrong-footed.
Not an easy job being a keeper, though.
You learn more the more you play as well. As this is whacked away over the offside, and this will be for Nanglu. He's doing what he can. And finally, Brothers bring up their 50 here in the 9th over.
Yeah, good shot. Opened the face, put it over cover, and a welcome boundary for Brothers. A little bit more of that to make it a bit more competitive, I think.
Yeah, going back to keeping just for a second, Rod Marsh, he said famously that his best season of keeping was actually his last before he started playing. He said he got better every year. I think it's all to do about just learning the subtleties of the craft. Well, this is in the air for Nanglu. How far is it travelling? Not quite to Shazad. He'll just clean up for a single. Yes, I mean, these are things, and another thing is every keeper that you speak to that's done it a lot and played at high levels, they'll have their own little thoughts about it, and that's why we're getting these kind of nerdy discussions about little things that your regular folk wouldn't understand. But here's Manas deep in his crease, 14 off 21. Remarkable turnaround. He was 14 off about 4 or 5 balls last time. Just helicopters this on the leg side, but it won't evacuate the infield. As it's the end of 9 overs, Brothers are 52 for 3.
Yeah, I think Marlow have adjusted well to him. Obviously, the first innings he got stuck in, but Marlow have worked him out and kept him quiet. Not the greatest of strike rates in T10.
Yeah, well, it's not. But I mean, Manas earlier on, he looked really good, didn't he? In match 9, he scored 33 off 16 and hit 2 sixes and 4 fours. And right here, he hasn't hit a boundary in 22 deliveries. So it's hard to believe. Same person, and Corey was saying he may have had a slight injury issue. Saw him drop to 3. That's unconfirmed. I've got a feeling that might have been hashtag fake news from
Typical Corey.
And Gondal's going to bowl the 10th here. It's nice to see Adnan Gondal back for Marlow today.
Yeah, good little bowler. Very consistent. Very accurate too. I like him.
Pretty well in the ECL.
Yep.
This is outside off stump. It's dragged off the inside half of the bat. It'll just be a single. So Manas moves to 16 once again. Frustrating. People don't necessarily understand, unless they've played cricket or played a lot of cricket, that sometimes you have it, sometimes you don't with the bat, and it can change really quickly.
It can change real quick. Yeah, indeed.
In a game like this where you are chancing your arm, but it's not out, and he's still there. He steps across. Yeah, he whacks this pretty much off the stumps. But again, just a single. Haven't been able to maintain even run a ball pace in this innings, Brothers 11.
Marlow fielded well to put pressure on the batters.
I think it just shows you it was a real missed opportunity for Brothers in the first half of this double header, particularly the runs they gave away in the field. They had a real chance to knock off Marlow. And it's looking like tough going here at the moment as Gondal comes in with 4 balls to go. No ball called.
Bit of a helicopter shot there too.
Been run out there, Manas. Yeah, tried a couple of times, just trying to manufacture some sort of pace. And Gondal just oversteps here. Yeah, it's a good call, I think. Called straight away from the standing umpire. So, well, that's a bit of a gift from Marlow. And a free hit coming up. It'll be Nanglu. He'll try and muscle it out of the ground, no doubt. He's hit 2 boundaries. There's only been 3 boundaries in this innings.
Incredible.
All 4s, no 6s. It's very remarkable change of affairs.
Has there ever been a T10 without any boundaries?
I don't think we've had any without any boundaries at all. think we've had the occasional one without any sixes at all, and that always makes me sad. Of course, is Mr. Maximo.
Yeah.
Get away with just a single off the free hit. That's hello to Tarek, who says it seems quite windy there. It was a little bit windy. We've had windier. Just a kind of brisk breeze. Good news is no rain today. It's good to see.
A little bit nippy.
Plenty of blue sky around this morning. A bit cloudy at the moment, but I think they'll blow over. Here's Gondal. Goes after this, but it should be a catching opportunity. The fielder goes back. Well, it just gets over him in the end. Mysom, he put the two hands up and came down with fresh air, and then a run-out opportunity. Well, Gondal, he's pretty happy that Nanglu pulls up there. He gets him in a big bear hug, but it could have been a lot worse for the bowler.
It would have been a little bit warm there, but yeah, Mysom not in control there. I don't think he picked up the line of that ball. The wind is blowing that way, so maybe it took it a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. He was oblivious to the threat to his right, Gondal. There's two to come, up to 59. They won't go any further here. At the moment, it's seeming rudimentary for Marlow, the defending champions, but they'll still have to go out and get them. And look, brothers, okay, it hasn't gone right in this innings, but they need to still, try and take some positives out of their first few games on ECN, and obviously they'll still have 4 more games after this. So,
yeah, it's not over.
Yeah, not at all. Last ball of the innings coming up. Get your running shoes on, guys. He does hit it. It's going nowhere. He just drops his bat in disgust. Manas. And he's going to get caught and bowled by Gondal for 19 off the very last ball. And, well, his reaction said it all. Manas, who couldn't hit a boundary in 27 deliveries. He's deep in the crease, goes nowhere. And he says, just sums it up for me. As Brothers 11, they're going to finish 59 for 4. Well, considering, before that last ball, they'd only lost 3 wickets in the innings, but it wasn't a case of losing wickets. It's just the fact that their batters were contained, and a couple of batters they did lose that had some blasting potential, like Balavinda, like Amninda, they went cheaply, and Manas just not getting going at 3 in the end. Pretty comprehensive stuff from Marlow, as they'll just need 60 run a ball pace in the second half of match 10 if they're going to win this second leg of the doubleheader. But early on, we saw the cross-handed bandit at the top of the order, and that was one of the boundaries. It turns out there'd only be 3 in the entire innings. Eventually, Amninda, he would nick off after making 4 of 10. There's a few hijinks and a couple of missed opportunities. That was Asad Mahmood, who missed out on that one. And this one, Plum LBW, cross-handed bandit, out the very next ball after that drop chance. And this was the remarkable one. It's the one shoe catch, and that was Amandeep Singh. It was Joe Jackson vibes there from the man at long off. But yeah, brothers, it can just happen, can't it, Conrad? They just couldn't really get anything going in this 10 overs.
Yeah, they looked a little bit flat in that second innings. Jayesh missing a little bit of a loopy dolly.
Yeah, he didn't have the best 10 overs. He's normally a pretty proficient wicketkeeper, but he was struggling. And then towards the end, Mysom just misjudging that one, blew over his head. There is a bit of a right to left breeze, and the bear hugs were out. And Godnell just pretty happy that he survives that without any broken bones. And then Manas says, well, I give up. I've tried everything. I've faced 27 balls. And I've struggled to get the ball off the square, but that's cricket. That's why we love it, even though we hate it sometimes. Gondal cleaning up the fantasy points there to finish with pretty good figures himself. Gondal taking 1 for 12 off his 12 deliveries. As we see, Manas top scoring, but a snail's pace, 19 off 27 with no boundaries. Nanglu with 18, not out of 15. And in the end, 11 extras, a few drop catches, a few missed opportunities. As Brothers 11's Portugal, they staggered to 59 off their 10 overs. And with the ball, plenty of good performers. Najam Shahzad's having a really good series, isn't he, Conrad? 2 for 7. Wickets for Asad Mahmood and Adnan Gondal getting one off the last ball of the innings. Myson pretty tight, as was Sawa. So pretty comprehensive stuff from Marlow, and they'll fancy their chances of sweeping this series against the Brothers. They'll just need 60 runs to do it.
Yeah, Najam leading by example there. It's good to see him performing. Yeah, and Brothers, they're not out of it. They'll back themselves, but it's going to be a pretty tall ask.
Yeah, well, it'd be a record if they were to defend 59, because 63 is the lowest score defended on ECN. We'll be back very shortly. Thanks to you, Conrad, for stepping in for Corey for a couple of overs. But Corey will be back in the second innings, just around the corner. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, Conrad Greenshields, once again holding the show together here at Portugal. And we'll be back shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. Hello and welcome back to Portugal. And we are halfway through this. It's match 10 of the FanCode European Cricket Series. Great to have your company, no matter where you're watching from around the world. It's Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, for ECN as we head into the second half of this. And Brothers 11 Portugal, they had a strong start to the series. They accounted for the fighters last year's finalists, and they beat them twice on Monday. And now they're taking on the other finalists. In fact, the champions of last year's ECS, Marlow, also European Cricket League representatives as the champion club of Portugal very, very recently. And after a pretty strong showing, Brothers in the first game, although they didn't quite get over the line due to some wasteful fielding, they've batted and only scored 59 here in match 10. So Marlow will only need 60 for victory, and they'll fancy their chances of doing that. I wonder if we might see some changes to the batting order. But it will be a real tall order for the men in blue. In fact, it'll be a record if they're to defend 59, as the lowest score we've ever seen defended is 63. We've actually seen that twice by men in blue in Barcelona last year at the start of 2020, and also by Decathlon in Corfu. That was in a game against Forge. So 63 we have seen defended a couple of times. We've never seen a score in the 50s defended, and something tells me we're probably not going to see it here. Marlow probably want to get these runs and get them pretty quickly as well, and they have gone with their regular openers, Najam Shahzad and Zulfikar Shah. Zulfi didn't really get going in the last game. I think he'll be keen to bat a bit better and get a few away. I think he's a confidence player. With the ball, it's going to be Manpreet Singh to open the bowling. He did impress me a lot in the first game. So, a pretty tough draw for Brothers 11. They do get both finalists from last year's series first up here in the 2022 series. And almost ready to get going. So, 60 to win here in match 10. So, still just waiting, and got some team news for you that Sanjeev Sanju, he's on the ground. He is the regular captain, but he's 12th man for this game, and led by Balvinder Singh in this game. It's because Aman Manas has been feeling unwell, so he's going to be off the ground. And you just saw Manas, he wasn't himself, was he, with the bat? Failed to score a boundary in 27 deliveries faced. You don't often see that. It's a guy that came out looking like A.B. de Villiers in the first innings of the day. So a dramatic turnaround for him. And unfortunately for him, it was frustrating. You saw he dropped his bat in disgust off the last ball of the first innings. And so we're underway. Shahzad starting with the dot. If you have any questions or comments, please put them in the chat. European Cricket Network on YouTube. It's very whippy, his action. Manpreet Singh. This one sails through the keeper, so no run again. The thing is, Shahzad, he put away the bad balls in the first game. I think that's what he built his innings on. I think that when they got it in the right spot, he looked a little bit gettable. You see, that's another one that whistles past the outside edge. And once again, so he just hasn't nicked one so far today. Look, if there's any path to victory, it's going to have to be through the top 4, 5, probably even 6 batters of Marlow. They do bat deeper than most teams here in Portugal. But I often would hear from the coach, look, if they've done it to you, you can do it to them. Works this one off his pads, wants to go. And it's Mohammad Shan who just slips as he picks that up. So it's the first run of the innings. And we'll get to see Zulfikar Shah on strike. One thing they've done pretty well in this series, Marlow, is they've employed right-hand, left-hand combinations. They do have plenty of options of each, and I think that sometimes they have a right-hander and a left-hander padded up, so they replace like for like, and it can cause a few complications for the bowler as we see the field adjusting for Zulfikar. He's going to have to make the adjustment now for the left-hander. He doesn't, down the leg side. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. It just forces the field to change, forces the bowler to change tactics and change lines. It's not always easy. This wind actually is pushing a bit right to left as well, which is probably aiding that movement down the leg side. Plays this one off his tiptoes down into the point region for one. So Zulfikar Shah's off the mark. Hello to Tarek in the chat. He's asking, who's the best player I played with? That's a very interesting question. Probably got a few to choose from. I'd say, going off their current form, probably Jason Berendorf or Nathan Coulter-Nile. Jason's in Pakistan at the moment, in the limited overs side for Australia, although he didn't play yesterday. And Nathan Coulter-Nile, Nathan's a very good cricketer who's had a few injury concerns, as has Jason actually. Probably going back a bit, I think Murray Goodwin is probably someone I played with that had a pretty good test career for Zimbabwe through the early 2000s. Anyway, thanks for your question. At the end of the over, it's 4 for no loss. Probably another player I'd probably mention in there is Alan Mullally, who I played with a bit. But they were more exhibition games. And so, while I'm on that, maybe David Willey as well, who's playing for England currently. So, yeah, it's always great to rub shoulders with some talent like that. I was distracted by Corey, who's come running back. Well, welcome back, Corey.
Thanks, Vinny.
You must have had a coffee or two, because that's a cracking pace you've set. As we're going to come back here to Diraj Minas. Starts with what would have been a wide. Instead, I think it's going to be a boundary. As Shazad, he's been brutal on anything a little bit wide of off stump, and that's the boundary that gets his innings going. Loose one, but well put away by the Portuguese skipper.
Yep, he's in a rich vein of form, and when you're hitting him this well, you can't be bowling that, to be honest. It's short, it's wide, it's helped me bowling, and he just leans on that beautifully. And, yeah, good batting. But yeah, thanks for coming.
Do you mean help yourself bowling or help me bowling?
Look,
help me bowling sounds like a cry for help.
Had a crash course meeting. Give me a moment to get back into the swing of commentary.
You sprinted over here.
I felt bad. I didn't want to leave you.
I was wondering.
I missed the viewers. I'm enjoying the viewer chat quite a lot, to be honest.
Well, the viewers are enjoying you. Now here's Minas, who's going to get cut away for one. That is cut off from the circle.
So have we told our bosses that we now have a new role for the ECN, the stander-up of the cube, the leaning tower? Of our project manager, Meta, she's doing fantastic.
Meta's the fifth leg. Famous pentagons? No. Well, that's probably one famous pentagon.
Do the Brothers 11 have a chance here, Vinny?
I'm not so sure. If they do, it'll be a record. But, yeah, I mean, I think you just need to play well. And they've still got 4 matches to go. We'll still be eyeing off a top 2 finish. And things have gone kind of wrong here. It's lifted away over leg side this time. Zulfikar will get his first boundary. And Minas getting a bit straight to the left-hander. And, yeah, it's nicely flicked away. 4 more runs. 4 carreras más.
Yeah, you imagine that they're going to get to these runs pretty easily. And with good batting like that, it's going to be a long, hard few overs for the Brothers.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to happen sometimes when you have a game where things don't quite work out for you. You feel like that's happening for the Brothers right now. A heavy ball from Minas. And well, somehow this has been misfielded. Well, what happened here? I just assumed this got fielded and it's gone to the boundary for 4. Wow, this ball was not really travelling that quick. He got Zulfikar up on his tiptoes, and it's just straight through the Jake the Pegs of Gotra Singh.
Well, it is a bit chilly. Maybe you want to protect the fingers.
And he doesn't even want to go chase it because that's red face time.
Well, I think when the Brothers get back to their houses tonight and they watch the games back and look at the analytics, they'll definitely say the fielding level needs to pick up.
Something that's quite important, particularly in T10 cricket.
Well, I sort of feel like teams in the world still think of only 2 facets, but it's a 3-faceted game. I'd say it's a 4-faceted game. Can you think of the 4th bit that I would say?
Like mental skills?
Well done, yeah. So it's batting, bowling, fielding, and mental.
Yeah.
Cricket IQ is actually not spoken about enough.
Okay. Yeah, you have it as a separate discipline.
Completely.
So do you think we're going to start seeing fantasy dashboards with just a brain on there instead of a bat or a ball?
I don't mind that. That's edged. Oh, falls short of the fly slip, and he misses it as well. Honestly, they might have dunked this white kookaburra in a big bath full of soap.
It has seemed that way. Again, genuine edge, just kind of educated edge, but it wasn't that educated if it went straight to the man at fly slip.
They should have named themselves the Venus flytraps because they always close their hands too early.
That was the end of the second over. That's very clever by you. As it's 19 for no loss, so already pretty much a third of the way there. There's the table. With a win here, Marlow will go 2 games clear. It'll be 5-1. Gawker 11. They've got the day off, but they'll have the right to reply tomorrow. Later on, we're going to see the Royals versus the Fighters. And well, both those teams without a win through the first 2 days of play. And so I mean, it's early to call it an elimination match. It is only day 3, but still.
It has that feel though, doesn't it, Vinny?
Whoever performs better will be in the box seat for qualification, that's for sure. Here's Manpreet over number 3.
Hit hard, straight to the fielder. Will he get down? He does get down. Great effort. He's been a shining light in the field. They might get a run out now because of it. He throws it in, keeper gets it, but unfortunately, they'll get back for 2.
That's good running. I mean, Shazad ran well. That's one of the things he did really well in the first game. And even though it just got away from the fielder, it was probably 2-3 metres away from him. He turns and he gets 2.
Yeah, it's very good running, aggressive running from Mallow, and you expect that from a championship pedigree side. Anyway, here comes Singh again. And it's well defended into the leg side. Good ball, good heavy length.
I say hello to Jeff McGuire in the chat. He was talking about the Warning Memorial, and we referenced it earlier, didn't we? He said it was one of the best tributes he'd ever witnessed. So well done to everyone involved.
Yeah,
a legend that will never be forgotten.
Might have to watch a bit of... There'll be something on that later, you'd imagine,
yeah,
on YouTube
for sure.
for us.
Yeah, we were talking a bit about it before. It's, I'm sure numbers were... Everyone was out in force in Melbourne. They would have come from everywhere to send off the great man. So
what a man.
Still quite shocking. I don't think it's quite hit home to a lot of people. But yeah, somber day for cricket for sure.
We've lost a few greats in the last few years of the cricket world.
Yeah, it is.
Happens.
Sad.
Anyway, Zulfikar Sharp, I think he's still a big player for this Mallow side. Wants to find some form in this tournament as he just blocks that into the offside. And here's a run-out chance. Hit him. Misses.
Bounces over the top in the end, doesn't it?
You've sort of, because of the out... Well, it's not one of the... It's actually probably one of the better outfields I've seen. It's lush grass and that, but it can be bobbly. So you see here, he throws it right into the turf and she goes, see you later.
Yeah.
You got to go full at the stumps. Hit the base of the stumps.
Hit the base. That's always what you're taught, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you're trying to hit the stumps, hit the base.
Yeah.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously life is precious, so you need to enjoy your life. Hopefully you're enjoying watching the ECN today.
He won't miss it. He's good in the field. He's really impressed me.
He's solid, isn't he? They need Gungandeep everywhere.
If they had 11 Gungandeeps, that'd be a lot.
And he's got the cap over the beanie now. Might be the bowler's cap that he's got at the moment.
Well, I've had to beanie up here because it has gotten fresh. I think this morning it was actually nicer.
Bit of an Arctic blast, even though we're a long way from the North Pole here.
I feel like Spain and Portugal with the weather's been a bit of a letdown, to be honest.
It's still the time of year it is.
Climate change. As that's pushed into the offside, and dot ball will bring an end to the third. It's 24 for none after 3. Well, Vinny, this game's sort of meandering out, to say the least.
Yeah, that seems like the first start of a sentence. Normally then you would say, so let's just talk about something that's random for the next 7 overs.
Have some time to reflect on our ECL championship team last night? You thought that we got it pretty correct?
I thought it was pretty good. Any suggestions? And I think that maybe there's the Bar Bros, or one of them, maybe a bit unlucky to get in there from Brigade. I think Deepart took a bunch of wickets with he was the deacon of delay. So,
you know, we're surprised we haven't gone back to Cyprus yet for an EC. I really enjoy that.
We'll get back there.
Good sunny weather at least.
Yeah.
We'll be back there soon. I love that we get everywhere. Are we going anywhere new
I'm not
this
criticising the weather here in Portugal at all, because we haven't lost a minute to rain.
That is a win.
And you can always just stick a beanie on.
Anyway,
don't worry about that.
Here comes Minas. Yeah, are we going somewhere new? Do we have any sneaky announcements we can give the ECS fraternity?
I was just looking at the schedule for this year. I think we might have a new ground in Croatia going to later in the year.
Wow.
Zadar.
You and I must be going back there. That was one of the best ECSs ever.
I've got you on there, but it's pending good behaviour.
I've been sensational as he comes in again. That's hit hard through the offside. They'll probably think of 2 here because he's... I'm not going to... Vinny, I'm going to let you commentate this ball. No!
Go on.
I know your team's struggling, but you can't use your feet. Oh... Guggendeep Singh at deep mid-off might be pulling his hair out soon because he's the only one that can field on this team. Look at this.
He's gone there almost the flying karate kick as well.
How do more people not get injured doing this?
Gotra. So Gotra was the one that went through his legs at short fine leg before and went for 4.
That's hit hard. That's a great shot. That's going to go all the way for 6. Good batting, short, wide, help me bowling, and well, Shazad's having a tournament of his life.
He's enjoying it, isn't he? He's moved up to the top of the order, and he's on the wander. Takes a bit of a shimmy down the pitch, and still plays the uppercut for a maximum.
I've got one for you. So the ECS won't bring in this 2-run penalty for foot fielding, but how about from now on, when they do that, we take away their lunch?
I liked your thing that if you use your foot, you have to take one of their shoes. And
look, all jokes
and then
aside,
you have to but no, the penalty is that it went for 4. That is the penalty,
it's
right?
just an ugly look for cricket. I think cricket's quite a beautiful game. You know I love the sport.
Horses for courses.
So that's hit hard back at the bowler.
I didn't mention this to you yesterday. What about the guy in the night series earlier this year that had 2 broken ribs but was fielding anyway? And he'd also pulled both hamstrings, and he was fielding at short third man. And every time the ball came, all he could do was dead foot it, and then someone had to come and pick it up. So Christian Rocker.
That's an exception.
So you shouldn't. He would have been penalised all game.
So that's a big play and miss. So last ball, the 4th. Yeah, so you're saying we're going to a new ground in Croatia. That's interesting. You're telling me we're not near the airport. That's a shame.
Remember the shock we got the first time we saw a plane flying
That's
just
right.
over our head?
Honestly, that was my favourite ECS ever. That was a great week.
Well, it was a
the
new experience
nicknames and
for us.
yeah, that was brilliant.
We had a good time.
So where are we going there? Zagreb.
Where's Zadar?
Zadar.
It's just a bit further.
North?
A bit further north.
Nice, as that's pushed into the wicket. Deep. They're going to think of a cheeky 2 here.
They'll get
Surely it's not
They'll
on.
get it. Ooh, they probably would have gotten it. But Shazad's wise to it. He said, look, brothers this morning, they're not fielding anything, so let's just run. It's been working for them. That's the end of the 4th over. And Marlow, they're running away with it. It's 35 for no loss after 4. Finished down to here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Corey Rutgers. And look, all jokes aside, we have been enjoying the weather here in Portugal. A little bit of a breeze this morning, as you can probably tell from our surrounds, but it's great to be on the park. Of course, we lost a bit of weather and lost a bit of cricket due to weather last week in Casma. But it's great to be back here. Group A action. And what are you liking so far about Group A, Corey?
Marlow.
Yeah.
One team, I just think they look a class above. I just think the experience they've had at the ECL, the winning the championships last, they're so well-rounded.
Yeah.
And there's about 8 batsmen or 8 bowlers on their day. They got match winners.
Depth. I think depth. And that's actually quite important. In T10, we often talk about 1 or 2 players winning or losing a game for you. But the more players you've got that can do it, the more likely that one of them will fire. This is hit through the offside for 1. Slight fumble, but I'll just get the single this time.
And not just depth, their captain's in a rich vein of form, which also helps.
Yes, that's exactly right. And when you're in form, make the most of it. So this is Mohammed Shan, who's come on to bowl over number 5. Oh, there we go. Just got cubed. It's, Corey, we've lost our cube holders.
Just another single pushed into the offside. Yeah. Well, I guess the only thing you can take from this if you are Brothers 11 is potentially maybe giving some new bowlers a go.
Yep. So the roof's caving in. Do you ever feel that? The roof's caving in on
and
you?
Vinny Sandhu has left the commentary box, and it'll be me from now on.
Just a torso. It's Shan.
The things we have to put up with.
Yeah,
That's nice.
Your company. I actually quite like camping.
I'm a glamper, as that's flicked into the leg side, and they might think about a double here. It's a nice shot. The fielder's running around. They will get back for a simple 2. Yeah, I like glamping.
I'm a glamper. You know what glamping is? If you're not familiar with that term, it's basically glamorous camping.
Yeah.
It's where you do it a bit fancier.
Yeah.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
I do that back in my house in Rotterdam with the fire, and that's that's camping enough for me.
Now, Ismail asking how many runs were off the 4th over. We're 11 off the 4th over from Niraj Minas, and now we're into the 5th.
Yeah, maybe you could give someone else a bowl that wouldn't usually bowl, to see if you can get someone in form.
Yeah, maybe.
That is swatted. What a shot, Vinny Sandhu. That's gone all the way for 6, and Well, we said he's in form. That's glorious.
Yeah, really nice shot. Through the line of the ball. He's making them pay. Shazad, I mean, that's just good, confident stride to the ball. On the front foot, on the march. And whacks it away. Maximo time. And Shazad, 32, not out. He's had a pretty good day, hasn't he? Especially when you consider his contribution in the first game as well. He made 57 not out. Right now, he's 32 not out. So what's that? 89 without being dismissed.
Lovely day of cricket.
11 more for the combined century. If he can get enough of the strike here.
Well, he's hit that even harder. I reckon that's 6 as well. I'm going to see what the fielder signals here. Yeah, they're going to double check. Not sure if it's 4 or 6.
I think Shazad actually signals 6 to the umpire. So he thinks that he's cleared the boundary. We'll look and see where this one bounces. Flying away, and
6.
that is 6. So another Maximo. And
you probably want the deep cover fieldsman to help you out, the umpire out there, and tell him what it is.
yeah, so things are looking pretty dire. Shazad, he now moves to 38. That brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for Marlowe.
Yeah, nine more runs. That's all she wrote.
So what is he now? He's 95 for the day without being dismissed. The jump, Shazad.
One thing that I've definitely noticed from today, Vinny, and it's taken me a couple of hours to realise this, but shorts were a bad option. As it brings us into the 5th, it's 52 for none.
Yeah, well, it's good that you've learned. Maybe we'll go buy some trousers at the shops tonight. Right now here, it looks like we're heading for a bit of an early finish in the morning session. Marlowe just needing 8 more off the second half of this innings. And yeah, I suppose if there's a negative, and there's not too many for Marlowe, it's that they haven't really had a lot of players get a chance with the bat. But
yeah, could they have used this game to maybe be a bit funky, or?
I would have, yeah, it's a tough one. I probably would have considered maybe batting Shazad down the order and giving someone like maybe Amir Zaib a chance at the top. See if he can find some form. I think Amandeep Singh's been pretty good as well. When we've seen him, Saim Ali is open sometimes. Or Mysam. That's the thing, Mysam. They want to use Mysam as more of an all-rounder, but he's not batting well enough at the moment to kind of hold down a place in the top 3 or 4. So that would have been a chance maybe to try a couple of others. But you can't fault a winning strategy at the moment. They're 52 for no loss. And Honkar Singh is going to come over the wicket here in the 6th. And, well, we get to the end of the 6th, that's the question, with just 8 runs required for victory here for Marlowe. Shazad on strike.
Yeah, so a few adjustments to the field, but a couple of moments just left in this game. Struggling here, the brothers.
A few questions in the chat.
Yep.
One question was, did I ever meet Warner? I never actually met him in real life for a proper conversation.
No, neither.
Yeah, it would have been a highlight. I did kind of see him in passing, but never actually had a chat to him. He's on car.
Is it hard to deep long on? But
other question. This
Yeah.
is maybe one you can share an answer with me as well.
okay.
Neil's asking, oh, edge of the pitch, and macked up anyway. Yeah, the masters of overthrows, aren't they, brothers,
They
this
are.
morning? Hey, so if you had to protect an injured fielder, where would you put them?
Off the field,
Yeah, that probably makes sense.
probably makes sense to bring the
But
12th
say
man on.
yeah, but say you had to because you wanted them to bat, for example, but so you didn't want them to be off the field. So where would you put, if you had to protect an injured fielder, where do you
Well,
hide them?
backstop then, obviously. So he's
Yeah.
not.
Probably third man or fine leg in the circle, because a lot of that is just watching the ball go past you or over you and collecting the ball.
Behind the wicket.
Yeah,
it's
behind
the wicket.
Behind the wicket.
What do you think we're going to say? Cover. Deep
Well,
mid
that's
off.
actually what happened in Group T of the ECL, where I think it was Walid Khan from MSC Frankfurt injured his finger, so he couldn't keep and then went straight to cover. But then we were thinking, well, maybe not many balls go there anyway, the way that the other team was hitting him at the time. Just 6 to win now. And this is just out of the grasp of the fielder, and it's going to be another 4 as Gotra. He's had a bit of a rough time of it so far. Slashed away by Shazad. He goes to 44. Well, I'm going to mention something now. That
Lunch.
brings up his 100 for the morning. That's 101 without being dismissed. So well batted, Najam Shazad.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're getting not outs in T10, you're doing something right. But more importantly, Vinny, lunch is calling. And what will it be today? One of the better lunches on the ECS in
They
Portugal.
are brilliant
Mia.
with the food. All right, so 2 to win.
Well, tried to ruin his perfect day. Big swing and miss, but yeah, 2 to win. Mallow, they've been sensational today. They've done everything they needed to, and they're going to walk away with another comfortable win here.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be very, very comfortable for the defending champions. And this will probably do it. Oh no, I'll just take the one here. So this will tie the scores at 59. 6 overs down. Well bowled to Onkar. He does get through the over in the end, conceding 7. And the score's 59 for no loss. And coming up this afternoon, we do have more cricket for you. And hopefully you can join us for that. And it'll be Fighters CC who will be taking on the Indian Royals. And yeah, look, both teams struggling so far. So after this will be a bit of an extended break. We're still about 45 minutes away from the start of that. Here's match 11. And so hopefully you can join us for an afternoon of cricket action here from Portugal. As see who's going to get this one, and it's going to be Gangadeep Singh, who is going to get at least one ball, and probably only one, because this is going to be disappearing, and it's out of here. Maximo Shazad brings up his 50, so back-to-back 50s for the captain, and he's put an exclamation point on this. A comprehensive win to Marlow. They're going to win this one with 23 balls to spare.
Yeah, so that does count as a 50, right? They get to 65?
Yeah, well, as long as they didn't complete the run before this ball bounces, but I don't think they did. I think he wasn't running at all. In fact, Shazad. So 51, he'll finish off 29 balls, 4 sixes, 3 fours. And Zulfikar Shah, well, again, didn't have a lot of the strike, 13 off 8 with a couple of boundaries, but still nice for him to be involved in the partnership. Good sportsmanship from the sides as well. At Marlow, they were just a cut above this morning, weren't they? And after a pretty close match in the first game of the day, it was pretty comprehensive stuff from the Portuguese champs here in match 10 as they win this one by 10 wickets. 23 deliveries left on the table as we go back to the highlights. And Marlow, well, they were searching for a 5th victory. And Shazad, once again, he looked a bit suspect early when they got the ball right to him. But when they got it wrong, he made them pay. Well, Corey is coming from nowhere. And then that 4 runs came from nowhere. And ate up Gautra Singh, as this was a bouncer. It wasn't intended from the fielder. In the end, Marlow, well, you knew they were always going to get there. It was a matter of when. And I know you were frustrated by some of the fielding that we saw this morning from Brothers.
Yeah, because I think they've got enough skill with the bat and the ball. It's just that fielding area seems to be forgotten about. He's a good fielder, though. That man you see him, Gagandeep Singh, he did pretty good at deep mid off. But it was all the Mallow show. Shazad, he went on his merry way, swatting the ball over the offside, and yeah, when he hits it, it does stay hit. That was maybe a half a chance at best, and this quick outfield takes the ball away 4, and that was the moment to bring up yet another 50 for the captain of Mallow. A really special innings.
Yeah, they were happy because that was the only way he was going to get there. He needed to get a 6, otherwise he was going to fall just short of the milestone. But yeah, he ends up with 57 not out, 51 not out in the morning. And congratulations from the brothers to Marlow, who have swept this mini-series this morning. And so it's a reminder that we will have more cricket, but it won't be for about 40 minutes when we return. It will be the Fighters versus the Indian Royals. Let's have a look at the scorecards. And, well, there's not too many players required. In fact, just 2. Najam Shazad with his 51 not out, and Zulfikar Shah 13 not out. If there's anything positive about the innings, in fact, there was only 1 wide given away by Brothers, so they were pretty accurate. But yeah, sometimes they were just a little bit loose, particularly to Shazad, who, look, you got to make your own luck as well. He was beaten several times outside the off stump, just didn't nick one, and he certainly cashed in. No wickets, but I did like the bowling of Manpreet Singh, who only conceded 9 off his 2 overs. And apart from that, Onkar Singh delivered a decent over. He only went for 7, and just mentioning that this afternoon's games, they are important, and Indian Royals without a win Same with the Fighters, and it will be the Indian Royals who will be batting first in that one. So join us for that one in around about 40 minutes right here. And Corey, we can take a bit of a break. Hopefully you can join us back for more cricket this afternoon. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. See you shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. It's time for the afternoon session. We're halfway through the 4-match program here on day 3, Group A action of this FanCode European Cricket Series. And in the afternoon session, we're going to see Fighters CC taking on the Indian Royals. Well, both these teams, they're kind of on the chopping block because they don't have a win after the first 2 days of competition. But someone will get off the mark here in match 11. Let's go over to the tournament referee, Sir Rob Kemming, who's with the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Heads is called. It is tails. I would like to bat first. Good.
So Indian Royals have won the toss and their captain Sukhvinder Singh has decided that he will bat first. Looks good, confident move, I think, when you do need to get off the mark at least to get some runs on the board to see if they can defend it. And they do have the Croatian connection, don't they? Ahmed Ullah and Mohammad Sharkat in the lineup for Indian Royals. And also John Zingis has been a good pickup for them. I think in the field and with the ball, they've actually been okay, but they just struggled to put any sort of total together. Let's see how they go. They will be chasing here the Royals in match 11. But Fighters CC, it's been a bit of a drop for them as well, as they made it all the way to the final in last year's series. That was back in September. But right now they've been a little bit lackluster. They've lost 20 wickets in the day, and that isn't a particularly good performance with the bat. Again, I think a lot depends on the form of the captain, Mandeep Singh. Maybe he'll come good. This is a good opportunity for him, of course. And again, it will be very interesting to see as the Fighters, they will be chasing as the Royals. They're batting first in match 11. Let's get over to the commentary box now and get ready for the first ball. The news from match 11 toss. Indian Royals, they've won the toss and they're batting first.
Thank you, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you've enjoyed your lunch break, dinner break, or breakfast break, wherever you are around the world. It was a nice 45-minute siesta, but we're back. More T10 cricket coming, and looking forward to this match. We have a look at the 2 lineups here. Indian Royals, well, they're 0-2, and Fighters CC 0-4. So if I get my my brain IQ together, someone's getting their first win here today. Looking forward. John Zinkas, he's in at 3 for Indian Royals. Good player. And obviously for Fighters CC, Deepu Mansupiriya, he's a good player as well. So there's a couple of names on that list that I'm looking forward to. And, well, looking also forward to a team getting their first win. Always a nice feeling. I just get my breath back as I was jogging back to the commentary box to get here on time. And Vinny Sandhu, hi Vinny.
Yeah, it's hard to believe you could be late when you had 45 minutes
I was
to get back here.
I was having a lovely chat over there, and I love the staff and everyone that provides all the goods for us in Portugal. And then I realised I've got about 10 seconds to get about 80 metres, and I sprinted. I'm still getting my breath
I
back.
have to say, don't we get well looked after here in Portugal?
No, sensational.
We had a great lunch, thanks to everyone that assisted with that. And yeah, we're ready for some more cricket. As you can see, still pretty breezy. And that wind,
Oh wow,
pretty
she's
much
picked
going
right up.
right to left on the screen as you see it from behind the bowler's arm. What I will say is that we've got some cube news, and I'm not going to give it away just yet, but there has been some cube development. I know all of you've been following it.
It's shocking news, basically. To keep your
It's radical.
stay online. It's not okay. I'm not
Radical
okay with
cube
it.
news coming up. But yeah, both these teams without a win, as we are now exactly halfway through Group A.
Arguably, I reckon some fans would want us to put the camera on the cube more than the cricket.
Could say that.
Here we go.
Mandeep Singh will open the bowling for the Fighters. Short wide and dispatched. It's 4 runs, and this is Amandeep Kokar who gets something short and wide and is smashed. The result is 4 runs, and what a good start that is for the Royals.
Yeah, and it went straight through his leg, so that's got to be -4. And for me, this is the game. This is it. I've got my own pen and ready. Vinny, I'm going to do my fielding notes for you because you've been asking me to.
So you need some paper.
I'm going to say the best fielding team will win this game.
All right.
-4.
All right, here you go.
Oh no, I need a clipboard. It's windy.
That's okay. I'm just going to get you a blank piece of paper. There you go.
Here we go. Let's get this fielding stuff going on.
Sharkat's out there opening the batting with Coco, actually. This is hit to the man at cover. I'll get 1 here.
I always like doing the fielding stuff because I think it just really indicates where a team's at. And
It reinforces what we suspect, I think, that
Yeah.
the fielding is quite important.
who's fielding first?
So this is the Fighters that
Okay,
are fielding
thanks.
first. Good to see you paying attention to to my toss report.
Find a CC.
This is Mohamed Sharkat, who we have seen playing domestically in Croatia for Zagreb Sokol and also in the ECL recently, where they competed in Group B. And unfortunately didn't win a game during that group, but they certainly had their moments. Yeah, but Mundy, he's the player that needs to click if the fighters CC and get some better results.
Well, there's definitely talent in both these lineups.
Oh, how does this miss? I think that just goes late, away from the batter and away from the stumps. Check this out.
Yeah, just a little bit of a way swing and, well, very close to that off stump. Are you surprised to see Sharkat's opening? Because the new ball's a different sort of...
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, I just worry he just can't contain his aggression.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the old beehive.
That time it goes on the offside. This one's going to roll away for 4. So this time he's late on it. Corey runs out of the commentary box to the fielding all the way just to fumble the ball that had already almost stopped. But Sharkat gets off the mark with the boundary. And the Royals, who struggled with the bat, but then so have the fighters. It's a case, I think, of who bats better here in this afternoon's games. Goes after this one, misses out. End of the first over. 2 boundaries in, and also just the 1 single. After 1 over, it's 9 for no loss.
Yeah, and I got a +1 for my fielding there, so the commentary box is doing well there, Vinny. But yeah, nice start. Yeah, Sharkat up at the top. It's a bit of a gamble, I think, because I think with the ball moving makes it a bit more difficult for his style of play. I like to see him probably at number 4, but sometimes you've got to gamble in this format.
Yeah, at least they're trying things. I think when it's not working for you, at least it gives him the opportunity. If he can stay in there and have a really good day, he's going to have plenty of balls to face. But yeah, I think the main thing with Sharkat is making sure he doesn't hit across the ball unnecessarily. And so he does hit an offside 4 to start his innings, as it will be Amdeep Kokar to face the start of the 2nd over. And Parvinder Singh will be the bowler for the fighters. The fighters really struggled.
Oh, Vinny, is
yesterday.
it 3 outside the ring? Deep mid on, his 3rd man back.
Yeah, well, we can't tell from this angle, but what I can tell you is this has been hit down the ground, and it's going to be 4. And it's Kokar, who he's
coming in now. I reckon they've missed that. That was 3 outside the ring. Deep mid on, and 3rd man was on the rope then. And I reckon that one's been
got away with one.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Well, they didn't really get away with much because it did get hit to the boundary. But you're right, it would have been extra ball, an extra run. But
these are the little things you got to watch out for. That should have been a no ball, but they get away with it.
Just worked around the corner. This will just be 1.
I don't remember Cartascio being so breezy compared to last year. It's definitely picked up a bit. It must be difficult for the fielders out there. And he's blowing a bit of a gale here at the moment. Good start though, at least it is for the Indian Royals.
Yeah, no, I don't remember being that breezy either. We had a couple of decent storms.
Oh, high in the air, Vinny. First catching opportunity of the game. What are you thinking? Takes it. Good catch, breezy conditions, and he holds it. The experiment of Sharkat at the top does not pay off.
Yeah, it doesn't. It's pretty well held there by Pinder Aujla. And it is a breezy day, as you mentioned a couple of times. And this will be swirling around, but he does pick up Sharkat. He just couldn't get the cross-bat shot going. He's the first to fall. Indian Royals, they're 14 for 1.
Yeah, 14 for 1. And yeah, I sort of feel with his style of play, his technique, I'm not too sure opening the batting works.
Now, here's the cube news, Corey.
What's going on?
We have a new cube. This is the cube we have now, and it replaces our cube that was having inflation issues. So thanks to everyone for their assistance. And that just shows you, those of you on Cube Watch, #CubeWatch.
I'm not happy with this.
Why is that?
Well, I think that we were getting on with it. We were showing that we're hard as commentators, and now we've got more protection.
Yeah, that's true. T has no protection. I think his Barry in the PMO area, who's now kind of, he's suspect to the elements. Anyway, this is a good start from Parvinder.
Could we close up that side for the breeze?
I think the issue is they won't be able to see the field, which is one of the aspects of the job which is important for us.
Oh, okay.
So there you go. You heard it here first. We have a new cube, and right now I've got to say that the inflation levels are very high. So whether it stays that way, we'll find out. Coca, who's on 10, facing up. There's a little bit of bat on this.
I thought it was a little bit high from my naked
Probably
eye.
as well, but I think my initial reaction was I just picked up a little bit of a double noise and
Yeah,
deflection.
good call from you, good call from me. Both things wrong.
Yep, we were both right that they were both wrong. But yeah, I mean, these two teams should be really interesting. Because whichever team can play better here, at least they'll take a bit of momentum into their last group games. Pitched up and driven. Not a bad looking shot from Coca. And they've replaced one Croatian with another as Ahmadullah has come to the crease at number 3. It's the end of the second over. The score right here. Royals are 16 for 1. Let's have a look at the table and you'll see why these two teams are so desperate for a win, because only 4 of the 5 teams here in Group A will make it through to the quarterfinals. At the moment, Marlow top of the tree with 10, but they have played 6 of their 8 games. Conversely, Royals have only played 2 and Fighters have played 4. Both those last 2 teams I mentioned, both these 2 teams here without a win. And so, yeah, they're going to have to try and make up for lost time.
Well, because of Fighters' net run rate, sort of feel like if they don't get a win in this one, I can't see them getting back. They have to win this match. They can't let it slip away from their grasp. They've started okay in this game. They got the early wicket. Can they get another?
Got to say hello to Sam Houghton, who's watching. We thought Sharkat might be good in the windy conditions like it was in Croatia, but no good for him as he's gone already. Coca pushes this first ball of the 3rd over.
That was honestly, that was my favourite week. The ECS Croatia just brought some, a little bit of everything.
The behind the back shot.
Everything. Peter Aman's shiny head.
Yeah, that's right. He was told to put on a cap because his head was so shiny that the batter couldn't see clearly. It was the sun was reflecting into his eyes.
Good option.
Occasionally when the ball would get hit onto the street and people waiting for a bus were almost killed.
Oh, that's right.
A left-handed. And how many balls we lost over that really short?
Yeah, Lazaridis just kept putting it right into over the 30-metre boundary.
Thought we were going to run out of balls. Anyway, good memories. We'll be back there in Croatia this year. Ball goes to plan. Ahmadullah's after this, and this one will fall safely. It's just going to plop. And it's actually going to run on. Gets a friendly bounce, a batter's bounce.
Look how far that's gone.
It's going to run away for 4. Well, I thought that this was going to plug, but it was a reverse plug. And we know there's a bit of a downslope. This must have hit it nicely because it just rolled along nicely, didn't it?
That's unlucky for the fielding team. I mean, that got pace. That just kept on running. That should have plugged. Usually it does 99 times out of 100.
Yeah.
This was the other.
Well, it was a rolling stone, wasn't it? As it results in another boundary.
Good band.
Fuller's first. Here is Mazhar Javed. Is there a little nick on this? And he's gone. And so, well, he kind of walked and then waited for the decision and looked a bit surprised. But there was an instantaneous appeal from all those around the bat. Java gets the wicket, and that's Ahmadullah, who's back in the shed for just 5. He goes 4 and out, and now it's 21 for 2.
Yep, 4 and out. Vinny goes for the big heave-ho, and he gets the old feather edge through. Good catch from the keeper, and they knew it straight away. So did the man that's the most important, the umpire, Tyrone Peters, with the slow windmill arm of death.
It wasn't a good shot from Ahmadullah. And, ooh, that was an interesting cube noise. Sorry, that surprised me. But, yeah, I mean, Tyrone Peters, I was pretty sure of his decision. And so it must have just been a little feather. And this will bring John Zinkus to the crease.
Bazinkas.
I know that you're a big fan of Jay-Z.
Latvian or Lithuanian background?
Yeah, I think he was talking about it yesterday. Lovely guy. Played a lot of cricket in England, done a lot of coaching as well. Pushes and runs, gets off the mark here.
It must be challenging out there for the players. Obviously the wind's picked up, never easy, but I'm pretty impressed so far with the fielding unit. The Indian Royals taking that earlier catch in blustery conditions, and they seem pretty amped up in the field. they've definitely come out the better of the two sides at the moment.
So Jarvid already got 1 wicket to his name. It's pretty nicely timed, finds the fielder, but that's just what shows you what's possible if both batters go straight away and get through the single easily.
Yeah, they do, Vinny. It is amazing how quickly you can get to the other end when you go straight away. No confusion.
Keanu's talking about some outfields. He's talking about that field in Croatia. He said the only one that comes close to that is Cyprus. He said that both fields are classed as rough terrain and you need a 4-wheel drive on them. Yeah,
Should be given an extra fielder.
Good chat for you. That's just one more person that could get hurt though. Last ball of the 3rd over.
Oh.
Zinkus, happy to have a look at that one from Jarvid, as caution is the better part of valour there for the number 4, as after 3 overs, the score is 23 for 2.
Would that be the least played shot you've seen in ECS's history, believe?
Believe? No.
Compared to, well, what shots played least?
Behind the back.
What's that?
The behind the back shot from Croatia, we were just talking about it.
Well, like the scoop.
No, the behind the back shot where you turn around and hit it like that.
Yeah, what we needed it now. We have to have a better name for that because that was remarkable. That's right. Croatia was brilliant. There was so many.
So that is. I know that's the most rarely played shot.
Who played it again?
It was just Jukic.
Well, it has to be the Jukic. You have to get your name after the shot, surely. If you invent something in the world, it's your name usually takes it.
He's brilliant. Yeah, I've seen a few people trying it, but not in a real game, and certainly not when the game was in the balance like it was when he played it.
Yeah,
he was disappointed he didn't hit it for 4. He said, I hit that for 4 all the time.
We went crazy, didn't we? That was brilliant.
That is them, because it's only been played once in over 2,000 games, so it has to be the least played shot.
Yeah, well said. Well said. You're knowledgeable, Vinny.
I'll try it. Pavinder Singh, coming back for over number 4. Got a wicket in his first over. Nice looking drive from Kokar. He's technically looking pretty good. Bit of a fumble, but doesn't cost them any there from Mazhar Javed.
Yeah, they've done well so far. I've only got them at -4 for a missed field off the very first
you can
ball.
get pluses as well, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't seen anything that's really deserves a plus, but good start, good standard.
It was just that first ball, wasn't it? Oh, this one really takes off.
Well, it's like when it hits the popping crease and it sort of just gets, it's a funny margin, hits the popping crease and climbs. And it's a bit later in the day. Can confirm, Vinny, shorts were a bad decision today.
I was just going to ask you how the shorts are going, because I'm pretty cold and I've got the jacket and scarf and beanie on. I'm still feeling it. Hands in pockets time for me. This one is just turned into leg side. Hello to Pawan KC. He's asking how many overs. I'll say it's 10 overs a side. That's what we play here generally on the European Cricket Network.
How did you enjoy the 5-over affair last week?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, still, I think 10's about right. Because 5 is it's exciting because you're pretty close to a finish all the time. But the game kind of comes and goes so fast, it doesn't really have
substance.
It doesn't have. There is some substance to it, but it just doesn't have a chance for the same kind of narrative to play out. I think the 45-minute halves, there's probably a reason. For example, football is 45 minutes aside, and it's a similar duration to a lot of other sports where you can get at least a bit of a storyline to it. Also think we see more players over the 10 overs, particularly with the bat.
Yep.
But I mean, for sure, it's good that we've got that option. In fact, we can play 3-over cricket now if we need to. It's always better than no cricket at all.
Why don't you do it all? When the two teams make a final, they play a T20, T10, T5, best of 3.
F5, T3. Well, you kind of see that now with the women's Ashes, don't you?
Yeah, that like a multi-formatted.
Yeah, but it's all about what weighting you put on each game. So, for example, in the women's Ashes, they have the T20s and the ODIs having the same weighting. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, as we get to the end of 4 overs, 28 for 2. Joining me once again is Corey Ruckers. Corey, we are loving our time in Portugal. Thanks again to everyone for their support and all the ground crew. Let's give them a bit of a shout out as well, because what you don't see in between games, they're out there, they're sweeping the pitch, they're trying to get the conditions as well as good as possible, and thanks to them. And slightly chilly, but still reasonable conditions for cricket. I think if you're out there in the middle, you're running around, I think you're enjoying.
Yeah, you want to be moving. You want to be moving. Slightly chilly, slightly breezy, but the players are getting on with it and they're having fun.
Yeah, and this is our new cube. Now you're looking at it right here. Sturdy
Not happy
as a
about it.
rock. You want the old cube. Well, this is in the air, and I think it's going to fall safely. It will. And they will just get a single. Yeah, well, you wanted the old cube, you said. You wanted to name the old cube. That's why I said it's not a good idea to name it, because I have a feeling it might not last that long. And so it's worked out. It's gone to the cube graveyard.
Yeah. What are we naming the new one then?
Well, the other one was calling Softy. Maybe this one I'll call Sturdy. Hopefully it stays that way. As this is Deepu Mansaparia, who is bowling. Must have left his shirt at home today because he's had to improvise his regular number 12. But look, he's a pretty good player. Yesterday he got Najam Shazad and Amir Zaib clean bowled in consecutive deliveries, which is a pretty good effort. And right now, that's a pretty good one. Zinkus struggling a bit, 3 off 6. And decides to square drive this one, gets some bat on it and gets a single.
You sort of feel they're caught between a rock and a hard place at the moment. They don't know how hard to go, and they're playing some nice looking cricket shots, don't get me wrong, but the intent's probably lacking just a little bit. I still think they want to get to 80 plus.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this could be a low scoring game, judging by what we've seen so far between these two teams.
Golden ball sort of game.
Could be a golden ball kind of game. Bit short, goes after it and drags it down to deep square leg. And now they're going to go for 2. Wow, that's not a good throw. That might be a -1 for you, Corey.
Yeah, it is. Unfortunately, he's fumbled it on the rope, so they get back for an extra run.
I think from Coco, though, is he didn't run the first one particularly hard, but then he decides to come back anyway. Overcooks the throw. And so he moves on to into 19 now, off 13. And he faces up again, the Mansaparia. Not a bad ball on the stumps. And they are going to come back for 2 here. That's good running.
Yeah, they couldn't do anything about that. Just hit a pocket of space, and it's good running, touch
Yeah,
and go.
Zinkus, who's running hard for his partner. So back-to-back 2s. You don't see that very often. As they move up to 34 with the ball to go here in the 5th. Still, there's been no boundaries now for 15 deliveries, or now 16 deliveries.
Feels like an eternity.
Yeah. But not too many dots either. That's probably a little positive. And there's a dot to finish the 5th over. Indian Royals halfway through this first 10 overs of the afternoon session. They're 34 for 2.
Vinny, question coming in from Mr. Keanu. Do you think there could ever be an ECN All-Star game? And also, do you think we could ever do like the Major League Baseball home run derby?
Maximo Derby.
That's pretty cool.
I do like that. I think that's a good idea. So in the home run derby, they have someone just throwing. Normally it's who gives you your batting practice, right? So someone that's going to feed you some of the juicy pitches, and you hit as many as you like. You don't have to swing at all of them, by the way. You normally have 10 out, so 10 swings that don't go for home runs. That's how many you score. So that's however many home runs you can hit before you basically have 10 outs. An out is when you swing at one and it doesn't go for a home run.
If you could pick one player to represent you in the derby?
Shahid Afridi Jr.
Really?
Why not? I just think it'd be fun. Because it's all about distance as well. It's not just about how many you hit. You get bonus points for the longer they go.
Oh, okay. That
You
makes
see?
me change my answer.
Who's your answer gonna
Sadesh,
be?
the beast. He hits
Oh,
the
yeah.
biggest ball, I reckon.
Oh, yeah. He's not a bad shout. As far as an ECN All-Star game, I suppose it always comes down to cost. So if we can get a big sponsor that wants to foot the bill, I'm all down for it. As this will be flicked away, and it's going to be 4 runs. So Kokar, he's looked pretty compact. He's got a good technique, and he moves to a quarter century here of 16 balls. This is a little bit too straight from the bowler. It's Vikas who's come on, and this one gets sent to the leg side boundary.
Yeah, it's a good shot, cricket shot. The old flick off the legs. Bit of Mark War about that. And,
Yeah, it was nice.
4 more runs.
It's pretty good, Kokar. This is the thing. Both these teams, their top orders failed. That's why they haven't scored runs. They've been leaving it to the middle and lower order. It hasn't really happened for them.
You know how you mentioned that to get an ECN thing, big sponsor maybe. Do we still receive donations?
It's possible.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, Keanu.
Leave Keanu out of this.
I love Keanu.
That's right. I was trying to remember why you were cracking up at the start of game 2 today, and it was because you said that sometimes the viewers can be a bit of a trial. That's right. We were trying to remember. As this is a bit of an uppercut, and it's going to be blasting through the fielder, Govinda Singh. He had the gloves on yesterday. Today it's Vicky Singh who has the wicket-keeping duties. And Govinda, he's probably going to be used as a bowler later. Just this one eats him up.
Well, you've got to be careful here. So that goes down as -3 because they would have got the single.
Yep.
So now they've just gone to around -8 with a few overs to go. You just want to be a bit careful this doesn't blow out.
Yeah, although, don't forget, Indian Royals will have to field as well. And it'll be interesting to see if they can save a few in the field. Who's on the walk is the batter, Amandeep Kokar.
Oh, and he's misfielded the hat. Did you see that?
No.
I'm going to have to put that down as a -1. He missed the hat then. That was brilliant. Have a look at this.
So,
The keeper's hat blows off.
and then,
And watch him. He comes in hard. He doesn't get low enough, though. Oh, don't please be on the screen. Oh, no.
oh no, you've missed it. So it wasn't actually the keeper that misfields the hat.
Yeah, here we go.
It's
Look,
Manjit Singh.
comes in hard and he thinks, look, there's the hat. I'm going to pick this up with one hand. Brave.
Yeah.
Brave. Poor misfield.
Yeah, a bit too aggressive. As Manjit he's a regular keeper, but he's just nursing a bit of an injury. So, using some makeshift options at the moment. Kokar gets a single and moves to 30.
Yeah, he's playing a good little innings here. Zinkas, I know, is a more traditional style player, but he's got to learn this T10 format quick enough because 5 off 8 probably isn't good enough. You need to be on about 10 off 8 minimum.
Yeah, you want to be, but at least he's still there. Can Zinkas put the foot down? He tries. Big swing, but doesn't leave the surface as at the end of 6, Indian Royals are 44 for 2.
Yep, 44 for 2 off 6. I think you'd probably be I should say, the Indian Royals with the ball. They seem to have this under control as long as they can keep it steady. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah,
Hey,
I said Royals. Wait, who's bowling?
Fighters are bowling. Indian Royals at batting.
Yeah, sorry, on my sheet I've got it written down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fighters, CC for your fielding sheet.
Yeah,
Fair
sorry.
enough. Hey, look, no extras. I've jinxed it now. Not often you see a
why did you
completely
say
clean
it?
innings, but that's a positive for the Fighters. I think that's the reason that they're 44 after 6 and not 50 plus.
Yeah, well, you've just jinxed it, so you know this ball's going to be a wide.
Keanu's got a question about, are you allowed to catch the ball in your hat? He's never seen it. Or does it need to be in the hands? Good question. I'll give you a comprehensive answer after this ball from Martha Jarvid.
Maybe.
He's going to bowl over number 7.
Shot.
Yeah, this is hit nicely, and I may think of 2. Well, there's a fumble. Oh, it's almost fumbled that back over the boundary. In the end, it'll be 2. So it'll be a -1 on Corey's fielding sheet. I can see he's already writing it. To answer your question, Keanu, you cannot deliberately field the ball with your hat. If you do, it's a 5-run penalty.
Didn't you say we have the most knowledgeable viewers? Does that include Keanu?
There's no silly questions, and he's never seen it, so
that
he was
one's
asking.
borderline on silly. I feel like he's touching the
leave
boat
him
with
alone.
silly there.
No, he's allowed to. Stop alienating our viewers. Slow ball. Driven nicely, but straight to the fielder. Good throw, would have had him in trouble. And it is wide of the stumps. So Kokar gets one he probably shouldn't have. And he probably had time to go back to the bowler there, perhaps, who could have hit the stumps from closer range. Hindsight's 20/20.
Yeah, that's one thing that's not actually spoken about enough or talked about enough. Bowlers getting back to their stumps. It doesn't happen. They sort of just stand there. They're happy at the top of their mark.
That one was hit to the fielder so quickly, I think he could have thrown it to the bowler. Even though the bowler was nowhere near the stumps. Speaking of nowhere near the stumps.
You jinxed it.
Yeah.
They were so good, no extras, and he decides to miss the pitch.
Well, this is actually a no ball because it's off the surface, which means that the next ball will be a free hit. Well, our cube's certainly getting tested here. Good old Sturdy.
I can't believe you jinxed it. Well, that's a big no-y. And Zinkas, who's striking at 50, needs to get a boundary here desperately.
It's a good chance for him to just throw caution into the wind. Gets across, wants to go leg side. Finds the fielder in the circle. So again, it'll just be a single for Zinkas. So, yeah, to answer this other part of Keanu's question, you don't have to catch it in your hands though. You can catch it with any part of your person. In fact, you can even have it lodge in your equipment and it's a catch now. If it's in the fielder's equipment. So even you catch it in the grill of your helmet, for example, if you're keeping. I've seen sometimes keepers catch it between their thighs.
Oh, no.
Well, put that down as a -3.
No, well, they would have got 2.
You think so?
So I think I'm going to have a look at the replay to judge this one.
I think they're only getting 1 here.
Nah, because look, it's beaten the infield. They've turned and run. So they're doubling back for 2 at least. And then he's gone foot fielding, stopped, his foot got stuck in the turf, it's missed both feet, -2.
Well, Vikas does have a slightly injured left hand, and let's just say that the left hand was not involved in that piece of fielding. Kokar, well, he's really doing the heavy lifting for Indian Royals here. He's got 37 runs as the 50 comes up here in the 7th over. So he's scoring a high proportion of their score, the opener.
You know this foot fielding thing again, as there's a slight appeal given not out. And obviously there's quite a big Asian base in European cricket. I can safely say India, Pakistan, Bangladesh and Sri Lanka aren't good at football.
Yeah.
So why are they using their feet?
I think it's because the grounds they grow up on,
you never
can't
see them
really
in the
dive
World
on.
Cup. You never see them in a World Cup, do you?
True. Football's on the rise in India.
Did you hear the noise in the hotel last night? Portugal qualified for the World Cup. Did you hear it? The screams?
Well, pretty happy. This is uppercut, slashed away, and it's going to be 4 more runs. So Kokar, he now has 41 out of 57. That's the end of 7 overs. The score is 57 for 2. Javed, in the end, an expensive end to his spell as he goes for 2 boundaries in his last half of an over. 57 for 2 after 7. Just a reminder, if you want to see more of Corey, even though I'm not quite sure why you would, you can follow him on social media, as we do have our details up there. See Rutgers _28 on Instagram. Corey Rutgers also on Twitter and Facebook. You can follow me at Mr. Maximo.
I'm doing a live Q&A later as well on C Rutgers _28. So if you get your
making that up?
messages in, I will be responding to all messages in between 5 and 6 o'clock.
Is that something you're making up?
Nope.
And at European Cricket, probably the main one you want to follow on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook. And if you don't already, subscribe to our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network on YouTube. And you know, we're on TikTok now at European Cricket Network. So I'm gonna have to get on the TikTok, see what's going on there. All right, here's Deepu Mansapuria. As this one gets driven into the stumps, knocks them over. And I know you were talking about yesterday, if you can play without stumps. I think the batters wish the stumps weren't there that time at the non-striker's end. That was a straight drive, but 2 straight, but it will be a single.
Yeah, well, at least he's hitting it through the V. And they sneak through for an important single because it brings the man of the hour up, Kokar. He's on strike now. He's got himself to 41 off 24. Zinker's playing the long haul. And he's got an opportunity here to maybe get himself to a 50. Can someone else hit a 50 besides Shazad?
Yeah, that's right. Shazad's been in good form.
I'm
I mean,
surprised.
Something like 70 to 80 will play bigger than you'd think. These two teams have both struggled for confidence with the bat.
Is it my golden ball game?
Oh, it is. Match 11. We got the odd numbers.
Oh, takes a bounce over his foot. They'll think it 2. There should be 2. And they will get come back easily.
They do.
Oh, hat watch. There's a hat blowing.
Another hat fail.
Oh, pick it up. Good pick up.
That's an easy one for Angela, who loses the headwear. But that is a sign of the wind today, which is pretty much right behind the bowler, to be honest. So it's going to be hard to hit straight 6s. Also, it's a little bit right to left on your screen. Kokar keeps the strike. He's on 43. Gets one a little bit short. Gets it over the mid-wicket. A long chase for the outfielders. And he's going to get there, Mandeep. But the result is another 2 as he just gets there in the end. Look, yeah, I think this field is probably maybe 2 metres bigger than what we saw at ECL.
Definitely
And actually creates a lot more 2s, especially with fielding. Sometimes the fielders aren't that quick getting to the ball.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think it is slightly bigger. And, well, you're going to see more 2s than you usually would maybe in an ECS.
Oh, no, it's windy because my monitors are blowing all over the place at the moment. Kokar's on 45. drives, but finds the infielder this time. So that'll be a single. So where are we at on the fielding side of things?
-11.
Yeah, and they're all -11. There's no positives to offset them, right?
Most important though, they haven't dropped a catch. They took their opportunities. Usually there's a few drops, so hanging in there.
Zinkus. Let's see if he can find something. Would love to find the boundary at some point. Tries. This is a good length ball though, and he doesn't really know exactly what shot to play.
So you can tell he's more a touch player instead of power. So he might be maybe a ramp, a little late cut, something to try and beat the infield there.
So, yeah, I mean, that's a Perea. That's Perea. Last ball of his spell coming up. Zinkus, I think, will retain the strike. Oh, there's going to be a fumble, and that's costly because it also means the set batter, Kokar, will be on strike as we get to the end of the 8th over. It's 65 for 2. Well, plenty happening here as...
What's this?
The camera's blown over.
Whoa!
So you get a good view of the sky there.
Well, it's a good sky.
So now you have a pretty good idea of how windy it is.
I got told that Portugal's sunny and still and calm.
It's sunny right now, but it is a bit windy. But yes, very, very happy to be here.
Oh, absolutely.
65 for 2 off 8 overs. Yeah, never a great sign. The cameras are blowing over now. Yeah, that happened very occasionally.
I wonder what the windiest game of cricket in history is. Go on, Keanu, while you're there.
I don't know which one it is, but I think I've commentated it. Here's Mandeep Singh in the 9th. This is worked off a length, and it's going to be a long chase for Java down there. And they're going to want to, and they're going to get to.
Yeah, it's good running. That's not a -1. There was definitely 2 there.
Yeah, had to run hard from the get-go, though, didn't he? Kokar, who moves to 48. You'll see here, needed a throw to come in on the full, but it just bounces, which holds it up. And not handled by Vicky Singh, who has the gloves on for fighters today. Here's Mandeep. Back straight.
2 again,
Yeah,
if they're quick.
Zinkus is keen. And they are going to get 2 in the end. I think that was one where Matsupuria probably should have gone to the keeper's end.
I think that's his 50, Vinny.
Yeah, he has. He has brought up his 50 with that. That's why they were hustling for it. So, well batted by Amadou Kokar as he brings up his half century off 29 balls. He's hit 6 fours in that innings. Hasn't hit a 6 yet, but there have been no 6s in this innings. But despite that, it's a competitive sort of total already.
The running between wickets has been really impressive for me.
Partnership's worth 48 now as well between these two. Nice looking cover drive, but this is well fielded. And
+1.
You think so? Well, it's probably +3.
I'm going to say no, because I thought he would have got a hand on it and it got stopped somewhere else.
I'll give you that one. That was really good fielding. That's Rajvinder at cover. So I see what you're saying there. Could have knocked it away for a 2.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, Yeah, that was a really good clean pickup. So partnership moves to 49. Zinkus on strike. Digs this one out. And he might have run himself out.
Wow.
I think he's going to be gone here. And
I'll tell you what, Vinny.
This is gone.
If this is out, this is remarkable. I think they probably want him to be out here if you're the batting side as well.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe he did get back. Oh, I think he's gone here.
It's a great dive back.
Yeah, really good effort, but I think this is gone. Look, he is... Oh.
Yeah, he's gone. The bail's off.
Yeah, he's gone there.
Yeah, he's out. Bail's gone.
I think he's going to get the message, or is he? That's the question.
Yeah, for me, I think that the bail is broken right at the right time.
Wow, it looks like he's going to survive here. That's a break for Zinkus. Yeah, for me, that's out. And, well, maybe if you spoke to fighters, they'll say that's no problem because it didn't cost him a run anyway. He was on the retreat.
I'm giving that a +1 anyway. It was brilliant fielding off his own bowling.
Didn't save a run though, did it?
If he
yeah,
didn't,
I guess we got past him. Okay,
Yeah,
I get what you're saying. All right, so I think it survives a very close call.
Look, this might be, you know, we talk about retiring of batsmen. This might be one of the times. 10 off 16, hasn't got going.
Give someone else a crack.
See if someone else can hit the last 6 balls.
Yeah. can understand why he might do that. Last ball of the over coming up. Goes after it, a bit short.
2.
Pops into the outfield. Yeah, they've got a long chase, but I think that
Kokar's engine's gone.
Yeah, I also think he wants to keep the strike, because that is the end of the over. He'll move to 52, and after 9 overs, it's 72 for 2. So, I mean, Kokar, 52 out of 72. It's a pretty big proportion, isn't it? He's actually scored 72% of the whole team total here.
Yeah, wow.
He's holding them up, but what he has done, he's got them to already what's probably a competitive total, plus whatever they get off this last over.
Yep. If they can get into that 80 bracket, if they can have a great over, then get into that 85 bracket. It's been a one-man show by Kokar.
Thing is, we're going to have to see the fighters CC, batters fire, and Deepu Mansaparia likely to open. Let's see if they keep Muzza Javed up there. They've thrown him up as an opener. Hasn't really worked out for him so far. But Mandeep Singh, the captain, I think that he's a real key for them. He's listed at number 8 on my sheet. I don't think about that low. It's last overtime. Kokar swings straight through the first one from Vikas.
Yeah, I don't think Kokar's going to be running too hard. He looks absolutely exhausted. And, well, he's been running against this wind, so maybe just taking a bit more out of him.
Vikas gets driven.
Oh, yeah, that's a +2.
Hold on. No, we're never going to get 3.
Yep, they would have got 3.
No, they wouldn't. It's either +1 or +3.
No, +2.
Good knockdown, though. I have liked the work of Rajvinder.
He's been really good at cover.
You're predicting there would have been a 3. So
Yeah,
maybe
I think
there
that
would
was
have
a
been an
natural.
overthrow.
Yep.
It's absolute nonsense. All right, tries to go across this one, Zinkus.
Call him in. This is where the captain goes, sorry, Zinkus, it's time to have a rest and let's get somebody else having a swing at the bat.
He strategically maybe could throw the captain in, who's a left-hander, might just kind of throw the bowler a little bit. But
or get Kokar to run, get him to hold the crease and get him to cross.
got to get Kokar back down there. It's not a bad shot, and Zinkus is going to test the outfielder here,
no.
and it's going to go straight through him.
-2.
And Govinda, yeah, this one, he just can't stop. He makes good ground to his right, but comes up with fresh air. Zinkus gets a boundary, and just took 18 balls, but he gets there. And yeah, handy runs at the back end here for the Indian Royals.
Well, they just had a couple of pluses in the outfield, but that's a -2. They would have run 2, and he gave away an extra couple. They'll be disappointed with that, because they 3 runs, and they're getting around that 80 mark.
County's looking up windiest cricket games, and he's talking about a test match in Manchester. I guarantee you it was twice as windy last year on ECN. Whereas I think they'll probably just settle for the 1 here.
Yeah.
Because there's just 1 ball to go now. Zinkus looks like he'll finish on 15. Yeah, there were a few times that we've played without bails. That's one thing. We've had times that the stumps have been blowing over as well. So we've had not just bails off, but we can't play without stumps, but the stumps were actually blowing away. But we try and play anyway. Last ball coming up. Swing and a miss. And, well, they might have made a meal of this. No, they will get the run out. So Kokar is going to get run out for 53. But he can honestly say that he's held his team up here without his contribution. And you worry where they might have been. It might be one of the lowest totals ever in a first innings to contain a half century, actually, because they're going to finish 78 for 2 off their 10 overs. And fighters, they're going to need 79. And nice sportsmanship there from Vikas, just congratulating the batter, Amandeep Kokar, on his half century. Ends up hitting 6 fours in that innings of 53, not out. 9 fours, no sixes. So, look, normally you'd say it might be a little bit under par, but against this fighters side that have struggled with a stick, I think it's going to be a very interesting second half of this game. 2 teams that both need a win. And that one was held on to. Let's see which team can grab the points here in match 11 of the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal.
Yeah, who's going to grab these points in this all-important clash? Both teams going for their first ever victory in the tournament this week. And it was all the wickets at the start that made you sort of think that the fighters CC were going to have the wood over the Indian Royals. But then we saw a really good partnership. And that's what you want when you're at the top order. You want to be able to put the runs on with a mate. And Zinkus was the sort of glue, and Kokar was the more aggressor of the 2 players. As you can see here, some nice shots through the offside and a little bit of poor fielding, and we'll go through the fielding stats in a moment. And well, this was the misfield of the hat. Look at him, get down, get low, misses it. You've got to field those hats. Poor fielding, and picks it up on his second chance. And, well, to be honest, I was impressed overall with Finders CC bowling, and their fielding wasn't too bad. They definitely saved a few runs. This wasn't a highlight of a moment. Misses his feet both ways. Don't think they're going to qualify for the World Cup this year. And what I was really impressed with by the Indian Royals was their running between the wickets. We've mentioned that the boundaries are a little bit bigger here in Cartagio, and that was a great dive back into his crease. We think that could have been given out, but given not out in the end after a check by the third umpire. Another misfield right at the end there that gave him extra bonus runs, which might hurt. Then the last ball, run out, thrown here by the keeper to the bowler. Definitely run out off the last, trying to scramble through for a bye. And that brought an end to the first innings. Good sportsmanship, and Coker, well, making a 50 for his team, and plus 70% of the runs. He can hold his head up high. It was a sensational T10 innings. We'll take a look at the scorecard, and that's what it confirms. Amandeep Coker, 53 of 34. Zinker's never really got going, but he stayed there, 15 off 19, and only the one extra, the one no ball off the pitch. So they kept it pretty straight, and that's not bad effort considering the windy, blustery conditions that we have right now. Let's take a quick look at the bowling figures, shall we? Well, shared around some pretty good economy rates there. Parwinder Singh going at 6, and he picked up 1 for 12. None of the other bowlers really getting smacked out the attack. The other wicket was for Jarvid, but the other bowlers can hold their head up high with economies of 7, 8 and 8. So let me take a quick look at our fielding notes while the Manhattan graph comes up, and you can see there was one big over in there, but pretty consistent overall. And let's do the fielding notes. We've got -5, 8, 9, 10, 12, -14, plus of 4. That means -10 in the field, no dropped catches. I think that's going to be pretty important. So, pretty interesting clash we have here. Both teams fighting hard for their first victory. Join us back in the next 10 minutes for the all-exciting run chase. Thank you. Hello and welcome back everybody around the world for some live T10 action. We're here in Cartagena, Portugal. It's a bit windy, but the sun is starting to break through the clouds, which is good news for everybody involved. And we're at the halfway stage of this T10 clash between Fighter CC and the Indian Royals. Now, interesting game this one because neither have registered a win in the tournament. And as we know, by Friday, one of them will be eliminated. Well, not one of these two teams, one team from the group, but it is looking likely it would be one of these two teams. So the question is, who's going to win this game and get their team that first win with some vital points and maybe stay away from elimination? So plenty to play for. And give good opportunity to welcome back our viewers around the world. As Amandeep Kokar says hello to the ground there. He's just stretching. He's very, very tired after that batting innings, stretching the back out. And yeah, good opportunity to welcome back everyone in India via FanCode and everyone on YouTube and via the YouTube chat. As I look to my right, Vinny Sandhu's beanie has just gone flying across in front of me. So it is very blustery here indeed. And difficult here in the commentary box. I wonder how it must be out there for the players as well. Not easy. And it's our man, John Zinkas. He's got the new ball in hand. Can he control it? I'll be doing the fielding notes for this innings, as always. Your stats guru. I think the best fielding team will go on to win this game. And it's 79 for victory. We're almost set to go. A few fielding changes. The left-handed Singh on strike. He's partnered by Kumar. Here we go. Shot. What a shot that is through extra cover. Oh, I tell you what, blimey. That is old, traditional, stylish cricket. 4 runs over pitched. And there's always something aesthetically beautiful about a left-handed cover drive. Bit of Mike Hussey in that. And that's a pretty good compliment to give. But yeah, left-handers playing cover drives, I think it might be one of the most beautiful things in cricket. And what a start that is for Fighter CC. Well, they've come out fighting, that's for sure. Oh, he beats the bat. Good response. Good response. Gets it in on a better length. Beats the bat outside off stump. Maybe unlucky not to get a feather edge there. Looks like deep mid-off in place after that cover drive. The old follow the ball. And deep third man are the two boundary riders. Vinny Sandhu next to me, still trying to hold on to his laptop. He's got to glue that down. He keeps jumping. Vinny, please, I'm trying to focus. Pushed into the offside. Touch and go. Backwards hat man. Picks it up. Fires it in. 1 run. And there goes his hat as well to add insult to injury. Well, that's why you wear it forward, kids. It's good running though. I mean, when you go straight away, you've got every chance to get there. That's exactly what happened there. So right-hander on strike now. Obviously, there'll be a big change to the field. Let's see who the boundary riders will be. Looks like third man. And they've got to choose someone else. Deep cover. So that sort of gives us a little indication that Zinkas doesn't want to get too straight here. It gets too straight. Worked away nicely on the leg side for a single. Backwards hat man, fumbles again, throws it into the turf again. So, good start this by Fighter CC. You get that boundary earlier in the over, it sort of takes away all the pressure. You can play a couple of nice little shots, get the singles, because they only need to go at 8 and over. Don't have to do anything crazy. That's good bowling. Wide Yorker under the bat. So dot ball. Zinkas has got something about him with the ball, that is for sure. Probably wasn't his most fluent game with the bat. But with the ball, he's been very good in the power play. Usually bowls 2 up top. He'll be hoping he can get an early wicket for his side here. Beats the bat this time. I think, well, Singh might be a little bit disappointed he didn't get that one away. It does bring us to the end of the first. And the score, 6 for none. So just having a look up, who's going to be taking this all-important second over of the power play? And well, we've enjoyed our interaction with the chat. Andrew, nice to have you back with us, asking what was for lunch. It was a mushroom chicken with salad for me. Quite delicious, and thank you to everyone here in Portugal who do host us. Brilliant accommodating people, and really enjoy coming back here. And it's going to be Shakat who's going to be handed the new ball. Now, he opened the batting, didn't pay off. He needs to try and make something pay off with the new ball here now. Needs to get a wicket early, just to put a little bit of pressure on this Fighter CC batting lineup. Oh, that's a great start. Really nice, slightly leaving the batsman, but sort of went under his bat, if anything. So dot ball to start. And when you get these dot balls early, if you can take a wicket at the right time, it's going to put a lot of pressure on the batting team. Hasn't been one of the highest scoring ECSs that we've ever seen. I mean, today it feels like that 80 to 90 mark has consistently come up. And they scamper through for a quick single. It's good running. So I do find it quite interesting in these small chases. Some teams can go into their shell a little bit and play a bit conventional. And I do say you don't need to take unnecessary risks, but you don't want to win in the last over. You want to be able to put the balls away and not put too much pressure on that middle order if it comes to it. Bang. Caught. Oh, yeah, what a catch that is. Well, the fielding standards are important. John Zinkus, he made good ground coming in. He tracked in a couple of metres, took the catch and rolled with it. Lovely hands. We haven't seen one dropped in this match. That must be a record. And, well, this is a great catch. And Shaka, he gets the rewards. It was hit fairly hardish, but it's spliced. Made some good ground. And, yeah, that's a good, safe catch. Little bit of a roll at the end. And the old, a little bit of a Leighton Hewitt celebration, and that's a big wicket early in this one. And Shuckett, he gets the first, helped by his teammate Zinkus, and the Fighters, they're 7 for 1, and that's right on cue. Keanu was asking a question, what's the most important aspect of fielding? Well, catching's one of them, and technical catches. If you hold your catches in matches, you don't want to be giving the opposition 15 chances. And I can't believe we haven't seen a drop this match yet. I'm doing the fielding notes for this game. We've been clean so far. Phenomenal stuff. So 2 right-handers at the crease now. Oh, inside edge. It's not a nice game to be a bowler sometimes, and that will go away for 4. Well, you can't do much about that. He gets a little edge first ball. No chance for the keeper. And no fine leg in place. He's in the ring. So that will go away for 4. That's third man. Quite a fine third man trying to get around to it. He had no chance. And that is the first boundary for the new batsman. And that's a Vicky Singh, Ravinder Singh. He'll be happy with that start. 4 off 1. Good start by Shakat though. He's bowled a good length, good line. He's getting the ball to talk just enough. Oh, that's an absolute seed. Hard length, nipping away. It's all about length in this format. And really good delivery, asking the right questions. He plays with his hair, he loves his hair. We nickname him the Beehive because it's sticking right out. Vicky Singh on strike, last ball of the second. Pushed offside, stopped with the one hand, good fielding. Yeah, I'm going to give that a +1. That's been misfielded most of the day. So that will bring us to the end of the second. The score, 11 for 1. And this game, I think, it's pretty evenly poised. There goes another hat. Well, there hasn't been many drop catches, but the hats have been flying everywhere. Fighters CC now, they require 68 off 48. And they just need one person to have a good day here with the bat. You'd imagine they should knock off these runs, but yeah, you never know. And we have a look at the table and look at it. They're both rooted to the bottom, but Indian Royals haven't played as many games. So for Indian Royals, if they win this, they really put Fighter CC in the corner. They'll be on the ropes. Fighter CC, in my eyes, can't lose this game. They need to get the W. Zinkus will continue for the third. Good opportunity to welcome back co-commentator, laptop catching, beanie flying, Vinny Sandu.
Pretty windy, no doubt about it. Good to be back. Let's get the third over underway. Yeah, fighters just falling a little bit behind the rate. I think they can't get their way out of though. Zinkus loses the first one down leg side. Gets through the keeper as well. Is that a -1?
Yeah, it is. So the keeper has to stop that. Gives away an extra run.
I
And
have to say, Yasa Mustafa though has been pretty good behind the stumps so far for Royals in this series.
I have to say,
Yep.
no drop catches in 12 overs.
Yeah.
In trying conditions, pretty impressive.
Yeah. There haven't been that many chances. That was a really good one though from Zinkus. Spotted early in this innings. He's got the ball now. Pretty good. Outswinger straightens down the line. Goes to Sharkat, who shapes the throw but doesn't. So just a single. So thanks for everyone's contributions in the live chat as well. It might be Terry in the chat. He's asking hello to all and asking you, Corey, what you are getting up to this summer. Good question, actually. I know that we've got you for the commentary couple of times, but what's taking up your time this summer?
Well, the question was from the Cricketov Academy.
Cricketov Academy in Czech Republic.
Well,
yeah.
if they want to send
Czech
a job,
cricket.
if they want to send a job offer through, you never know.
You've already got a job. Stop hustling.
No, I'm doing.
You've already coached most European countries.
Working with Spain this summer, working with VOC Rotterdam as always. Zinkus comes in again, and that's pushed into the offside. Tight run, hit, great fielding, unlucky. They'll get through for a single. And good effort by the keeper there. That was a great pickup. Watch this in your screen. I'm a big advocate for good fielding. Watch this, one-handed, sidearm throw. Good running though. If you go straight away, you usually make it. As the duct tape's been brought to the commentary tent. That's obviously going over Vinny Sandu's mouth. But I know I'll be working for Spain this summer, doing some VOC work. And the third job, commentary on the side when I can, with Vinny Sandu, Rico Full, and Andrew, the number 4. Shot high. I reckon this could be a half a chance at best. No, it's going to land in a hole. It's safe. They think about 2. They don't get 2. It's thrown into the ground in disgust. Oh, and then Zinkus loses his marbles. I don't know what he's doing there. Oh, I have no idea what he was doing there. He goes the underarm throw, and it's an extra run.
I was taping my screen to the table. Tell me what I missed. Sounded exciting though.
Oh, I got pretty pumped up. Sharkat came in, and then he threw it miles away from the stumps, and then Zinkus got a little bit weird here. Zinkus has just lost his marbles.
So he's got 2 feet in here, doesn't he? Mickey said.
Oh, it's high. This could be going. No, it's going to plug. Could it be a catch? Oh, it's an unbelievable effort. Oh, and he throws it back in. Oh, they're still running. What is going on?
Keep running.
It's a run out.
Oh, have a look at this from Sharkat. Well, it's your first drop catch
It's
of
a drop
the match.
catch. It's -2.
But how about this? Have a look at this. This effort, once he actually saves a boundary as well. I don't know how to score this because look, that's a great effort. But look at the way he keeps it in. He's falling over and he throws it behind the back, but he throws it so far.
But they scored 2,
Only
so
get 2.
because of the drop, it's a drop. He's missed 2.
It's not an easy catch though,
No,
is
it's
it?
not easy. It's not easy, but rules are rules. Jeez, it got a bit exciting the last 2 minutes. Oh, and he plays and misses.
You've obviously had extra coffees, haven't you?
I've had 5 now.
Have you?
I'm starting to get...
I've just perceived that things have gone up a notch in the commentary box. It's the end of the third over. The score is 19 for 1. Yeah, just this chase where you essentially need 8 and over. You want to stay around the mark, don't you, at the moment? They would want to be 24 after 3. They're 19. How about that? It was a crazy bit of cricket. I still think it was a good effort for Sharkat to get there with the big legs and then to improvise the behind the back throw.
It was definitely a good effort.
They should have probably run 3. That was poor running, I thought. I just think the batters thought there was no chance of getting 3 because there aren't that many 3s out there.
It's interesting the Czech boys piping up in the chat. Well,
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you had us sent through the contract and maybe put a couple extra zeros at the end.
You wish.
No, they're good boys out at Czech. I enjoyed my week as a consultant coach for them. That was good fun.
I love spending time in the Czech Republic, as you know.
I know you do because, well, it's time to tell the viewers you've found love.
That's not.
Yeah, yeah.
It's
Vinny,
unconfirmed.
that is... Oh, that's confirmed, all right.
Get out of here. As this
Catch
is worked away. It's going to...
Oh,
he gets
no.
done by the bounce. It's going to be 4.
It's -3.
And This is just the spin. A bit of experience, you know, this is always going to spin right to left when you're down there. And you're right, look, he spends all that time getting to his right, and in the end, he should have just stayed put. It would have spun straight towards him. So the result's 4 runs.
You did find love in the Czech Republic, I've heard.
I do love spending time in Prague. I'm just in love with the cricket, though.
Don't you dare. Don't try and hit me in the commentary box. That's on Comcam. I know we can rewind that. He just tried to strike me, officer.
This is going to be a dot ball. It's Jai Prakash, who's impressed me with the ball
Yeah, he's
so
been
far
good.
in this series.
This game, I have a feeling this game... Oh, here we go. Look at that. Oh, my word. I tell you, that if I was Chris Rock, that's how he should have been.
You're not quite as big as Chris Rock.
See those coffee movements? Well bowled.
Is this a little edge?
No.
Wow.
Just out.
People liked it.
Just outswing. Can we show that again, how quick I moved?
It wasn't quick.
That was quick.
We won't be showing that again.
We'll be showing that again.
This is a replay. What
The
we want to
fans
see.
are all disappointed they had to see an outswinger.
You know what? That was pretty close to the edge.
No, I don't think so, Vin. He didn't hear anything in the effects, Mike. This is that beautiful moment in the day where the 5th coffees come to work, and during the 4th game I go right down. But right now I'm at my optimum. I'm ready.
No, this is bad. This is where we need to put the perspex up between us, because he's starting to get on my nerves.
Nah, come on, Vinny.
And where's my coffee? Where are you? Where are you
Drank
getting these coffees
drank
from?
that also.
No, you're getting 2 and drinking them both. Because I haven't seen one all day, and I'm dying for one. I'm freezing out here.
It is chilly.
Yeah, Prakash has been excellent though. He's beat the bat a couple of times. It's just that 4, which wasn't really his fault. So at the moment, the first innings, it was -10 with no drops.
Yeah, so
in this innings,
at the moment, they're on -5 with a drop.
-5.
So that drop, though, could be crucial.
This is the last ball of the over coming up. And it's Vicky Singh who's on strike. Just punches away to point. Probably always getting a run there.
Yep.
And that's the end of the over. At the end of 4, it's 25 for 1. Game in the balance here in match 11 between 2 winless sides. And Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo, alongside me is Corey Rutgers, who's always trying to get on my nerves. And I know a lot of the viewers, you're saying that he gets on your nerves too, but he's kind of a lovable larrikin, isn't he? And we'll just give him a little one of those. But anyway, it's all in good fun. And it's great to have you back as the ECS continues, and he is such a pain, honestly. But go get me a coffee. Next time you get one, get me one as well.
I'll go get a coffee.
It's great to be here, though. And look, the sun's peeking out, which is exactly what we want to see as well. Hello to you, Terry, and everyone that's watching from the Czech Republic as well. Hope you're having a great time.
Hey, guys.
Keanu and Stephen Waddell is also there. He's saying, Alexa, where's Vinny's coffee? Yeah, why don't you order me one? But look, this is a really interesting game, and fighters don't want to fall too far behind in this chase, because suddenly the score's looking a little bit bigger than it already is. Lakshman KC is the bowler here in over number 5.
Yeah, the man with the least amount of letters on the graph, LKC, lucky.
Yeah, so already it's up to 9 and over. It's almost like you're chasing 90,
yeah,
which seems a bit like par in this series.
Oh, that might help, Vinny.
Yeah, full toss. This is hanging in the air. Sharkat is going to take the catch. Well, we know he's athletic. He's got the long legs, just a couple of steps, and he was there. And so Vicky Singh's going to have to go. Got a big, juicy full toss, but he hit it straight into the teeth of the breeze. KC breaks through, and fighters 25 for 2.
Yeah, well, it was a low full toss. He could have put it anywhere, and you can see how much the wind actually held that up. That almost landed in the inner ring.
Yeah.
I mean, it is so blustery behind the bowler's back, so going straight is quite difficult. And yeah, 2 down. They're in strife here, fighters CC.
Yeah, I mean, it's a difficult shot to play in these conditions, and the wind is actually super important to consider. But here is a man, Mandeep Singh, who I think is their best batter.
Yeah.
I honestly think he is. But yeah, just early in the season, probably a bit rusty, struggling for a bit of touch. He is one guy that can get them there. And I think he hasn't really gotten out of single digits so far in the series, in the 4 matches, but this is a good opportunity for him. Facing up now to Lakshman. Yeah, pushes away and he'll get one to get off the mark.
Yeah, gets himself in. Always a nice feeling as a batsman. Yeah, Ninja in the chat obviously saw me evade your punch and said, "Oh, Bruce Lee would be proud." Well, here's one for you. My middle name's Lee, and I am related.
That's not true.
Wait, Corey Lee Rutgers.
I'll put a blindfold on you and throw some sandbags at you, and then we'll see how good you are. Yes.
Whoa!
Good looking shot. That's going to beat everyone. That's a really good effort on the boundary.
-3.
Oh, that's a bit harsh. John Zinkas, don't put it in any book for that. That was just a good effort. But what a good shot this is from Jasvinder Kumar. He was 8 off 10 before that, but he strikes this really nicely.
No, that's not negative. That's heroic fielding effort by Zinkas. He throws his body on line. He took a good snare earlier, good catch.
Keanu in the chat saying Indian Royals have a good bowling unit, just haven't done it with the bat. And yeah, that's a pretty good analysis. Probably for both these two teams, to be honest. Oh, this one, he goes on contact and a little bit lucky to get away with that. Mandu Singh hustles through for a single. Just got to keep this moving. They don't want this run rate required to get up into double digits, I don't think,
No,
the way that they've been batting.
You're right. You don't want it at double digits, but they've still got wickets in hand. They just keep their composure. They're right in this game still.
Fighter's been bowled out in the 40s a couple of times. They have been struggling. As you see, the next ball is Mandeep, who is able to whack this down for just one. So no real timing yet. He's more classical batter as well, Mandeep, if he finds himself in. Anyway, halfway through this chase, after 5 overs, the Fighters CC, they are 32 for 2.
Yep, 32 for 2 at the moment. Indian Royals have been pretty good with the ball. Ask the right questions. Have a quick look at the scorecard there. And the key, Kumar, he's still there, 13. And Mandeep Singh, Vinny's told me a lot about his batting. And if they keep the extras down...
Still got some batting to come. Mansa Perea batting pretty low here. He's at 5. Mazhar Javed, saw him. They was dabbling with him at the top of the order, but he's listed at 6.
Ninja in the chat doesn't believe me, but my middle name is Lee.
That is true.
That is actually
but
true.
As far as being related to Bruce Lee?
Yeah, true. Asian descent.
What are you talking about? I think it's a crime to claim something that you're not.
Okay, that's not true, but my middle name is Lee.
Stop it. We're going to have to mute you. You're cut off from coffees, by the way. I've decided.
Unfair.
Here's Ahmedullah.
Shot. Oh, Vinny.
It's a good shot for one. He didn't spot the fielder.
Oh, the cubes.
That is the thickness of the cube legs that's done you there.
Well, actually, in all seriousness, the cube legs
it
right
was
in the
a good
way.
Shot. Take nothing away from the shot.
Well, it's sort of weird. They've got two sort of backward pointishes, so I thought, he split the gap, must be 4.
Yeah.
Shot for 1.
Well handled down there.
It's like the third game of the day is the premiership quarter. I get really hyped up for the third game of the day.
Yeah, I know you're hyped up. I'm just the right amount of hype.
What game in the day would you say you hit your peak, and what game are you usually a bit off?
I'm pretty consistent. I think that I try and be pretty consistent.
Maybe the viewers can tell us what game is Vinny at his best, and what game is Vinny at his worst. 1, 2, 3, or 4. I'd be curious, actually.
I don't think. Well,
look
I'm
from a
not going to
neutral.
lead the witness. I'll let the people in the chat decide.
From a neutral, I think you're very good at 1.
You really think so?
Yeah, because I'm tired.
Just comparatively. This one's just wangled away by Kumar.
Wangled away. Interesting shot option. But yeah, I think you're good in 1, and then I'd say around about 2 you let me down.
Well, a couple of things that are coming up in the chat. Phil G. Hello to you, Phil. And Corey's middle name's actually Lee, spelt with an E-I-G-H, not Lee L-E-E. So that's one reason
one of those
you're full of it.
One of those restraining orders will be issued soon. So how does he know that?
Thank you to Identity Thief Phil for piping into the chat as smothers this and
watch
keeps
the
it to
overthrows.
1. Now that's actually pretty good fielding. He does smother the
I'll give him a
potential variable bounce.
+1 for that.
Yeah, okay. He does well there. You did say the fielding might be, well, you said the fielding would be the difference between these two teams, and at the moment I think the Royals are fielding better than the Fighters did.
Yeah, they are.
Andrew in the chat saying that Vinny has Mr. Consistency as well as Mr. Maximo. What a lovely comment from Andrew.
Jeez, Andrew, sit on the fence.
We have
much.
the best viewers in world cricket, Corey.
No, the most unknowledgeable viewers in world cricket.
They're not your cup of tea. But, I'm a big fan of all of our viewers at ECN. This one's pushed a bit too wide from Ahmedullah.
Oh, there's an extra. Oh, no!
Almost creates a run out.
Oh, it's chaos cricket.
They were just, the batters are looking at each other now. And I wonder what that conversation is about. Yeah, and Keanu says that he thinks Vinny is good overall. Yeah, it's I think can't think the people have spoken.
You're good game 1. I think game 2.
You're just comparing me to you. You're the one that's up and down like a yo-yo. You're the one we have to regulate your caffeine
that could
intake
be my
during
phrase,
the day.
the yo-yo.
Yeah, well, it's pretty accurate because they're fun at first, but then they're pretty annoying and a bit
Remember-
dangerous. Anyway, couple to come. Swing and a miss.
Totally off topic. Yo-yos. How good were you? Were you good at walking the dog?
I wasn't that
I
good
could,
at
I
yo-yos.
could walk the dog and go
Certainly.
around the moon.
They had soft drink themed yo-yos at school
Yeah,
for a
the
while.
Coca-Cola
I
yo-yo was
wasn't
one
gonna
of the
mention the
greats.
brand name because they're not giving us any money. But
Thank
anyway.
you, Coca-Cola.
Thanks for. Yeah. I'm okay, but not great. Can't really do any tricks. Edged and dropped.
That is a drop.
Yeah, this is knocked up by the keeper, Yasa Mustafa. This one just is on him a bit quick.
Yeah, it's a pretty quick edge, isn't it? Flies off the bat. Maybe does well to get a hand to it.
Oh,
Oh, it's a finger.
It's end of the finger.
Ow.
But yeah, he does get there. He's pretty well balanced, Mustafa, as a keeper. But it literally just beats him for pace. And so that is a drop catch. You can put that one in the book.
Yeah, she's there.
And well, maybe that cost them a run as well, because it probably should have been taken. That's the end of 6 overs. And it's 37 for 2. Is that a -1? Did you forget the -1?
No, I put it down. I'm just taking my time.
No, it's bad enough that you're doing this and I have to proofread your work. Anyway, Ahmadullah, pretty good overall, things considered from him. It just went for 5. They have used 5 bowlers now, and all 5 bowlers in single-digit economy. Pretty good stuff as we start the 7th. And it's Mohamed Shaikat, the other Croatian connection in the side, who's going to bowl it. And so first ball, just 1. And yeah, this rate's just climbed a bit. It's over 10.5 now. And the Fighters, they do have 2 batters at the crease that they had fancied to get them there. But they don't want to be too conservative here.
No, they need to find just 1 boundary and over. And if you get it at the start of the over, it gives you a bit of calmness. Not easy, though. The wind is blowing. And he's bowled in, Vinny. Well, you can't get a boundary if it hits the leg stump. Shakat's happy with his work, and another wicket falls.
Yeah, so unfortunately, it's going to be disappointment for the Fighters as Mandeep still can't get going. I think he noticed that the rate was climbing. He just decides to go after this, cross-bats the ball on the stump, so he's going to have to go. And in the end, he's only able to put together 4. So more disappointment for the captain. He's the 3rd wicket to fall. He's 38 for 3.
So that's the ideal T10 length. It's not spoken about enough. Top of the stumps.
Yeah.
You want to be able to hit the bails if you can. You know, anything fuller than that, you're in strife. Anything shorter, you're in strife. That's perfect.
Top of the stumps. Yeah. I mean, it also depends who's in. I mean, maybe a guy who's in might be able to drive that down the ground, but probably not with this wind, right?
Nah, I don't think so. It's hard to drive.
Yeah, so
They're in trouble now, the Fighters, aren't
a
they?
little bit, but Deepu Mansapriya can bat. He's batting pretty low here at 5. I'll give you a stat, and you don't see this very often. At the moment, no Maximos in this game, and we're into
Wow.
the 17th over.
Wowee. Well, that sums it up, really.
In the first half of the game, we did see 9 4s, 6 off the bat of Kokar. So far, there's been 4 4s. The second half is Shaikat, who gets upstairs on Mansapriya, and this will be a dot. And yeah, the fine leg, he decides to back off that one.
Is that one for the over? They look pretty high.
Possibly. But I'm looking at the fine leg here. Is this catchable? That's the question. Hangs up in the air. Probably not quite above the shoulder, if I'm honest, as we get back to live action. Well, this is straight up in the air. Now, someone has to catch this. Shaikat calls for it, and he takes it. So 2 in the over. Mansapriya, who was almost out first ball, but he is out second ball. He just miscues this cross-bat stroke. Shaikat takes a second. And yeah, it's big trouble. In fact, that's a 3rd wicket for Shaikat, caught and bowled. Deepu goes without scoring. It's 38 for 4.
Yeah, Fighters aren't putting much of a fight up here. He gets the catch, and yeah, simple wicket. Easy catch in the end. And yeah, Fighters just falling behind here, struggling to find any boundaries. And if someone doesn't come in and play a little cameo here, they're in a lot of strife in the tournament. I would suggest, Vinny, their tournament life is hanging by a thread.
Yeah, well, I mean, they've got this afternoon to try and grab a game
because
back.
of the net run rate.
Yeah, but there's
Because
still...
of their net run rate.
But I mean,
No.
a lot can happen in the net run rates in the last 4 games, right?
No, not that much. Honestly, they're so far
half the
behind.
tournament. So.
Yeah, but they're so far behind. If they don't get this win, if they lose this pretty comfortably, I really worry about their tournament life. They're on the ropes, the Fighters. Do they have a knockout punch somewhere?
Yeah, well, the Fighters showed some fight last time. Let's see if they can get it from somewhere here.
I'm going to make a call here. I have a feeling there's going to be a couple of ledges for 4, a little bit of a partnership, and they're going to get close.
Muzza Javid does look the goods, and they tried him at the top of the order. He came back with 0 and 1, and hasn't really happened for him, but this is a great opportunity. His first one, hunting the stump. The Shark Cat 3 for 5. Well, he's been a good pickup for the Royals, who went shopping, didn't they? They found a couple in Croatia.
Yeah, big money spending.
Mohamed Sharkat and Ahmadullah.
Not too sure I would have signed them, but yeah, well, you spend your money any way you want.
I think just have a look at the numbers. I'll tell you. It's, yeah, they're doing pretty well.
Oh, is that dinged in?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure.
It's probably where the helmet's probably required.
Don't think this gets up that high. We'll have a look at it.
Vinny wasn't that far away from an emergency.
Ooh, yeah, that's more back shoulder, but yeah, it could have been nasty. Javid does survive. Then might have even suffered, got a little bit of the upstairs region. That's the end of 7 overs. It's 38 for 4. Fighters need to get a wriggle on. And we'll be wriggling on here through the wind as we will head into the last game of the day. Match 12, rematch between these two teams. Indian Royals once again winning the toss and electing to bat first. That is starting in 40 minutes time right here on the European Cricket Network as we head into that match. Hope you stay with us.
Shots.
As this is nicely hit, and it's Kumar who's played a couple of really nice looking shots. He just needs to hit him a bit more consistently. He moves to 19 with that boundary, and the Fighters blow into the 40s, 42 for 4.
Yeah, well, they need a lot more of that. That gives them a little bit of glimmer of hope. He gets a nice ball on the offside. He smokes it through wide extra cover for 4.
Keanu is saying in the chat, Vinny and Rico pretty good from game 1, except at Kartama when Rico didn't get his sleep. Yeah, Rico can get a bit grumpy sometimes as well.
Grumpy Rico is my favourite Rico.
Have we told everyone about you arriving at the airport yet? I don't think so.
No, let's leave that.
And we had a big sign.
Maybe we could get the footage up.
Conrad had a sign for Corey when he arrived at the airport on Monday night. I might as well just say it said, big sign saying Rico full, waiting for you. It might have even said best commentator ever with all these love hearts.
People are wondering who started it. He started it. I'm just coming back at him.
All right. Gets a bit of bat on this, slashed away, and this is going to be 4. No play on it for Zinkas. And Kumar trying to hit the Fighters back into contention. He moves into the 20s, and the Fighters up to 46.
Well, it's up to him, isn't it? It's a one-man show, and Ulla's got this habit of bowling back of the length and not getting it full enough. We've mentioned that in Croatia, and we've mentioned it at the ECC, and it's happening again here. Bowling that back of the length, and batsmen, they can do what they want with it. It's just a bit too short. He's good when he gets it full. And, well, 2 4s in the first 3 balls. He needs to get another one if he can. Dead ball.
A couple of those today. A few people talking about messages in the YouTube chat not appearing. That's more of a YouTube issue. That's not really us.
Oh,
That's,
so we've finally banned them.
No, we try not to ban people unless they break the guidelines.
Good option.
Yeah, no one understands why some messages just never appear. Ahmadullah bangs this in. This is upstairs. In fact, it's going to be called a wide.
Well, I just mentioned that he goes a bit too short sometimes, and that's a perfect example. And, yeah, that is too short. It's called a wide. Just has to be careful with this over. If it gets away from them, it brings this game right back in it. Kumar's the key. Camera 3, I've just heard from the director, has fallen over, so that's how windy it is.
Yeah, well, it's not the first. That means all cameras now. All cameras have fallen over at some point. Sharkat's going to have a crack here. Whew.
Good fielding. Unbelievable fielding. One-handed pick-up, direct hit.
Yeah, but that's really good fielding. I can just see he doesn't run his bat in here.
Safe.
Just gets the feet down. 1-2. Once you're in, you're in now. But yeah, so that means most of the ground level cameras have blown over.
We need I reckon you need a 5 wides or something like that to get them back in it here.
Yeah.
I got a feeling.
Well, let me see what the equation is here. I mean, at the moment I've got 31 of 14. So yeah, boundary here.
Couple of
in
extras.
the realm of possibilities, isn't it?
Maybe he's bowled one over the shoulder. If it's another over the
Shove it.
shoulder.
He's going to have to go here. Let's go.
Yeah, so he had
Tries
a
and
feeling that
misses.
might happen.
So we're going to miss. Yeah, Stephen Waddell saying great fielding. Well, it was, wasn't it, from Sharkat, who's having a pretty good game here for the Royals as they are in the box seat for their first victory. Yeah, that 78 playing a lot bigger. I said that it might in the first half of this game just because these two teams both struggling with a bit of confidence with the bat. And really, you take Coker out of this game, there haven't been a lot of runs at all. Misses, sits straight to Minoff and he catches it. Oh, just like plucking apples for Sukhvinder Singh. As Javed, he wasn't able to score in 3 opportunities, net the 4th. He drove, but he drove straight to the Royals captain who was in the circle. It's another wicket for the Fighters who are struggling now, 48 for 5.
Yeah, I reckon that might be all she wrote. The Fighters, well, their tournament life by a thread. They're in a lot of trouble now. Oh, they need a miracle, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, they still do have Jasvinder there, but he's leaving a lot of work.
Yeah, a
for
lot of work.
himself. And yeah, at the moment, it's looking pretty unlikely. 48 for 5 after 8 overs, so needing 31. They're going to need to have a big over here. And might just say a quick hello to Girish Singh, who probably see you playing for the Coimbra Knights. You might remember him from last time. Hello, Girish. He's in the chat right now. He's a one-hand specialist in the field, so it's nice to see you there. And right now, they're going to go back to Jai Prakash, so a pretty reliable bowler to bowl tonight. He just conceded 6 in his first. The Fighters, this is the over where they got to move. Pretty nice looking shot, but it'll only get a single.
Yeah, they just haven't been able to get the ball away at the right time, Vinny. I think they're going to fall 15 short here. We need to see something pretty special.
Manjit Singh is coming out at 7. Can someone just find some boundaries from somewhere? I mean, what can you get off the last? Probably, it's hard to see more than 15, yeah. Which means that's what you need off this one.
Yep. Well, now you need 15 off 5. You need a lot of luck.
This innings, the most we've had off one over is 10, and that was in the last over from Ahmadullah. Left-hander. Is there a little edge on this? He is gone. In fact, he walks. And so it's a very slow trudge off for Manjit Singh, who ends up going first ball. This is a pretty good catch behind the stumps from Yasser Mustafa. And yeah, you can see that Manjit just gets a little feather on this. And nice catch low down, and then cradles it, rolls, make sure that ball's safe. So nice bit of wicket keeping as well from Mustafa Prakash. He deserves a wicket, just shaves the off stump as well, pretty close. And so Fighters once again in wicket trouble as they are 49 for 6.
Yeah, they're done, Vinny. You might as well put a fork in them, take them out the oven. They are done. I can't see them getting close now. They've lost wickets at the wrong time. We would have to watch something quite astounding, magnificent. Give me another superlative.
Astonishing.
Astonishing.
But what I will say is the Royals, good toss to win and bat. I've just felt I think they'd be good defenders of a mediocre target, and that's what they're doing right now. As this is Gurvinder Singh, who's out there now. I don't think we actually saw Gurvinder bowling in the first half. Surprised me. I know he can be a bit inconsistent. I kind of like what he brings to the table. Slightly unusual action. Right now, they're in a real tough spot. Gurvinder will get a run here, getting off the mark.
Interesting shot option.
Yeah, well, he's just probably saying over to you, Jazz. He's on 25. And it's the strike rate for Kumar. Although he's played some nice looking shots, it's just a shade over 100. And yeah, maybe about 110 or so, maybe 114 strike rate, I think, to be exact. And he gives himself some room, and wow, he gets one over the fielder. I think this one's gone all the way. We'll have a look at this. I think this has gone for a Maximo, actually.
Yeah, I think it went for 6. It might be worth checking, but we think it went for 6.
Yeah, and so gets over Zinkus. And yeah, I think that does get over. So,
Bazinkus.
yeah, the Zink, I mean, that was over him. It probably was maybe a metre or two.
What do they need here, Vinny? Any chance at all? Smoky
I mean,
chance?
well, they needed something like that, didn't they? And they get it.
As it pushed into the offside, it probably will just be a single as mid-off is in the ring.
Yeah, so that'll be one, and at least that does get Kumar on strike, but they are going to need 22 off the last over. That's 9 overs down. It's 57 for 6.
Well, you'd take 21. You'd take a golden ball from here if you could.
For sure, if it gets offered. But you also got to say that to have any chance, they got to get Kumar on strike. That might involve running a couple of dodgy twos where they risk the other batter at the non-striker's end.
I could go a coffee.
You on the downswing, are you?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Well, here's the good news. There's only 6 balls left in this game. Unless there's a golden ball.
I'm
I'll
looking for it.
take a golden ball. Golden ball 29.
Does a golden ball go on the stats of the bowler?
No, it doesn't. A bit like a super over.
So it just disappears into the vicinity of
Same as a
stats.
super over, yeah.
Don't like that. Should count.
Should count.
Not for the batter's average, though. It's a bit rough.
Oh, I see that. You can't have one without the other.
Yeah, we can.
Probably why it doesn't
We'll
count.
make our own rules.
All right, here we go. And it's going to be Lakshman KC to hold the last over. He's got 22 to defend. He should do it. And he's bowled to Jasvinder Kumar, who goes bang down the ground. It's going. It's 4 runs. Corey, once again, not turning the microphone off, and that will annoy the production crew with good cause. That one, you thought you were going to get a catch there, didn't you? But it's hard to catch a 4. But still, a really good start to the over and a really good shot from Jasvinder Kumar.
Yeah, it was a lovely shot. I was loitering at the front of the cube, and it just landed in front of me by a couple of metres. And there's the underarm.
That's at least 7. We can see how far it was in front of you.
What a
All right,
shot.
18 off 5. Need more of that.
2. You have to go 2.
You have to.
You have to go 2.
And he's slow to get going, Jasvinder, but he'll probably get there because it's a long throw
Okay.
required.
16 off
16
4.
off 4.
Send this ball to the moon, and you never know.
That 6 last over. It was the first 6 in this entire match.
Wow.
And couldn't have come at a better time for the fighters.
I like this. He's calling for the helmet.
16 off 4.
He's been told, get it back on. We don't have time.
So here's the thing. The fielding could be the difference literally in this game, right?
Yep. The fielding
Give us an updated fielding on the Royals.
sort of missed the last couple overs, Vinny.
Oh, you're kidding me.
No, overall.
I don't think there's been too much changing.
No, overall, basically, they've...
He said they're -5 versus -10, so that's 5 runs difference between the teams. That's, yeah, pretty
helps.
spot on.
Well, if you needed 11 off 4 right now, you'd be a lot happier,
It's
wouldn't
funny that you've wandered off and completely forgotten after doing the first 16 overs of the match. Anyway, here's KC. Kumar needs a boundary.
you? Wide.
Swings, misses,
Wide.
wide. That's handy.
Yes.
Also, I've got one eye on a bit of a mini target. If you can get to 7 off 1, then at least you can still tie the game off the last ball.
Yeah,
Although it's
mate,
hard to see a 6 being hit. There's only been 1 in almost 20 overs of action.
Surely not.
15 off 4. Another wide.
Wide. Ooh, Vincenzo.
See, I don't mind giving away a wide or 2 here because sometimes the batter might hit those.
I'll
Or
tell you what, if I'm the captain, I'm not happy about giving some wides.
you
Give
don't want to
him a
bowl the
chance,
ball
yeah.
in the slot and get hit for 6 either.
No matter what, get a 2 this ball minimum, then it's 12 off 3.
14 off 4. Yeah, that's the main thing. Kumar's got a face.
Oh, inside edge. Oh, it's a great glove. They don't run.
Yeah, I don't think you can run there.
It's a good glove by the keeper.
Yeah, it's making it real tough. So, 14 off 3.
Must have been close to a Noe.
Yeah, I don't think so. He advances. Yeah,
It's okay.
I don't think it's quite that high. But, yeah, not a great delivery. All right, now they desperately need a boundary. In the slot. He's going nowhere.
Game over. They didn't
Yeah.
run.
Well, now they probably strategically you'd want to run and then hope that Govinda can hit back-to-back 6s, but it seems pretty unlikely. And it looks like the Royals are going to defend this total of 78
Yep.
with a bit of breathing room, I think.
Yeah. Well, they've won the game unless extras.
Goes and hits this one really well. And this one is going to be 1 bounce 4. And so Kumar moves into the 40s. It looks a bit too little too late. Where do you think they went wrong here, fighters? Do you think they were a bit too conservative early? I know they had a pretty slow start.
Yep.
I also understand they want to keep wickets in hand, but they've done neither, really, because they have lost 6 along the way. They're up to 69.
I mean, Kumar, you said Kokar hit 72% of the runs. I reckon Kumar's hit more. The one batsman show.
I don't think he's hit quite more. Here's the last ball of the innings.
Edge.
This will be one. So he'll end up scoring 43 out of 70. So he scores about 61%, but still, despite the efforts of Jasvinder Kumar, didn't have a lot of help. And they're going to end up going down by 8 runs, 78 to 70. And that was kind of similar to the difference in the fielding that you noted. So maybe it was the fielding that was the difference between these two teams.
Yep.
But the other thing I would say is that the Royals can give a big thank you to Amandeep Kokar, their opening batter, because he was the only batter to really get some fluency. Even though Jasvinder had bursts, he wasn't able to do it as consistently. And well, I think that's the reason that we do have the Royals picking up their first points of the series. Gets them off the bottom of the ladder. Well, it was Kokar who was protecting the stretch. Really was having a bit of a lie down after doing all the heavy lifting in the Royals batting innings. You see the wins a factor there as he went out there. That was a good catch by Zinkers. That got things going. And once again, the Fighters just found themselves in wicket trouble here at the ground in Kartacha. And they were scrambling the Royals as they only had 78 on the board. And we saw a bit of enthusiasm. I think that was pretty important. Vicky Singh was there. Zinkers just temporarily lost his mind there as he threw at the stumps, despite the batter having 2 feet in the crease. That the Fighters, they were trying to attack, but not much was going right. It was Harlem Globetrotter stuff from Shycat as he went round the back to nobody in particular. And cue the Benny Hill music. So look at the Fighters. They had a couple of gifts from the Royals, but all things considered, they just didn't have what it took to chase down these 79 runs. And I know Corey trying to be a tough guy, and it was the Fighters in name, but not Fighters in nature so far in this series. Shycat, he fields really well, doesn't he? And he bowled really well. His 3 wickets were really important. And in the end, despite Zinkers not quite getting there, the boundaries were few and far between. The Fighters fell short of the target.
Yeah, they did. They just kept losing wickets at the wrong time. They couldn't get going in those middle overs at all. And what happens is you lose wickets in clumps once you're trying to hit the boundaries and go at 10 and over. And that's what happened here. And Shycat cashed in, getting his 3rd wicket with the cheeky Corden bowled. And besides some late hitting, which might have given him a slimmer of hope, it didn't really eventuate. And, the lower order, middle order and top order just couldn't get going and offer much support for the opening batsman. And it's a disappointing effort from the Fighters, because we'll see the table soon enough, and I think they're in red hot trouble.
Well, here's the thing: a lot of their runs were scored by Balvinder Singh last year. Fighters, who's playing for Brothers, and also Imran Rao, who will be playing for Punjab CC next week in Group B. So there's a couple of big losses for them, and there are other players like Mandeep haven't really fired with the bat. Parvinder's tried. Obviously, Jasvinder scored a few that game. These two teams will go head-to-head again in the last game of the day, starting in about 20 minutes' time, right here on the European Cricket Network. Make sure you join us for that. And for sure, the Fighters, this will be a must-win for them if they're going to challenge. Otherwise, they will be in the drop zone. Jasvinder Kumar, 43 not out of 30. He was the only sign of life there, as Vicky Singh contributed 10. Apart from that, just double digits, 3 ducks in the middle order. That didn't help either. And ultimately, they will fall 8 runs short of the score that was made in the first innings by the Royals. And as far as the bowling is concerned, well, nobody really got the tap, did they? And Shycat 3 for 5 off 2 overs, including a maiden. That was a really good performance. And his 7th over just went for 1, which was a leg by. So a maiden to his figures. Apart from that, though, everyone was pretty tight. You see that there was wickets for Lakshman KC in there, as well as Ahmed Ullah. So pretty comprehensive stuff, but the Fighters will have the right of reply when we return in just about 20 minutes' time. We'll be back with the last game of the day, so stay with us. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great day. One more game of cricket just around the corner in Portugal. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back to Portugal. Well, a bit of wind around this afternoon, but a lot of cricket action around as well. As we head into the final match of the day, it's match 12, and the rematch is on the way between the Indian Royals and Fighters CC. Well, I know that one of these teams is pretty keen to square the ledger, and the other, well, they want to sweep the series. Let's get over to Rob Kemming, the tournament referee, who's with two captains for the coin toss.
Heads is called. It is heads.
So once again, it's the Indian Royals that win the toss, and they've elected to bat first. They relied heavily on Amandeep Kokar, the opener, didn't they, in that total of 78. Will it be enough if they get that kind of a score this time? We'll have to see against a Fighters CC that have been inconsistent at best with the bat during this series. As we head over to the commentary box, the news here out from the middle in match 12 is that the Indian Royals have won the toss and they'll be batting first. Let's get ready for the first ball of the game. Corey Ruckers is ready and waiting.
Thank you, Vinny Sandhu. Welcome back, all our viewers, and welcome back, Vinny.
Yeah, I'll hustle back.
Special moments.
It is. Look, you know, we promised a bit of bonus footage. A lot of people asking about the 1-versus-1 grudge match.
Ooh.
It was Marzi versus Conrad. So we do have some exclusive footage, thanks to our crew at Spring Productions, who do a fantastic job putting this together.
I'm excited,
The challenge was 1 over, bowling to each other, and the loser had to get something done to their head. Pretty much head shaved. That was the idea anyway.
Yeah, it was a fair challenge.
It was.
Shake of the hands by both gentlemen. And, well, it was a pretty even contest.
Well, you could say that. That's one way to put it. Another way, we would have said it was a thrashing. But we can actually give you some footage of the contest last night. It was 6 balls each. It was after some lively discussion after play. Thanks to the hospitality of everyone here in Qatar.
Yeah, looking forward. Here we go.
So here we
Exclusive
go. I'm
footage.
looking forward to it. And how about this footage from the cameras? And it was Marzi that decided that he wanted to bowl first, and it was Conrad who was looking pretty good early. And had this one almost
good
hit
shot.
the drone out of the sky. It's around now that we realised that Mars wasn't a very good bowler. He was chasing 26 of his 6 balls, and then I was coming in today to keep. They said I wasn't allowed to keep Bruno.
Oh, do we have Bruno copying it?
Had to field himself, and almost copped the first one. And then there's a moment here that Mars will want to
not
forget.
yet. That was the 5 wides. This brought him back into the contest, but this is the moment that Marzi's bottom lip dropped out.
Yeah, well, he decided it was business time. He took off the jacket, and you see the cube in the background not looking particularly good either. And you had to run his runs
here's
as
my
well.
overthrows. Oh, just missed the stumps there.
You were trying to give Razi as many runs. I reckon he ran 6 there.
Here's the moment. Bang! And so that's sliding down leg. We need to get a review, but he left it on leg stump,
And then
Vinny.
Conrad actually injured his knuckle punching the pitch after celebrating that wicket. And, well, here is the aftermath. In the end, it wasn't a full head shave, but he had CG8 carved into the back of his head.
Well, there's
Marzi.
a couple of things to reflect on. And look, there's Marzi. There's the end of it. And look, Marzi wasn't too happy about getting in the shin. But for me, Conrad Greenshield's bowling pace on with no pads, pathetic.
Nah, it's fine. I mean, you're playing for your hair. I mean, Mars had the option of pads. He elected not to
I'd
go
like
that
to
way.
see that again because I think Barry and Rob Kemming got that wrong. That was sliding down leg. I only got a glimpse.
Apparently, we're smashing them all out of the ground. Anyway, let's get back to the present.
No.
And
Let's go back and reflect more.
I think apparently it was swinging. It was definitely hitting. They had 2 umpires there as well. Anyway, that's good footage. And that's what happens when you there's mini beers. They sneak up on you, don't they? And a bit of diesel as well. Anyway, this is going to be Indian Royals versus Fighters.
Look out for the middle order of fighters. Parwinder, Rajwinder and Jazwinder, the winders.
Well, Jazwinder was pretty good last game, wasn't he? Held it together, but he didn't have a lot of help. Let's see what their batting order looks like. I mean, as a Javed, they've tried floating him around. I think Mandeep's got to take some responsibility, get up there, play himself in. He maybe open the batting. I think it's probably the best spot for him. Indian Royals, though, they'll be batting first. Kokar, he started with a half century in a total of 78. Doesn't look that much on paper, but they defended it well. They fielded pretty well as well. Ahmadullah, will he get another opportunity to bat high? We're about to find out as we head into the last game of the day.
I had another coffee, Vinny.
I noticed that you snuck another coffee and it was against my orders, so I'm not that happy with you.
One thing I've noticed that's changed from last year, where's the chocky run? I haven't had a chocky yet.
Yeah,
We used to have it, they'd always bring around a little chocky.
yeah.
Or a little dessert.
Conrad gave me a Kit Kat yesterday.
Sorry?
Yeah, in the morning.
I'll give him a Kit Kat to his head.
You missed out on that.
Mm.
I was going to share it, and then I decided not to. So, thanks to Michael who enjoyed.
Oh, Michael.
The,
how are you, Michael? That's Meta's father.
Yeah, it is Michael. Hello to you, Michael. Hope you're well. People ask me if that's if the change room in the background of the main shot. And,
That's my sleep area.
Yeah, that's actually behind the batter is actually Paolo's house, Paolo Bucciamazza.
How would it look if we played from the other end? I reckon it would look cool with his house in the background, actually.
Yeah, well, at the moment the house is
In the foreground.
Yeah, it depends on your angles, but yeah, I mean, if it was at the other end, the batters be hitting with the wind. At the moment, they're hitting into a pretty stiff breeze, as you can probably hear in our effects microphones. But no, thanks to our crew from Spring Productions. Aren't they amazing with what they can do? How about Conrad almost hitting the drone out of the sky?
Yeah, well, luckily the drone was about 20 metres up, because that's about as high as you can get it, and he almost took it out. Remember when Glenn Maxwell hit the Skycam?
Yeah.
That was cool.
Yeah,
that was
that's cool.
amazing. I'm not too sure we would have been happy if the drone actually got hit.
Bonus points.
It would have been upsetting.
If you can hit a moving target, that's pretty impressive.
Well, I can see them up there. They're smirking, but we need a chocky. If they can hear us, bring some chocolate down to the commentary box because we got one game left, a little bit more energy. T10 action. And
You've been yo-yoing all over the place this afternoon. I think you just had another power nap on the couch?
Yeah.
You love that couch in there, don't you?
Yeah, I'm fizzed up for this one because I'm calling upset fighters to get their first win of the tournament.
All right, here's Parvinder to get things started.
Left arm round. Left arm round to start.
Yeah, Parvinder's been one of their shining lights in this series. Fighters, he has stepped up.
Yeah, interesting to decide to come around the wicket as the left armer. You don't see that every day.
Kokar is a man they're going to want to get early.
Oh, he'll be fatigued still.
He scored the lion's share of their runs last game.
Oh, he's gloved it. Oh, it's going to go for 4.
Yeah, it's going to get there. He plays this one right off his schnoz, does Kokar. Just have a look at this. Does get up. Does get inside the line of the ball. So at least gives himself a chance. He's able to do that, I think, because of the angle. Yeah, just gets away from the keeper, and that's 4 runs.
Yeah, opens proceedings with a boundary. I wonder how often that happens in T10 cricket. You'd think quite a lot. But yeah, always nice to get off the mark, irrespective if you hit a 50 earlier in the day.
Yeah, so this is Parvinder again. And they have decided to stick with the opening pair of Kokar and Mohammad Shaikat. Maybe Mohammad Shaikat can get going this time.
Maybe he's channeling his inner Mitchell Stark by coming left arm round. Did you see any of the Pakistan series when Stark was coming around and
doesn't normally do it
tailing
early
away?
in the innings,
No,
though, does he?
not
Always
early, of course not.
Later on.
Oh, he's... Oh,
There
well.
we go.
Well.
And I don't think there's anything deliberate here from Shaikat. Oh, this is an interesting rule. In fact, I've never actually seen it. But if Shaikat deliberately obstructs here, it's Kokar that will be out obstructing the field.
Let's see.
Even if he's not the one doing the obstructing. Yeah, you see, Shaikat can't do a lot more to get out the way. And so that's a lucky moment
It's a nice hug, though.
for Kokar. We've seen a couple of hugs in that part of the ground. I think Parvinder's in a hugging mood. So did you know that rule? So say that the non-striker deliberately obstructs the fielder from taking a catch, which that wasn't deliberate. But if it was, then actually the striker is out. The one that hits the ball is out, obstructing the field, even though they didn't actually do the obstructing.
Okay. No, I've not heard that. That's new.
It hasn't. I've never actually seen it in a real game. Put that on the list, things I haven't seen, which is a pretty short list. Last ball of the over coming up from Parvinder. Shaikat, has he got an edge on this? Buck says no.
Oh, he's gutted.
And so it'll be the end of the over. Shaikat survives, and so does Kokar, but they both had close calls in the first. It's 5 for no loss. Here's the replay. I mean, it's very hard to tell. Pretty immediate reaction, though, from the bowler and the keeper. To me, it looked like there was a bit of distance between the bat and the ball anyway. So 5 for no loss, and pretty good start for the fighters.
Yeah, pretty good start for the fighters. They're definitely a better bowling and fielding team. They don't want to chase more than 65, 70, I think. So The early wickets, dot balls, that's the best thing they can do for their team, and they've got to win this game or they're in deep strife.
Yeah, they sure
If
are.
not, they're out, aren't they?
Well, I mean,
They got no games,
still,
no round games left.
no, they still have a couple of games tomorrow. So yeah, they'll be hoping they can do something.
Just a slight delay as they confirmed that it was the end of the over.
Yeah, tomorrow we'll see the fighters in action for the start of day 4.
I can't believe how windy it is here today in Portugal and cold.
It's a little bit, but the sun's out. Players are enjoying it. Just need to bring long trousers next time. Yeah, no, fighters will play Gorka 11 tomorrow afternoon, so they won't be an easy couple of games either. Tomorrow we'll see Brothers 11 Portugal taking on Indian Royals in the morning. So Marlow have the day off on day 4. So second over coming up, and it's going to be Mazza Javid to bowl it. And yet another dead ball to start the over. This has to be a record.
Yeah, it's amazing how many dead balls happen just because of the breeze and the bowler's running up and loses his run up, and it can happen.
I think it was more of the batter pulling away that time. Don't know what game you were watching.
No,
Corey.
but no, at the start of his run, he just tripped up a little bit, so it can happen.
Here's Javid. Oh, what can you say about that, Corey?
Yeah, interesting to say the least. And they need to get the runs in early in this power play.
It was he just left it outside the off stump.
Yeah, that's why it's
pretty innocuous.
interesting to say the least, because you got to get those runs up in the power play, I feel.
Well executed though from Mazza Javid. So it'll be Coker facing up. Goes after this. This is skied.
Oh.
It's going to skew away though down the hill. It's going to be 4 to third man, and they'll take him however they can. Coker gets a boundary.
Yeah, it's interesting how that when it gets through that inner ring, it just kicks on those downward slopes. It goes for 4 on that quick boundary.
Like an upside down kind of bowl shape, this ground. It's great for drainage.
It's good if you're a batsman.
Yeah, once you get it through or over that infield, like you say.
I have a feeling this ball's a boundary. I've just got a feeling they're going to get going here.
Okay. Well, they're in the power play. Mazza Javid's bowled pretty well in this series, to be fair to him. At Coker, he has been the batter of the afternoon so far. This one is hit, but it's not going to beat the infield. They're going to have a pop at him, and I think this one would have been out. And they missed an opportunity. Tough one, though.
It's pretty good backing up as well, because it was a pretty vicious throw in. But yeah, good backing up, no extra runs.
Plenty of personnel in the power play in the circle to back up. They pretty much decided to go straight away. But this ball comes in. Yeah, I think he was just short. But, certainly good effort from Kokar to leg it out. Shycat yet to score.
Well, when Shycat bowls and he gets a wicket, he always puts his finger over his mouth to be quiet. Well, TSA, if I'm a bowling team here, I'm doing it every time he swings because he can't hit it.
The thing is, he gets a bit carried away trying to hit this pull shot. I think
he's good on the offside.
He's so aggressive already. He doesn't need to overdo it. He
Yeah.
doesn't need to change his mindset too much.
Correct.
Just play the right cricket shot.
Correct.
And we'll be fine.
So that's just slogging.
Yeah. It's not the right shot, and the result is he doesn't make any contact with the ball. So, yeah, Shycat so far, he's 0 for 3.
Yeah, it's not. You've got to have a bit of cricket IQ here. With such a good outfield, it runs away fast. Don't have to slog. Just time the ball in the gaps, push it over the top.
Last ball of the over for Javid. This time he does hit it, but he hits it pretty much straight up in the air.
No way.
Tough catch coming up, and it's dropped. Well, he did most of the hard work. It was almost a carbon copy of his dismissal in the last game, or potential dismissal there. And I think that's Govinder Singh.
He's had a shocker in the
He's
field
found
today.
himself in the hot seat. Yeah, look, there's no easy catches with it blowing around. He does get there, gets 2 hands to it, bounces off the palms, off the chest, and into the grass. That's the end of 2 overs. Indian Royals 12 for no loss.
It's a funny game. When you don't want the ball coming to you, it just follows you. And he's had a tough day in the field. And he puts that one down. He probably should have caught.
They actually get 2 there. That's how high that went. They run 2 despite it not leaving the infield. So Shycat is off the mark. And we're at 12 now as we're going to move ahead to the 3rd over. It'll be Parvinder Singh who will be bowling. And it will be Kokar who is facing Yeah, 2 runs off the last ball of the over, as confirmed there. Parvinder bowling out in the 3rd. This is driven, and they are going to get 2 here. It just keeps rolling away, doesn't it? And so Kokar gets a couple, takes him to a dozen.
Yep, he's got himself in now, and I'll be the lead from now on. That's a nice shot, good batting, and they want a wicket here just to steady it.
So
What can Singh do, Vinny?
yeah, he's just going to keep slinging him in there.
Yeah, Sling and Malinga. Well, that's hit pretty hard, but there's a deep mid-off in place, so that will just trickle for a single.
I think with Shaikat, he needs to set up to hit the ball in the offside. That's pretty much where they're going to bowl to him. You look at where Parvinder's bowling. He's going to bowl just inside that offside tram line. So he needs to set up and probably look to hit something over cover.
He might
or
like
over mid-off.
He might like the left arm angle in. Might suit that
Yeah,
sloggy sort
if
of
it
shot.
gets close to him, he'll hit leg side.
Yeah, there you go. 1 out of 8, but he gets that one. It's going to go all the way for 6. Well, you drop him. That's what can happen. And he's been dropped, and then he cashes in.
Yeah, just ill-directed from Parvinder. Gets a bit greedy and goes at the stumps, but I think it's exactly what Shaikat wants. And this is one he doesn't have to reach for. Just angles in nicely. Sends it away over leg side for a Maximo. And that's not ideal for the fighters. We don't want to be chasing too many here in match 12.
Oh, sure, and he gets that one as well. So 6, 6. And I said that I think this might suit him, Vinny, because of the left arm round. It's angling into the wheelhouse.
Yeah, but the thing is that Parvinder suddenly started bowling straighter. And yeah, it was a full 360-degree instinct hook from Mohammad Shaikat. He does get a dozen in a couple of deliveries.
That's why catchers win matches. They just dropped him, and he's going to cash in now.
Nice.
Do you know what the most costly drop ever was in cricket?
Yeah, it was when Brian Lara got dropped on 18 and went on to make 501.
That one probably hurts you a bit.
Just a little bit.
Imagine that. What do you say to the fielder?
Good story, though.
It's a great story.
Great story. It'd be worse if he made only probably 400 and didn't beat the record, and then it would just he'd have nothing to show for it.
And he cashes in. We said don't drop him, and that's what's happened. 3 6s now. He's a slogger, but when he hits it stays hit.
And Marzi's got the hood on now, so he's covering the back of his head. And I wonder why that would be.
Yeah.
And, we already discussed this at the top of the broadcast.
Yep.
Yeah, but I mean, this is not great bowling. You got to get back outside the off stump where...
He's got one shot, and it's all over the leg side, so you've got to keep it outside off stump to him, what they were doing earlier.
Last ball the over. He wants it again. Plays it again. And they think of a second, but in the end, they'll just take the one. So it's the end of the power play. Indian Royals, decent over for them, results-wise, as they are 34 for no loss after 3.
Yeah, 34 for no loss, and yeah, a bit of strife here for the fighters. They haven't had anything going in this whole tournament, and now they're right under the pump once again.
He talked about the net run rate being bad for fighters, which it is, no doubt about that. But Indian Royals have to play 2 more games. So if they get whacked a couple of times, then their net run rate could take a hit as well. So you have to remember that. So the fighters, they need to win this and just perform well tomorrow against Gorka to at least be in the hunt.
Not a chance, Vinny. They lose this. If they lose this, they're gone.
You can get surprised. Just think about Portugal. We didn't give them a chance, did we, on the 4th morning of the ECC last year?
And what was the big change they made overnight before that big change happened?
Well, you're the coach. You tell me.
Yeah, they got me in. Didn't do anything the first 3 days.
In spite of that, they performed pretty well. Anyway, Jasvinder is going to have a bowl now. Shaikat goes offside this time. It's funny because when he does hit the ball through mid-off, it's often when looks like he's trying to shape up to hit the ball on the onside and just a bit late on it.
Yeah, fair call.
So it's kind of clearing the front leg, as we'd say.
You know how we're talking about Brian Lara's 500?
Yeah.
Do you know what the second highest first class score is?
499 by Hanif Muhammad of Pakistan.
Do you know how we got out?
Run out.
Yeah. Shot. Oh, that's beautiful. Conventional cricket over extra cover. I've got time for that. 1 bounce 4.
Yeah, so Royals up and away. And let's not forget Kokar. He's been carrying their batting and holds the follow through. Take a picture And another 4 runs to the Royals.
Do you have the number of the Fighters president or the Fighters CEO? So I'm going to offer them a team change name. They could be called the Pillows. Something cuddly, because they're not putting up a fight, Vinny.
Oh, very early in the piece.
They've got to fight.
Well, they are a team that impressed us last time. Got all the way to the final. Couple of personnel changes.
They're about as tough as a bunch of puppy ears at the moment. Yeah. Soft and cuddly. There's all these mistakes and errors.
Don't know what this hits. Does that hit the stumps? He hits the stumps and gets away for an overthrow.
So the 1%ers. The 1%ers. They just keep making these little errors, and every team is cashing in at the moment.
Yeah. See how this gets away at the end. Yeah, it just hits the stumps and gets away from everybody. So here we go. And so pretty good awareness to get the extra run. Back to live action. It's a big leg side slog from Coker. And he's not able to make contact.
Yeah, Hanif Mohammed going for his 500th run out.
Yeah,
how would you feel? So he's
was
probably
that late in the day? It was probably late in the day.
Was it the number 11? I think the number 11 turned him back.
It might have been. Yeah, very late in the piece. There's Sharkat. Again, getting rid of a tangle with the bowler on the follow through, but they do get through for another single.
Yeah. Yeah, Fighters, it's just hard to see. You can see they're quite dejected. That's what losing does. But
I'm not surprised you wanted to call them the Pillows, because you already think about having another nap when you're on the downswing from your caffeine high, aren't you?
Potentially. Last year they were in the final. High, catching opportunity. You got to hold this. I know it's high. Set your feet. Set your feet. Dropped.
Oh, he got a fair piece of that as well, didn't he? And it almost popped out to be caught at the second attempt from Jaswinder Kumar. But in the end, they'll get a single. Sharkat living dangerously. And that leg side shot sometimes goes wrong and goes high but not far. And the score now is 43 for no loss after 4. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. Alongside me is Coy Ruckers, and it's great to be back here in Portugal. It's our second series of the year. Of course, the first one weather affected in Spain last week. I think this time we will be giving away the trophy at the end of the 2 weeks here. And we're seeing the 5 Group A teams. We'll get to see the Group B teams next week. And we'll get to see one player, Imran Rao, who was playing for the Fighters last year. He's playing for Punjab CC on debut in the ECS. And so that'll be great to watch, as well as Awerash, Coimbra Knights will be there as well. Friendship CC.
Why did Imran leave?
I think that Punjab CC now are in the competition, so that's why we'll see him there. But yeah, also we'll get to see the Wild Panthers next week as well. So a bit of wild stuff going on in Group B starting on Saturday. But first, we have to find our 4 qualifiers from Group A. Mandeep's come back and he gets a wide call.
Who's your favourite in Group B?
I've got a sneaky feeling about Awerash. I think they haven't played together much, but if they settle, they could be decent on home turf.
They've got six international players, so I think the Swans, if they don't win it, that's a choke. Six internationals in one team. That's unbelievable.
I think that you're just saying that because Conrad's within earshot.
No, but that's true. If you have 6 internationals of any country, you have to win the week. Surely.
You get fired up about it. I guess time will tell.
Could you imagine any other club team with 6 international players? They're going to win the week.
It's possible. Here we go. Here's Mandeep.
Oh, no, yeah, it's cold. It's a big fully, and things get from bad to worse. Oh, boy, Vinny.
And if you want to find someone that wants to face a free hit, Mohamed Sharkat would be that man, because he might actually need a neck brace after this ball, because I reckon he's going to swing so hard, he might break the sound barrier here.
I'm going to predict this. Slog over mid-wicket. Yep, underneath of part of the bat. Might go away for 4, and it does. Went for the slog over mid-wicket, got none of it, but still goes for 4.
Well, he had the immunity cloak, didn't he, Mohamed Sharkat? So he shows his stumps, and he's trying to get it over the leg side, and then it gets it under. But still, the result is 4 more.
Well, 2 drop catches off him is going to cost them dearly, Fighters CC. They're in a lot of strife here.
Brings up the 50 and the 50 partnership for these two. They brought it up in just 27 deliveries. And Sharkat living dangerously, but riding his luck so far. Mandeep.
Well, that's going to be 6. He got every piece of that. And, yep, well, he's cashing in. Might go buy a lotto ticket tonight because he's making them pay.
Yeah, this is well struck. And despite being into the wind, he gets lots. Have a look at that little mosey down the wicket and the follow through. Just a length delivery from Mundeep. Maximal. 6 more to Sharkat, who moves up to 34 off only 13 balls.
The bails have just fallen off, so dead ball will be signalled. But yeah, 34 of 13, and you got to take your luck when you get it. He's had a fair slice of it this innings, and making them pay.
Looking pretty dangerous for the fighters.
I don't know what he's doing there as he slogs it again, and that, just one bounce, doesn't go for the catch.
Yeah.
It's hard when you've lost so many in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can just feel the energy out there. It's just not there. They're down. They're dejected. It's hard after consecutive losses.
Man, staring down the barrel here of a big chase, fighters.
Shot.
Yeah, really good cricket shot through the line, all the way along the carpet. It's 4 more. Coker saying, don't forget about me. Another quarter century for him. Sets up nicely. Doesn't try to overhit that, just times it well. Gets a length delivery from Mundeep. That was no half volley, but still well executed. Cover drive. Indian Royals move up to 62.
What's the biggest ever comeback from a team that's had consecutive losses to then surprise someone with a win in any sport?
Oh, any sport. I was going to say Portugal in the ECC was a pretty good one, the one we just mentioned.
Yeah, I wonder, maybe that's one for our viewers, as that's tucked away for a single.
You're saying after consecutive losses, as we get to the end of the 5th over, 63 for no loss. So you're saying after 2 or more losses?
No, like there'll be a team out there that was on like 22 losses, and then they've gone and done the biggest upset ever. I wonder if someone can find out what the biggest upset ever is after consecutive losses.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm trying to think.
Think of that. What is it? The team that always plays the Harlem Globetrotters. I think they've beaten them twice in about 80 years.
Yeah, but that's fake.
The Washington Generals, or whatever they call them.
That's fake sport. That's like the WWE wrestling.
That is pretty fake.
The fact that Americans can enjoy that astounds me.
Ooh, controversial. All the wrestling fans out there.
Oh, there you go. Hawkmoon reckons Japan beating South Africa in the rugby.
Yeah.
But how many had Japan never had a World Cup win?
I don't think so.
That's a good one.
Certainly not.
That's a really good one.
Yes, it does, Vinda.
This is why I love our viewers, Vinny. You can ask them anything as there's a run-out chance,
Like
not out.
Zimbabwe beating Australia in the '83 World Cup.
No, but they would have had a win somewhere.
Zimbabwe? Nah.
Yeah.
Never play. Back then, they were never playing.
Andrew's missed the question completely. Andrew, you've got to listen clearly.
Getting very technical.
High catching opportunity. Balwinder Singh, cross-handed bandit, drops it. Poor Vinny, it's just not great, is it?
Balwinder Singh played this morning. What are you talking about? It's Deepu Mansur Pereira out there.
Sorry, they've swapped positions. My apologies.
Swapped positions and teams. You're living in the past, man.
It's been
it was 2021 that Balwinder was playing for the Fighters.
Yeah.
Why have you just picked out him there?
I was trying to read.
It's not even the same number.
I was trying to read Andrew's bad response.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, he's going to let that one bounce.
You absolutely lost it.
I just went in a time capsule.
Balwinder Singh.
No, Andrew.
Blaming him for dropping
what I'm
a
saying
catch.
is,
He's not even here anymore.
Andrew, what I'm saying is the team that's had the most consecutive losses and then surprising someone with a win. Leicester City the year before won 7 of their last 2 to then go and win the Premier League. So they weren't on a consecutive streak of losses as that is whacked. Is it a catching chance? One bounce. No, just the single.
He's easy to overrun. But luckily that stops pretty quickly for Balwinder because you're running fast and when the ball hits the surface it takes all the pace out of it.
Oh, I feel bad now. Andrew said sorry, Corey. Only called part of the... Sorry.
Well, the
sorry,
thing is,
Andrew.
At least our viewers are united in their dislike of you, Corey. It's bringing our community closer together.
Take that. Take
Big
that.
thumbs up from Conrad in the background as well.
68 for none here, Vinny.
How about, I think Fitzroy in the Australian football around, I think it was in the early 90s. I think they had lost a bunch. They were bottom of the ladder and Eagles were at the top. West Coast Eagles, and they beat them in the last round of the regular season. That was a pretty big one at the time.
That's a good ball. The old Yorker. Doesn't get spoken about enough.
Worth a try. I mean, I haven't seen enough of them. I think that's the end of the over. So Kumar, not a bad couple of overs from him. He's tried hard for the Fighters today with the bat and the ball. He concedes 14 off his spell. The score is 68 for no loss after 6.
You know what the answer to that be? It'll probably be when teams start. Like, you know in cricket, how teams lose their first 10 years of cricket and then they eventually found a way. Like Bangladesh, I guarantee they didn't win their first ODI for probably 30 attempts, maybe even 50.
Yeah.
It would be something like that.
Yeah, no, that's true. I mean, the Bangladesh story is a good story over the last kind of 20 years over that last generation as they've become a legitimate force in world cricket.
Bangladesh have improved.
Yeah.
I know. I
They've
mean,
got enough people there.
To beat South Africa, I know South Africa are a little bit weak compared to their standards at the moment, but to beat them 2-1 in South Africa on bouncy decks against Rabada in Teeny, not in Teeny, bloody, what's his name?
Ooh.
What's his name? Who's the
Is
other?
there an edge here?
No.
No, it was just
Who's the other
flick
opening
something
bowler I'm thinking of?
at the moment?
Ngidi.
Ngidi,
They had
yeah.
Ngidi, they had Rabada, they had Shamsi, who's up in the top 3 bowlers in the world. For Bangladesh to beat South Africa in South Africa, that is a phenomenal effort.
Shamsi, the original shoe phone executor. True story. Apparently, he's the one that came up with it.
It's a bit of a...
Now we own it now. That's a Paria, or Balwinder Singh, as Corey likes to call him, coming in to bowl the next over. First time we've seen him at the bowling crease in this match. I think, look.
There you go. That's a good one. Phil G, thank you. New Zealand played their first international test match in 1930. Their first win came in 1956.
Yeah, I want to see how many test matches they played in that period.
Yeah,
though.
and there
Not
was
many.
a so-called thing called World War II.
Good historical knowledge from you, Corey.
That was my subject, as that's cut away, and that's 4 more. So punishment for the fighters. But yeah, in high school, Vinny, I got an A in history.
That's a total lie as well. More fake news from you. Coker has batted well today. He moves into the 30s. Just seems well balanced with his shots. Graham Holmes likes his batting. Thinks he looks like the best batter of the week.
Well, for me, Coker is a cricketer. I love what he does. He
Yep.
hits the ball into spots, whereas the MD, Shaka, he's a bit more of a...
Beehive.
Yeah, Beehive's a bit more of a happy-go-lucky cricketer, just hoping.
Yeah, he's giving it both barrels.
Oh, so that's nice batting. I mean, third man's in the ring, backward points in the ring. He just leans on that. 4 runs, mate. Has he qualified for Portugal?
He's gone consecutive kind of short wide deliveries. They don't have the field set for it. There's no one back there. So Coker just helps himself for 4 more.
Is he
Batter's
sponsored?
tied up at 37 at the moment, and the score's up to 76.
Is he sponsored by Coke?
I don't know.
Quick dough. Well, if he keeps making runs like this,
He's
at
going to
the
have a
moment,
sponsor soon if he keeps
at the
keeps batting
moment,
like this.
he
Yeah.
might be the best batsman in Group A.
Fair call.
Yeah.
And Shazad might have something to say about.
Nah, he's a bit of a willy-nilly. And he comes again, pushed into the offside for a single.
This is talent scout Corey Rutgers here.
Well, he had his chance at the ECC and didn't make a run.
Oh, he had a decent ECC, Shazad. Yeah, I think you got a short memory.
It was okay. Not for his standard. Wasn't great. For his standard, he's got high standards of
I think
himself.
that most players at the Kartama tournaments probably feel there's some room for improvement.
High catching chance times 4. Deja vu.
Uh-oh, uh-oh.
Oh, no. And he misses it. Oh, and they don't collide into each
It's a
other.
late collision.
Oh.
Well, I mean, I'm just glad no one got hurt there. It was always blowing away from the fielder because of the right to left kind of nature of the breeze. So, yeah.
Do you reckon this should be like in junior cricket when the fielders have to swap spots after every over so they get to go somewhere else?
Everyone goes round a spot.
Yeah, because then you get
Into
to
7 overs, by the way. 79 for no loss after 7. This is what we're going to have tomorrow. Come back to that in a second. Brothers versus the Royals in the morning. Gorka versus the Fighters in the afternoon. Join us for 4 more matches of T10 action here in the FanCode European Cricket Series, starting tomorrow at 7:30am GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. And of course, Corey will be ready for that match 13. Funny things happen in match 13, you know.
Yep.
And I know you're a big fan of the morning matches as well.
Yeah.
You're just saying that you thought that was your weakest match.
I think game 2 and 4 I'm not great. 1 and 3 I'm good.
You think so?
Yeah.
What's with 2?
Don't know. There's a bit of a lull. I'm thinking of lunch.
One you admitted you're not good, so that's a lie.
Oh, that's going to be a wide.
Yeah. We're just going to regulate your caffeine intake. We might get a nurse here or something to kind of just administer that. But that's pretty good.
Okay, here's a good
I
one.
love
Yeah,
that.
that's a goodie.
I've heard this quote before, actually.
I'll let you say it. Well, I'll call
Short
this ball in as it's a short ball guided down to third man just for a single, short third.
Neil's always coming up with the goods. He says that in 1980, Vitas Gueralitis beat Jimmy Connors in tennis after being beaten in their previous 16 encounters. And after the match, he said, "No one beats Vitas Gueralitis 17 times."
That is awesome. That's brilliant.
That's brilliant.
Edge, chance, no, short, misfield. just the single though.
Got something on there.
That's
at
a good
least.
one.
That's a very
good
good one. I like that.
There must be others like close in tennis, maybe like Federer's must beaten someone 15 times and then lost to one. But that's a real good one.
Got to say hello to Andy Sutton. He's asking why his comments have been deleted. Well, we're not deleting them. There's something about the live chat occasionally. Some comments go into the twilight zone, never to be seen again.
Does he support
It's
Sutton?
nothing that we're doing.
Does he support Southern United?
I don't know. Let's find out. Where are you watching from, Andy? It's great to have you with us. As game 4, we like to have a bit of fun in the last game of the day, don't we?
Yeah, it's always fun to interact with our viewers. But right now, out in the middle, fighters are struggling. Another wide. They're really struggling, Vinny.
Still a quarter of the innings to go. At the moment, they're on 110 pace.
He's from
This is-
Stratford upon Avon.
Oh, yeah.
Nice
Okay.
part of the world.
Nice to have you here. And that's a comment that we did see.
Who do you
That's good to
support?
see.
Who do you support in the football, Andy?
This is Vikas, by the way. This
Mm.
partnership's growing and growing. This isn't off the middle, but it's running away. And here's Mansa Perea that gets the outstep on it and stops it. These batters are racing each other at the moment. Coca takes the lead with that too, 41 to 40. That's a good race to have if you're an Indian Royals fan.
Ooh, Aston Villa, nice option. Stevie G's doing pretty well there at the moment. He comes again. Big hoy across the line, loses his shape, dot ball.
Goes for Aston Villa.
Yeah, Stevie
Yeah.
G, Stephen Gerrard. I'm a big Liverpool supporter myself. Been for 30 years. Been last couple of years for myself. But yeah, he's doing good things at Villa. Coutinho, big signing. Amazing signing, really, after
I
losing
know you wanted
Grealish.
to have a kind of transfer chat for Portugal.
Well, that's skewed away. They'll maybe think of 2, but not on.
It'll just be the end of the over as well. So Coca will retain the strike. He's winning the race at the moment, he's 42. And Sharkat is 40. The score is 86 for no loss after 8.
If we did the ECN transfer show, and at the end of the year, each ECS team that's competed can have 1 transfer from each other, and it gets pulled out of a hat in lot order.
Okay.
That would be
we could
good.
just have an auction. One day I'll be
That would
hosting
be, that would be good.
the ECN. Imagine a franchise. Okay, let's just dare to dream for a second.
Yeah,
okay?
I'm dreaming. Eyes are closed.
When we get some big Indian cement company behind us, we'll have the ECN auction. And yeah, we'll host it
Okay.
somewhere.
Who's going as top pick?
Yeah, the only criteria is they have to have played on
ECN. ECS.
at some point.
ECN or ECS?
ECN. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, no, I think ECN at all. So then we'd have another kind of Kartima tournament, so 3rd one. So we've already got ECL, which is the Champions League of Club Cricket. We've got ECC, which is the International T10. But then we'd have a 3rd one, like a franchise one. We'd have 8 franchises or 5 franchises or whatever, and you can literally pick who you like
That would be great.
to the highest bidder.
That would be amazing.
I'd like that. Throw us some names in the chat that you'd want.
I'd probably go wiki keeper, and for spending about €20, Mark Davies would be my keeper,
Oh yeah.
just for some nostalgia.
So Mark Davies
I'd
is
pick-
Corey's first pick.
I'd pick all the world
65 years of age.
all the world record holders I would have in my
one
11.
game.
Yeah, so the
Gurvinder
person.
Singh Bajwa, 156 not out, highest individual score. He'd be there.
Yeah.
And I guess you'd have to have Stephen Gooch then, 6 for 2, despite not being a bowler. He's got the best bowling figures in ECN
Well,
history.
would I be going for more than $1 million? Because
A million what?
well, my strike rate's the best ever out
Play
of
7
anyone.
balls, and I think we've got that taken down. There's
Anyone-
a minimum qualification
Vinny,
now.
anyone that played in the ECN history, anyone. We're talking about 5,000 cricketers. I'm number 1 in strike rate.
I actually don't think you are.
But I
you
am.
are in the ECL, but I think someone has a 600 strike rate.
Minimum was 25 runs, buddy.
Oh, that's been changed now, thankfully.
Hi,
Okay.
again, it's times 5. He's got to catch it, Vinny. He's dropped it.
Almost bounced to the infielder that was coming the other way. Rajvinder, give way to your right. It bounces off the palms of Mazhar Javed. And so Sharkat, he's getting value for straight up. He needs a 3-dimensional wagon wheel, Corey, because a lot of his runs have come in the air.
Is this the luckiest innings you've seen? 5 drops on him now.
Getting up there. Azam Khalil got dropped 5 times. in
Have you ever
ECL.
seen someone get dropped 6? I don't think so.
Not so sure.
World record watch. I don't think I've ever seen someone get dropped 6.
Are you sure it's 5?
Yeah, it's
Been
5.
counting?
I've got it on my notes.
It's a lie as well.
Hawkmoon said he'd offer a packet of crisps for me. What packet? If it's salt, if it's salt and vinegar, you have a deal.
And then Fletch getting a mention as well.
Poor old Fletch. I saw that throw.
Oh, that cracked me up. That's a prayer.
Well, that's straight to us in the commentary box. Here comes Conrad Greenshields. Will it go for 4? No, it doesn't beat the man on the boundary. They'll get back for 2.
So yeah, it's these boundaries, they are slightly longer straight because they are 50 metres, but they're 50 metres from the bowling crease behind the bowler. So
Yeah.
it's a bit longer from the bat.
Is that an error on our behalf? Should
It's
they
not
be
an error,
tighter?
it's just kind of just the
Well, this would be the-
every ground has
yeah, but
its own nuances.
But yeah, this would be the biggest boundaries in the ECS then. Maybe that's why the scores are a tad lower.
So this takes us to the end of 9 overs as they have failed to pick up a wicket so far. The Fighters and the Indian Roars are cruising. It's 92 for no loss.
Yeah, so even this game where you'd think that this team would have hit 130, 140, they're on 92 after 9. So it is bigger boundaries, and that's probably why you're going to see the average scores are a bit lower than usual.
Yeah, it seems that way at the moment. And so now we head into the last over. And let's see if they can crack the ton here, the Royals. That'll be a pretty imposing score, I think, all things considered.
Yeah, they'd want to get there because they did have a fantastic start. They've just lost their momentum in the last few overs, just a little bit. Shot for 1. They should go 2.
Well, they're thinking of 2, and it might be a run out.
Oh,
And
my
now
word.
it's going to be an overthrow. And I love the umpire's reaction here as well. Couldn't believe it. So they do get a couple. The only question now is, can they get the 100? And can these batters get to their 50?
Tell you what, if I'm the brothers, I'm going to do fielding practice for about
Well,
10 years.
It's not the brothers' fault. This is the Fighters that are playing. What game are you watching? Check your notes. You're playing the brothers.
I'm just
The brothers had issues with overthrows this morning.
Oh, so the overthrow sent me back in a time warp there.
So, going to 45. You've given wrong player names. You've given wrong team name. Yesterday you called the Indian Royals the Indian Tigers.
I do make errors in game 4. I've admitted that. Won't shy away. But I also bring a lot of energy, and that is needed.
You're bringing something. So, it's yeah, it's been an entertaining day. No problem. Neil just said you're watching the wrong game. True.
Whippingtons, they should get 2 at least. That might go for 4 if it kicks on.
Oh.
Does kick on a little bit. Good fielding though. They'll
Yes,
get
good
2.
to see Govinda stopping one.
So this is how you know the boundaries are too big here. That's 3 consecutive 2s. We would never have that.
Yeah, that's true.
That just tells you how big they are.
Goka moves to 49, not out. And they have actually kind of stopped the boundaries a bit. Believe it or not, we haven't had a boundary in the 8th, 9th, or now the 10th over.
Yeah, that's big boundaries, Vinny. Yeah, that's going to be a dot ball. Good bowling.
Yeah, so
A few people in the chat saying, why is he not hitting it? He's trying to hit it. It's just a bit of fatigue comes in and running hard. And they might not even get to 100, which really shows you.
I mean, they're going all right.
That's spliced away. That will probably... So that would have been 4 in any other outfield, but that's probably going to be another 2.
Well, they are going to come back for 2.
Perfect example.
And look, that's going to bring up the 50 for Coker.
Well
what
done.
an afternoon he's had. 51 not out of 37 balls. Had a lot of the strike. He's hit 6 boundaries in there as well. And he's hustled. So he's actually made 104 runs without being dismissed today. So
Yep.
that's the second player today we've seen make 100 essentially, even though it's taken 2 matches. But yeah, Royals needed someone to click, and Kokar has. And he's been supported pretty well by Shaikat, who's ridden his luck. Here's Vikas.
That'll be 1. Oh, it's a missed field.
They'll just settle for the 1 here, so they won't take a wicket in the 10 overs. The Fighters and Indian Royals are going to finish 101 without loss. And the Fighters, well, let's just see if their batting clicks. This is chaseable, but it hasn't clicked so far in 5 games, and they'll be desperate to run this down. 101, normally what we call about a par score, but it does seem like a lot, doesn't it?
That's 25 over par here, Vinny. I can't see... Look, unless one of the openers gets in and goes big, I don't think they're going to get there. It's going to be tough.
So, as we look at the highlights, and it was Kokar and Mohammad Shaikat who opening up, and they ended up doing all the batting for the Royals. As there was a couple of close calls. Kokar could have been caught and bowled. Sharkat was in the perfect position to obstruct the bowler, but it wasn't intentional. So he survived, and they thought they might have had a little edge there. That wasn't picked up. And then Govinder Singh, more hijinks for him. We had some missed opportunities. Throws the ball to no one in particular. But in Sharkat, he cashed in every drop catch. Created another opportunity for him to swing his arms, and he sure swung away on the way to 44 not out off 23 balls with some big hitting, particularly over the leg side.
Yeah, this is when they were threatening a really big score. They were hitting some sixes at will, some cheeky running in between, and they were doing everything right. Shaka, he rode his luck. He got a couple away. He got dropped, we think, 5 times, but in between he did get a couple out the middle, like that one there, which sailed over the rope for a nice long 6. This was an opportunity that should have been taken. Unfortunately, couldn't hold on to it and really dejected there. And it's been a tough week so far for fighters. They haven't been able to take their chances, and this is another one that just kept eluding him. And well, it's tough to sum up when you're on a team that's not got too much form. It can feel like the world's against you, as that was dropped as well. And Shuckett, well, he rode his luck, but a more stylish innings from Kokar, who brought up his second 50 of the day coming up, Vinny.
Sums it up as they throw it away. And once again, Sharkat had the bat under the arm. He was tucked away and ready to go. For aerodynamicism, really. And, well, at the end of the day, they don't lose a wicket. They put 101 runs on the board. Probably one of the lower scores for innings where they haven't lost a wicket. But still, I mean, in the context of this series, it does seem like a lot of runs, particularly against a team that has really struggled with the stick so far this week. So Kokar, 52 off 38. He was the one that was able to reach his half century. He did have the lion's share of the strike. Sharkat, he was able to contribute 44 off 23. And Kokar, this is quite amazing. In today's games, he ends up scoring 105 runs without hitting a 6. He's only hit 4s today. And Sharkat, he hit 4 6s in his innings of 44. No wickets at all. And Mazajava doesn't get a second over, only conceded 7 off his over. The probably most economical bowler there was Mazajava, as well as Jaswinder Kumar, who went for 14 off his 2 overs, but no wickets to speak of. Vikas as well, he tried hard. 16 he conceded off his 2. Quick turnaround, always at the last game of the day. Join us when we return. It will be the fighters. Well, they'll be hoping for an upset, considering how they've batted so far. They'll need 102 for victory, and we'll be back very shortly. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, alongside Corey Ruckers. Hope you're having a great day. Great to have you here with us on ECN. We'll be back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series.
Hello and welcome back here in Cartacho to this big boundary ground here in Portugal. She's big, she's beautiful, it's luscious. We've got T10 action coming at you. And, well, no wickets in the first innings, but they got to 100. You'd think if you lost no wickets, you would have got to about 130, 140. But because of their running, they were able to get to 100. Plenty of twos. And welcome back all our viewers around the world, especially those in India via FanCode and everyone on YouTube via the YouTube chat. I'm Corey Rutgers, and I will be with Vinny Sandhu any moment now as we bring you this run chase. 102 the target. Fighters CC, it's a long shot. Let's be honest, they've had a pretty poor tournament so far. They need someone in the top order, in the top 3, to have an absolute blinder, just to get it out the middle and keep going with it. And well, welcome back everyone on the YouTube chat. You've been fantastic as always. Good banter all day, and looking forward to interacting with you for the last 45 minutes of today. There's a slight delay as the umpire seems to have forgotten his counter. Yep, he has all the bails, one or the other. Well, we need those. It was the bails. It has been a windy day. And good opportunity to welcome back co-commentator, boundary measuring, Vinny Sandhu. How are you, Vinny?
Just watching this camera at third man. That looks like that's about to blow over.
It is so windy here.
I think the bails actually blew away and blew off the field in the half-time
Not a
break.
chance. The boundaries are too big. It wouldn't have gone for 4.
Here's some discussion about the boundaries.
Here we go.
Yeah, we can actually bring it to you now, actually. Check this out. And before we get this
He can't get it back.
underway. Yeah.
Yes, it's stopped.
Here is the Fletch video. Ready?
That's good so far. Here we go. What's the throw?
Oh, no. That is good.
4 runs. 1, 2, 3 runs. Look, apologies, guys.
You lost
That's
it,
a
didn't
really
you?
good shot.
That was by
And,
popular demand,
well, it's a
actually.
beat.
That was because
He's
that
going
was
to
because
Don't do it again.
you're going to watch it again, aren't we?
Don't do it again.
Well, here we go, Vinny. First ball.
Let's get back to the present moment.
Oh, dead ball. We've had a few of that. Dead ball first balls.
Yeah, we're back in the present now. Yeah, that was a request from the chat. Some people missed that, and so
You know what the sad
Yeah.
part about that is? All week Fletcher been saying, look at me.
Yeah.
I'm a fielder. I can bowl for the Spanish team. Well, he's not in.
well, here we go. This is how windy it is. I think the stumps blew over then, and man, Bucks is trying to hold on to his hand as well. Let's look at this. Let's go to set everything up, and then over go the stumps. So it's been a little bit of a nuisance.
Does this mean they're over 8s behind right now?
I don't think so. I think they'll get an allowance for that. And even our cube, this is our new and improved cube, the one that stays deflated, but it's more parallelogram.
You
I can say
okay?
it. Yeah, got it.
Here we go. First ball.
Here's Zinkus.
Chopped into the ground for potentially a 1 and potentially a run out.
I'm going to throw something out there. It's going to be a good old-fashioned MMBC, Mr. Maximo's big call. Fighters to chase it down.
Well, I don't know what you had in the halftime break, Vinny, but they're going to lose this by about 30 odd, I think.
Oh, well, I just think they're due. Mansa Perea out there, and it's nice to see that he's out there with Mandeep Singh. I think these are the two to open the innings. Can they stick around though?
Well, pushed into the offside, another single.
They only need 10 and over. It's not like they're chasing 150 or 180.
Yeah, 10 and over.
They need a partnership. That's all they need, and they know that when they need.
They need a wing and a prayer.
Ninj asking what kind of throw I called it. Fletcher's throw. I think I said it looked like a shot put. And here we go again. Oh, this is going to be a long afternoon. It's going to be like this. As we see again, we just ready for play, and another stump explosion.
What happens if it's too windy and the base stumps can't stand there? What do you do?
I think you just keep putting more and more stuff on top of it until it does stand up.
Really?
Well, you can't play without stumps. We had one last year in Malta where, but see, here's the thing. Once the ball's in play, once the ball's released, then the ball counts. We had one last year where the guy was almost bowled, but the stumps blew over as the ball was travelling to him, so he survived.
Could you play without stumps?
Well, that was your idea. I don't think you can play without stumps. Especially if only one team is batting without stumps, the other team had to deal with stumps. Doesn't seem particularly fair. Anyway, we'll get back on with it. Here's Zinkus. It's bowled to Matsuparia.
High in the air. First chance, Vinny. No, lands safely. Bit of luck.
They need a bit of luck. And yeah, Deepu, he can hit him. And he's just a bit late on this. And so the result is going to be a run. He's having a word to Buck Stoneman about something. Not quite sure what.
I'm not too sure what he's remonstrating over.
Oh, how's this cube going to handle this wind? It's certainly picked up a bit.
Shot. Out.
Yeah, good commentary from you, as always, man. This is hit straight in the teeth of the breeze. And Mandeep Singh, once again, he goes for single digits. He tries to get it over mid-off in the power play. Sukhvinder Singh, his opposite number, he's caught really well during this series. So an early wicket for Fighters. It's 3 for 1.
Yeah, 3 for 1, and the first wicket goes. First connection, I heard it through the effects mic. Sounded nice off the bat, but it got nowhere. And yeah, Hawkmoon's just saying we're split on the match. You're backing the Fighters. I've backed the Indian Royals.
You had to check who's playing. How many times a game do you check the sheet?
I tipped the Indian Royals.
Corey's tipping Balmain to Sing for man of the match.
So are we going first dinner tonight?
I'm gonna decline the bet now after that wicket of Mandeep Singh.
Oh well, hold on. Technicality, you can't do that.
I
Vinny.
will jump back on them. As long as they can put some sort of partnership together. We've got Parvinder coming in at number 3. Well, he is a guy that's shown a bit of form with the bat this week. They just got to try and stay at the rate or die trying, though. That's what the key is.
That's what I would want to see as well.
You know,
Lifts
10 and over.
Yeah, you want to see them go, die by the sword sort of thing. Go at it. Give it everything you've got in this power play. Get a little bit of luck here and there, and you might get close.
Here's an interesting stat. In the last 3 overs of the first innings, there were no boundaries, despite the fact that they hadn't lost a wicket.
That has to be some sort of record.
And even over 6, there were no boundaries. Over 8, 9, and 10,
Is that
no boundaries.
That must be the lowest score where there wasn't a wicket either. And he comes and he's bowled him. Well, clean bowled, and he goes jogging off. There goes the batsman out of your screen. He runs straight off. And well, Vinny, I'll be having a couple of beverages on you tonight.
Parvinder, he's come out and he's trying to whack the first one. And it's pretty straight. And guess who? It's Zinkus who goes WW. And this one crashes into middle and leg. He's on a hat-trick. Fighters in a world of hurt at the moment. They're on the ropes. It's 3 for 2.
What did you call it? Mr. Maximo's big call, the MMBC.
It's also one of the great jinxes, Mr. Maximo's big call.
And so I'm going to call it the MMBCIS. Mr. Maximo's big call is stupid. Because, come on, Vinny.
Oh, it's a very catchy acronym you've got there.
Thank you.
Could have a hat-trick opportunity. Well, look who's coming to the crease. Jasvinder Kumar, he actually batted well as well. One thing they would say is that they've lost 2 wickets, but they haven't used up too many balls. Can someone get in and stay in? And maybe it can be Jasvinder Kumar.
I would love to see them get a slip in or a catching cover or catching mid-wicket. It is a hat-trick ball, maybe a bit of excitement.
Well, not maybe. It is exciting. John Zinkus.
Get it straight.
On loan from Oporto.
If he gets this straight, he's got a chance.
Here we go. Hat-trick delivery.
Oh, it's not a bad delivery. Gets a bit of bite off the wicket.
Not a bad one at all. It's the end of the over as well. Jasvinder Kumar survives. But what a good first over that is from Zinkus. The score is 3 for 2.
Yep. It's sort of, well, it's not the end of the first over. Thanks for, is it? It looks like he's at the top of his mark, Vinny.
Well, yeah. I'm getting the message
I guess
now.
That because there was so many times the stumps were blowing over, there's a little bit of
anyone.
confusion. Yeah.
Yeah, so it is the end of the over. Confirmed. And Mohammad Sharkat is going to bowl over number 2. And so, Ninj in the chat saying the pillows are fading fast. Well, we've all been through these kind of slumps as a team as well. It's a bit annoying when it happens. Seems like nothing will go right for you.
If they lose this, and with the net run rate the way it is, I think they're out.
Could be trouble.
Yeah.
Could be trouble for the Fighters, to say the least. No, missing a few. He'll be Shy-Cut now to bowl to Matsuparia. They already find themselves about 7 behind where they want to be as far as the runs are going, and that will help because that'll be a wide.
Yeah, that will be a wide.
Yeah, a lot of people were enjoying the Fletch throw. I know that was requested. Some people did miss it. So there you go. We did lose it. It's crazy.
Wide.
Yeah, Sharkad just pushing a couple down the legs. Yeah, like I said, they've still got 8 wickets in hand. They still have time, but they don't want to. They don't want to let this rate get out of hand. Fighters, essentially, you're right. Feels like they're playing for their tournament, and so you know you don't want to leave it too late to at least make a run. You want to come out firing a few shots.
Well, he's played a shot there. It's gone in the air, and it's slightly misjudged, and it goes over him. They should get back for 2, but they decide to just jog 1.
Yeah, it's not great running, to be fair. Mansperia survives again. He's hitting right into the breeze, and that's what gives Zinkas half a chance, but still just loops over him. Yeah, I think hitting with the wind is pretty important. That's why I think we've seen right-handers get value for shots on the offside today, because it is pretty strong, kind of mid-wicket to third man breeze. Kumar not really showing the full face there, trying to angle it away.
Just trying to think how they can get into this game, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, good cutters of the ball. I think we'll do well today. They've got the deep backward point that you like. They've got the deep third man as well.
Yeah,
so they're pretty much protecting the boundaries that the wind is favouring. This has been the main issue, though, is that they just haven't hit enough balls.
Not enough wood on leather.
Jasvinder, well, he fought hard in the last game, didn't he? He was a fighter. He was opening the innings last time. He scored 43 off 30 with 6 fours and a 6, but he left his run pretty late. He has to be proactive. He's trying here, but he's not off the mark after 3 balls.
Yep, in comes the man that opened the batting and opened the bowling again. Full, straight, hit out to the offside. They should get 2 though.
Yeah, they're not going to get it.
Got to go there. You got to go.
Yeah, these all stack up, don't they?
Yeah. Well, you know how we did the alphabet earlier of all the cricketers?
Yeah.
I've got one for us to
Okay.
start at the end of this over.
All right.
We're going to go cricket brands back and forth.
Cricket brands.
Yeah.
Oh, but I always think of the Q's and the X's.
That's pushed into the leg side.
We're going to get in trouble.
I'll start us off.
I'll give before we got one more ball before we start. But what I used to do when I went to the movies, in the trailers and all the ads before, I would try and find every letter of the alphabet and see if you can do it before the movie starts. That's good fun, actually.
That's called autism, Vinny.
No, it's not. Beg your pardon. Done a lot of work with autistic people, and they are wonderful.
Oh, they are, but yeah, that's different, Vinny. OCD
We're all on the
maybe.
spectrum somewhere.
Last ball of the second. Bowled him. Well, and he's bowled him, and Sharkat likes his own hair, his own style. He gets the wicket, and he's gone. Another wicket falls, and Vinny.
And Sharkat, they love the dance. They've come all the way across the continent to dance. I think this one actually just gets a bit of the body on the way through to the stump. So the fighters in even more trouble. Mansperia goes. Check out this from Sharkat. He just gives it a little bit of the strike the pose. Bit of Madonna style from the fast bowler who's having a good match. And fighters are having a horrendous time at the moment with the bat in hand as they've lost 3 wickets in the first 2 overs. 2 overs down is 7 for 3.
See, I'd take this as an opportunity to maybe give some of my fringe bowlers a bowl and see if there's any hidden gems like a spinner maybe or someone else, because at the moment you feel that fighters will probably be knocked out of the tournament almost. It's really looking difficult for them here.
Ninja in the chat asking who was the guy that slipped on the boundary a few overs before the Fletch catch. I called it a crime scene because he looked like a chalk outline on the ground. I can tell you who that was. Zinkas continues. And they don't run here. So, geez, not really working for them. That was Viv Kingma.
Oh, nice.
Right in the boundary. All right, so you wanted to do brands.
I'll
Okay.
start. Kookaburra.
What do you mean it has an A in it? Is that what you mean?
No. It's not in alphabetical order.
What?
We're just going to go back and
I
forth.
thought...
No, we're just going to go back and forth like we did.
All right. Grey Nichols.
All right. Slazenger.
County.
Oh, that's a goodie. Woodworm. Over them.
Yeah, how obscure can we get? Yeah, no.
No. We're going to do as many as we can. shot through the offside, but it's out to the sweeper, and he can't get down to it, so that will go for a much-needed boundary.
Yeah, it's pretty good field normally, Sukhvinder. He's put himself down there. This is wind-assisted for to the offside. Front foot slash. So Jasvinder, he finds himself carrying things once again. Batting at 4 this time, but he does have a 4 to his name. Is it my turn?
Yep.
How about MRF?
Yeah, nice one. Let's go CA. All the Pakistani batsmen love that
Oh
one.
yeah, that's right. I got one. Stuart Surridge.
Okay, yeah.
The old SS.
Well, that's not SS though, is it? Because I'll go SS next.
Oh, that's the new SS.
Yeah.
It's good to see them leading you. As we have a dot ball there. Is it my turn?
Yeah, it is.
How about... Did you say Slazenger?
Yep, I did.
Did you already? Okay. I've got some of them saving up. I don't want to use them just yet.
Yeah, good option.
Gunning more.
Yeah, good one. As he comes in again, flicked on the leg side, straight to the fielder, but they'll get a single. I'll go Puma.
Hold on, just all the bails fell off here. Puma. Well, I'll go. Before it was Puma, it was Millichamp and Hall.
So you've got years on me, which might hurt.
I've got a few. I want to see how the bails came off here. Maybe they've decided to abandon the bails.
Yeah, they have.
At that end, in which case, you don't have to pick up the stumps. You can just knock them. Yeah, they have abandoned the bails at the bowler's end. Okay. Last ball over.
Chopped down into the offside. Dot ball.
Not the power play you want when you're chasing a triple-digit score. They're going to be 13 for 3 after 3 overs. Okay, is it your turn?
Is it?
Yeah.
Bonsai.
Okay. Yeah, give you that one. A lot of people saying they should bring out a Maximo brand, by the way. I think that'll be what.
That'd be
when I get a bit more free time.
That's pretty cool.
Maximo Cricket will be taking the world by storm. We only do big bats.
Stop delaying. It's your turn.
Okay. Let's go. Well, I'm going to go with Simons or Simons. All the players used to have it in the 80s. It used to be Mark Taylor when he first started, Steve Waugh when he first started.
Okay.
Yep, so I'm going to go with them.
I'll go TNF.
Where's that coming from?
Melbourne, Australia.
Oh, so now, okay.
Scotty was sponsored by TNF for years.
Okay.
The whole of
I'll go
VOC.
Southern Cross Cricket then.
Okay.
Southern Cross Cricket. Hello to Vinesh and all the crew from there.
I said Bonsai, didn't I? And we've said Bonsai.
Yep,
we've
said
said
that.
SS.
Yep.
We've said that.
This could go for a long time.
Yeah. Oh, you reckon?
Maybe.
I wonder. There'll be more obvious ones we
Are
haven't
you stalling now? It feels like you're stalling a little bit.
No, you call this ball though.
Okay. Jai Prakash. This is down in the vortex again with the wind. This time it is handled, just a single.
My mind's going too specific. I'm thinking of types of bat. Like I'm thinking of like.
I mentioned a couple of those there in the chat. Yeah, go on. You're not getting any help in the chat, so I see that you're peeking.
No.
I'm going to put the clock on you.
No,
you got
please
one
don't.
more ball. I'm putting the clock on you, mate. I've even got one that I've got ready to go. So you're on your last legs, and it was your game. Don't forget that.
No, because there's plenty more.
I'm sure there are.
Oh, Newbury.
All right.
That's a goodie.
That's a pretty good one, actually.
That's because I'm thinking major brands still. There'd still be some major brands.
I think major brands is where we should be.
Stick with major brands for now.
Should be doing it. Yeah. Well, I'm going to go Bradbury. If you're going to go Newbury,
Oh,
I'll
that's
go
where I was going.
Bradbury.
I've got
I used to have a Bradbury.
Well, this is
Very good bat.
WA, big into Grove.
Okay.
They're big. Top ball.
If you're going to go Grove, I'm going to go so obscure that you won't get. I'm going to go Keith Dudgeon Sports from Queensland.
That's not fair.
Yeah, well, that's fair.
Well,
mate. You've just called some pretty obscure just because you don't know it.
I've got another big one. Duncan Fernley.
Okay.
They were big. Stick with the big for now, Vinny.
Duncan
You're
Fernley.
squirming a little bit now.
I'm not squirming. I'm fine.
It's a good question, this.
Yeah. Here is Prakash again.
Yep, short, wide, carven copy, dot ball.
I'm going to go with Impact from WA.
Okay, I'll go Impala. Do you remember?
Impala, yeah.
Yeah, that was a good one. There you go. Back on ya. I'm coming at you here,
Heaps
Vinny.
more. Someone saying that Kappa did have some. They said Umbro and Duke and Admiral. Look at all these.
No, they don't count.
Just because Neil came up with them.
Yeah, what else you got? Major one. I feel like we're forgetting a few major ones.
Probably.
Oh, I've got another one.
Haven't bought a bat in a while, to be fair.
I've got another one. It's up to you, though. Your clock's on. You've got one ball.
No, you can't put the clock on me.
Yeah, you've got one ball here.
I'm going to go SMG then.
Do we say that?
Yeah, I can say SMG. Definitely say that.
Britannia.
Okay.
Rahul Dravid used that with Laxman for a while.
Yeah. Okay. There's one that I used to use that I'm trying to picture.
Yeah, I'm trying to...
but I can't actually read it now.
Pushed into the offside.
Get
Maybe
the
a
old
run out.
Gabba brand.
Run out chance, Vinny.
Ooh,
No.
It doesn't have the ball there. The old Gabba brand, as used by Craig McDermott back in the day. There's a few. If you look at who sponsors tail enders,
I've got another one.
They're
Good.
cheaper. So some of the smaller brands. It's your turn.
No, it's not. It's your
I said
turn.
Gabba.
No, that doesn't count.
3 overs down. No, it's 4 overs down. That's not good news for the fighters.
It's Comcam time, Vinny.
It's 15 for 3. Vinny Sander here. Mr. Maximo. I'll have to keep the beanie on all day.
Hell
and
for
the
leather.
scarf.
Hell for leather. Wesley
Okay.
Barassi, Fred Clarson, sponsored by them.
So you're coming up with obscure Dutch
No,
ones
no,
now.
that's a good
To
one. That's
counter,
not
mate.
obscure. That's an English brand.
Okay.
Up to you.
That's good. Can I concede you?
Do you concede?
Nah. I think there's a Bradman. There's a Bradman brand as well.
I still think we're missing a couple brands.
Yeah, tell us in the chat. Tell us what we're missing. Certainly put me on the spot here. And look, it's great to have your company. Last innings of the day. Corey's trying to look in the chat again for some more. As we look at Ahmadullah, who's steaming in. They get one first ball. At the moment, they're only going at 3.75 and over before that ball. And already the rate's up to almost 15 required.
You've got one ball here. If you don't say it, I've got another one that's come to mind. You've got one ball. If you don't say it, I get the win. First win of the day for Rutt. Don't you dare look at the chat.
You do need a win. I'm going to go with New Balance.
You cheeky. I knew you looked at the chat.
Well, I couldn't help it now.
Phil G.
Thank you, Phil.
Told
Save
you.
me.
Short, pushed into the offside. They should think of 2 here because it's... No, they're not going to get it.
Thank you. Phil G. And he's been getting stuck into you as well today. So, Phil,
I'll
could be
go-
my chatter of the day.
I've got another obvious one. Keeley.
You just pulled that out of the chat as well.
Yeah, well then it's 1-1. Turn your chat off for a second. Because you and I are pretty
No.
even on this.
Yeah, you came up with the game.
It's
So
good
you-
though. We're pretty even.
Yeah. Give me, how long we got left in this over? 4 balls. Here's Ahmadullah.
Bowled him. Well, 4 balls. One of them's a wicket. And he'll be happy with that. And here comes the over-the-top celebration. It's
Oh,
pretty...
Bad synchronization from the Croatians. I don't know if we can slow-mo. And they do not hit the ground at the same time. Firstly, it's a fairly straight ball to get through to Jasvinder Kumar, but it's all about the celebration. And just have a look at this. They lose points here for synchronization when they hit the ground. And Sharkat hits the ground way too early for me there. And he'll be disappointed with the celebration, but he'll be happy with the result as Ahmadullah takes the wicket. The fighters, things going from bad to worse at the moment, as the score is 17 for 4.
So people are jumping in chat. Woodworm's been said, Amaranth, Grey Nichols, all the obvious ones have been said, but I've got one that we did miss because I used to use this Adidas for a while. I had the Adidas gloves.
Well, that was going to be my A if we were going to do the in the alphabet
Oh, so
in
you
order.
forgot it. All right, so it's back on you.
Didn't use it. All right. I think Nike does bats now. Okay, I've got one for you. Easton.
Yeah.
They had some great equipment.
Yeah, I'll pay that.
US based, but they had some Easton pads.
Yeah, I'll pay
The
that.
ball would rocket down the ground for 4 off them.
That's
I don't know what they were made of.
mistimed. I go for a cheeky run out.
Ooh, bit of an appeal here.
Tyrone's going to go up. They'll run on the miss on the deflection. Oh, he's almost run out the non-strikers and almost the double whammy.
Coming out. Well, we're probably going to have a look at this. Just in the LRS system to see.
What's
if
LRS?
Limited review system. And
Gone.
ooh,
Gone. Bats in the air for me, Vinny.
I think he is out here.
Yep,
This is
there
not
it is.
good.
It's aerial. It's not on the ground yet, and he's gone. That's going to be out.
You're right. I think he's probably going to be gone here. Well, let's have a look. I mean, unless they're feeling very generous.
Well, it's limited review system, so...
Well, wait for it. And he's pointing to the other batter, and he's been given out. He's been given out by both umpires. Say, by the way, got some bad news for you. It's he is going to be out here. So well, that's a really good bit of fielding. And the fighters, they are a rabble at the moment. It's 18 for 5. And when it's going bad, it's going real bad. But how about the Royals? Fielding was important. You mentioned that today. And that's a really good direct hit, which takes care of the batter. And it's now 18 for 5.
Yeah, 18 for 5. It's not looking good, but
Middle
good
Champion
fielding.
Hall we mentioned.
Yeah.
And Missouri, that's a very good one
Yeah,
for
but
helmets.
that's helmets. We're talking probably more like...
No, you said cricket equipment.
Who's
I'm going to
got
say
it's your-
Albion then, because I'm going to go...
Nah, you can't go helmet. No, come on. No, because you can...
helmets are helmets.
No, if you branch out too far... No, come on. Stick,
No,
it's up
have
to you.
to branch out. We've
No,
used up.
it's up to you. What else you got? I still think there's one or two obvious ones we're not thinking about, to be honest.
Yeah, it could be. We did say county, didn't we? And
yeah, there is an obvious
I'm going
one.
to call this a draw very shortly.
Yeah, it could be.
Yeah, Missouri does bats. Thank you to Faf Stoneman in the chat for his
Tell him to
contribution.
go sweep the pitch. Oh, ton.
Oh, yeah. That's a good one. Here's all that.
Yep.
So what do we got? We've got 17 for 5, actually. Mazajavad.
I reckon we've named more
Comes
cricket
out at-
brands than...
There's been runs.
yeah.
Yeah, no doubt about that. Okay.
What's another obvious one? I just
You
feel...
keep thinking they're obvious, but if we can't think of them, it can't be that
Nah,
obvious.
there has to be. Like, you go through the Slazenger, the Grey Nichols, the Pumas. What else does people use? Britannia, MRF. What do the South African players use a lot? They kookaburras a bit, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm thinking country by country and
Oh,
picturing
yeah, that's quite
countries.
clever.
Oh, shorter ball. Dot ball.
Oh, has he gone here? Oh, he's just going to walk out of his crease. I thought he walks here, but I think he's just saying it's the end of the over. So it's very quick to head off with Vicky Singh, but he does survive. 18 for 5 after 5 overs. DP cricket, says Francois in the chat.
No,
So Angela ends up getting one out for a golden.
I've got it. I didn't cheat either. It's the big one that's going around that Kawaja and Alex Hales use. DSC.
Okay.
Yeah, that's big now.
Yeah, yeah,
That's
yeah.
gone real big.
That's gone
I
big.
knew there was an
Should've
obvious
got
one.
in on the ground floor with that. It's bat making is such a craft, isn't it? How about aluminium bats? The aluminium bat that Dennis Lilly used.
Yep.
Count that.
Look, are we going to call this one
I'm
of
going
our...
to call it a draw.
Well-
I think I spent 3 overs on this.
Yeah, well done.
Well done.
Shake of the hands. Well
Sometimes the draw's just as exciting.
Yeah.
Anyway, it's going to be Mujib Mohammed who gets the bowl. And again, they've got that field pretty well placed. Look, despite the fact that we're still in the power play, they've still got kind of extra infielder in place. So, yeah, fighters, they're just drifting, sliding away at the moment.
done. Yeah.
I know that Steph, talking about Grizzly Bear Sports, that was certainly one to bear in mind as well.
Oh, yeah.
Hello to Jeff, who's probably tuning in.
Hope he's
Yes,
not...
quite a lot of the time.
Hope he's not leading too many people astray again.
He's good fun, isn't he? Hello to Alex Stitsia, who's in the chat. He says Salix. A Serbian brand. Of course, Alex played in that Croatian series last year. We had the Serbian side, Belgrade, and we also had Ljubljana from Slovenia. That was the first time in the ECS that we had kind of a multi-country ECS, a super ECS. It was cool.
Do they have a pitch in Serbia?
Yeah, I think so.
Let's go do a Serbian ECS.
They're talking about sharing it round for that series.
Oh, shot. In the air, though. Not enough on it. Might be 2.
Hustle back for a couple. Yeah, I mean, I know that cricket in that area, they were talking about that. Even North Macedonia, potentially.
Well, haven't they had a good run? Unfortunately, losing to Portugal
What was the
last
final
night.
score last night?
2-0, I believe.
Capturing the imagination. Do not sit on that table because it will collapse.
Jeez, Dad.
Please. And that's nowhere near you, so stay put. This is going, it's going, and it will be 4. So it just shows you hitting into the wind. He hits this pretty well, but it will be 4. It's Vicky Singh who gets a boundary, and the fighters find their way to 26. That was a pretty nice strike.
Yeah, nice bit of some self-glory because the team's probably going to go down here. Vicky Singh giving it his all.
Yeah, so now they're going to push the long off back. Maybe an overreaction because I actually think you stay in the circle. Probably have a few catching opportunities there as well. Or maybe not. Straight to him, in fact. And maybe if he's in the circle, he can back and make a play on that ball. Sukhvinder Singh. In the end, it's just a single.
Yeah, it is just a single. At least they're still fighting. Might not be a big fight or a strong fight, but they're fighting.
If you want to ask us anything, it's a great time to do that
Yeah,
in the
please
chat.
do. Give us something.
As we've got the last ball on the 6th over coming up from Majid Mohammed. He'd love a wicket. Oh, hello.
What an interesting option that is, Vinny.
Mazza Javed. Well, he's innovative. It's a pretty exciting dot. Have a look at this for a technique. He's kind of...
The flamingo.
Yeah. That's like the Karate Kid when he had his leg broken, right? And he's just on the one. He's just on the one leg.
I don't think the fighters know what they're doing, to be completely honest with
27
you.
to 5. Well, give him credit for trying something. That was the most expensive over of the innings so far. 9 came off it. You'd have a boundary in there. So far, we've just had the 2 boundaries. The overs have gone 3, 4, 5, 3, 3, 9.
You know what they call that, Vinny, as that's another debate. That is called attritional cricket. Yeah. Me and Piers Fletcher's favourite test match is when India walked out to bat, hit 630, and Sri Lanka went, we'll do one better, 952 for 6.
Still the highest score, isn't it, in Test cricket?
And that was the end of the test. And that is what I love, Test cricket.
Do you know the highest score in first-class cricket for a team?
Yes.
Go on.
Victoria versus New South Wales.
Yeah.
Can I have 2 punts?
Yeah, I've got 2 punts. Imagine if they're the same.
1,080 and 1,180.
No, it's either 1,109 or 1,107. I think that's the
Okay,
highest
here
score.
we go.
And there's been another one that's over 1,000. Highest first
I think it was 1,080 or 1,180. I'll go 1,080.
Oh.
Corey is closer.
1,059.
Closer. Once again.
I actually thought there was an 1,100 in there.
I think my cricket knowledge is better than yours, Vinny.
And there we go.
Yep, comes in again.
1,107. It is. 1,107. So I was exactly right.
How many extras in that? What was the highest? Can we go through the scorecard?
1,107. And that was off 190.7, 8 ball overs. So scoring at 4.34 and over.
Click on the scorecard for me. So New South Wales versus Victoria in 1926, 24th of December. So that went over Christmas. Good time to be fielding.
Not so sure has the full scorecard. I will try and find it for you.
Another dot ball. Give me a scorecard. There'll be a scorecard. Yeah, imagine that. It's Christmas Eve. You're playing a first-class game and the opposition's about 2 for 740. You're walking around on Christmas Day wondering what you're doing with your life. Wouldn't be that fun.
So New South Wales batted first. They made 221. Victoria made 1,107. So they've led by almost 900.
Okay,
Yeah, go on.
I'm going through. I want to go through it. So on that faithful day, Bill Woodfield, the captain, came out. He had 133. Bill Ponsford, the other opener, hit 352.
Yep.
Stork Hendry, good player, 100. And
100 even, and he'd been forgotten. And then Jack Ryder made 295 at number 4. So all of the top 4 made hundreds. How about these names? Hammy Love at number 5. And he made 6.
Hammy Love came out at 5 and got out for 6 after the top 4 just went bonanza.
I'm gonna give you some breakdowns here. I mean, that's crazy. In the end, they went at 5.79 and over. They batted for just over 10 hours.
Oh, Frank Morton got a duck in that inning. That was
so
one
how's
duck.
This? So at one point they were 375 for no loss, and they lost their first wicket at 375. Then at one point they were 594 for 1. It's hard going, isn't it? And here's the bad thing. You think you're almost out of jail.
Oh, the batsman's getting funky again, Vinny. Sorry to push that away from you.
He's trying. I like Jarvid. He's entertaining, and they've overrun this.
Oh, it's an inner ring too.
Yeah, good running. It'll take us to the end of the 7th over. The score will be 30 for 5. The Fighters just falling off the wagon here. They will be back tomorrow in the afternoon. They're taking on Gawker 11, but before that, we'll have Brothers versus the Indian Royals in the morning. Royals picking up a bit of form here. That'll be an interesting clash, I think, because at the moment, the Brothers, a team on the slide a little bit today. And against the Royals, a bit of a team on the rise. They look set to sweep this series. It all starts tomorrow. Once again, it'll be day 4, starting at 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, 1 p.m. in India, right here on the European Cricket Network. Watch on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network, or on FanCode in India. You know what I was going to say is you'd be pretty annoyed. You finally take, say, for example, the 9th wicket fell, at 1,046. And you think, surely we're almost out of here. And then it still was a 61 run partnership for the 10th wicket, 1,107. That is crazy, isn't it?
Yep, that is crazy. Well, you look at that and you think, yeah, old school cricket, it was a different time. But did you see what happened in the India first class system like 2 weeks ago? Did you hear about this?
I'll tell you in a second, but I just want to spare a thought for Frank Morton, who batted 10 in that and got run out for a duck in that score of 1,107. Anyway, Zinkus wants to keep it in, and he swings and misses at this one. He's frustrated with himself and perhaps gravity, but it will be 4 to Ravinder Singh, Vicky Singh. He elevates his over cover and he gets 4. Okay, now tell me what happened in India a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, so team batting for the quarter-final of the Ranji Trophy, the first class team, and whoever wins the first innings, if there isn't a result, they go through. Shot over the offside, and that's going to be 6. No, it's signalled 4. So 4 runs, nice shot. But anyway, so first class system. So the team batting first made 804.
Yeah.
They then bowled them out for 260. It was day 5, and they thought, we'll go in again. They went and hit another 450 in the day, and they were leading by 1,006, and they go through on first innings points. But that was 2 weeks ago. So that shows you records still happen everywhere.
I don't know if we'll ever see a total above 1,100 though.
You'd be surprised.
Oh, get down. There's no way this is carrying Corey. Sit down. It's not even going for 4. It's going to be a 2. As Corey whips the headphone off. A bit like a baseball catcher whips off their mask. And you got to realise it's not going to carry to you. And so that does take them to 40. Your fighters, they have had a few scores in the 40s.
We've got another question in the chat coming from Francois Stoneman. He's asking, what's our highest scores in cricket?
You always like talking about this, don't you?
You don't know what mine is.
I'm not I think you've told us before.
Yeah, probably.
You get a double ton.
I've got one double ton.
Country Week in Australia?
Yeah, A grade.
Yeah, that's how I know you told it
60
before.
over.
Hold on, A grade?
Yeah, it was A grade.
A grade Country Week.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a record. 60 over cricket, and I batted the day.
A grade Country Week.
You'll like this.
No disrespect to Country Week, but we used to make fun of them.
We played the Perth. It was against the Perth team.
Agricultural jokes.
It was against the Perth team. That goes away for 4 on the leg. So nice fight from the fighters
I'm liking it. I'm liking it from Vicky. He gets up to 24.
Didn't you hit 150 batting at 9?
No,
something
124 batting at 9.
Mine was attritional. I opened the batting, 60 over cricket. Third ball I edged through first slip and second slip. They just looked at each other. And then a guy got the double 100 off the last ball in the 60 over innings. It took me a while.
60 overs, a long time to bat. Anyway, it's the end of the 8th over. It's 44 for 5. Just a couple of overs left to go in the day. Well, I remember, I didn't score that many hundreds, but one of them, when I did, I remember my arms were cramping up because I wasn't used to batting for that long.
Oh, really?
And I was having to get some attention. And I'm just not used to actually having to bat for this long. It's probably about 40 overs that I batted for.
Oh, really?
I wasn't a huge fan of hanging around.
I loved batting forever.
No, I didn't have the patience for it. I think T10's probably my game.
Yeah?
Anyway, here's Jaya Prakash, one of the key bowlers for the Indian Royals.
Well, that is interesting, that scorecard though. Imagine, what was it, 1,100?
1,107. So, and there has been one other score of over 1,000.
I swear it was Victoria, wasn't it?
Yeah, they were both Victoria, and they were only about 3.5 years apart.
Oh, I've got a funny story.
Sorry, 1,107 and 1,059. Actually, the third highest first class score is that 952 by Sri Lanka in a test match.
Beautiful segue you've given me, as that's another dot ball. So in that 952 for 6, you need to look this up. J.S. Araya hits...
They're both retired out.
No.
Is that what you're going to say?
J.S. Araya hits 340.
Yeah.
So at this stage, they're on about 4 for 820. He gets caught at silly mid-off. They had a silly mid-off. The guy's on 340.
You've mentioned this before.
Why would you have a silly mid-off? It's on YouTube. You need to watch. It's unbelievable.
Sounds dangerous.
Yeah, 340 was on. They had a first slip and a silly mid-off. They were still...
Got to keep attacking. Attack's the best form of defence sometimes.
Oh, you got to watch that after. But stay with us for now, because I know you're enjoying this run chase.
Yeah,
I've perked up. I'm going through that yo-yo stage.
You're in a peak or a trough. You've had a bit of energy about you in this last game.
I've had it all trip, really.
Appreciate it.
I've been best on, I reckon.
Yeah, top 3 commentators.
Gone.
Yeah, that's how to deal with someone that's getting outside the off stump. Why don't you just try aiming at the stumps? I know it's radical. Parkash gets the memo, and it's the end of Jarvid. He shows him the pegs, and this one crashes into the base of middle and leg. So 6 wicket falls. Fighters are 46 for 6.
Yeah, could have called them the Fighters Winnipeg.
You mean the Winnipeg Jets? What are you talking? You're all over the place. Anyway, Harshal asking, is this the last game of the day? Well, it is.
Oh,
Thanks
pity.
for sticking with us.
Shame.
You could probably go a couple more, because it's just a matter of time till you peak.
Do you prefer the
Comes in.
5 games a day and the Saturdays free, or the 4 spread out, personally?
I do like having the extra day off, but...
I like the 6 4s.
You do?
Yeah, because I mean...
Probably because you only do a couple of weeks here and there and you're not doing it all year. But
Yeah.
anyway, I'm just happy to do whatever I'm asked.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Whatever they need, we'll do it.
Question in the chat, what's Conrad's highest score? Well, I might ask him. He's right here next to me.
That's a good question.
As we head into a new batter, is Rajvinder Singh. He's out there now. What's your highest score, Conrad? 184. Very good.
it
Is
takes
that
a-
in the backyard against Nan or
It takes a real man.
against Omar?
Takes a real man to...
I did score 200 once, but then, yeah, unfortunately...
Could we get my cricket scorecard
A
up
lot of
tomorrow?
no, we're not going to do that. Unfortunately, a lot of the kids, they did have to go back to school. There's a primary school function on. So it's a great bit of Graham Swan doing the impression of Kevin Peterson. Have you ever heard that?
No.
On the radio. And he's talking about Kevin Peterson, talking about making a double century practice game. He said, unfortunately, had to end the game early because some of the kids had to go back to school. That's brilliant. Anyway, it's the end of 9 overs. It is 46 for 6. The Fighters not quite at runnable pace here in the chase. It's a game to forget for the Fighters, really. They didn't take a single wicket. And right now, they've scored just over 5 and over in response. And once again, they've got in wicket trouble.
Well, so if Fighters get knocked out, what's that mean? They play tomorrow and that's their last day?
Well, it could be. It's looking that way unless there's something dramatic. I mean, they would have to upset Gorka twice and hope that Royals lose the rest of their games and lose them badly.
Better chance of the earth stopping and spinning the other way, Vinny.
Got to get some new material.
No,
It's
I
good
like that one.
but
Won a
you've-
tournament.
It's been done.
High. Chance. Not a chance. He pulls the chute. They'll just get one.
Can they get to the 50 here? So, Vicky Singh's been the only real bright spot.
Yeah, he's
in this
been
innings.
okay.
He's 26 at the moment.
He's been okay, Vinny.
So 184 to answer your question. Francois in the chat, what's his highest
What's
score?
Francois' highest score?
Yeah, tell us your highest scores in the chat, why not? I've actually got a better best bowling than a highest score. Uh-oh. Turn around. So my best bowling happened in a school match, in an A-grade school match actually, that I had none for 9 opening the bowling, and the captain said, you can have one more over, if you don't take a wicket, you're off. And from that point, I took 8 for 0.
Wow.
I finished with 8 for 9, and I kept taking a wicket every over, and he kept renewing the deal.
Good captain.
Just someday. And the worst thing was, their 11th player was sitting an exam and was going to miss the first hour and a half of the game. He never got there, and they were bowled out. And so I reckon I would have had 9 for 9 for sure. And we bowled them out for 27, Trinity College in Western Australia. And yeah, that was
Was that when the My Cricket days were around?
just a bit before that.
Well, it doesn't exist
90s.
then. It's not online. I don't
remember it.
believe it.
And I'll tell you one thing I remember, speaking of cool celebrations, this one sneaks through, is they were all bowled at LBW. I really had the ball going that day, but the one that was caught behind, which was one of the 8, I high-fived the keeper so hard that his glove flew off. So it's funny what you remember. It was a pretty forceful high five. 2 balls to go on the day. Not a bad shot there. Up and under, falls in a gap. That's one of the long pockets of the ground.
That's a huge part of the ground, Vinny. That is a huge part of the ground.
I'll get 2 there.
Yeah, that's 4 in any other country.
You know, it's getting a bit late because we're getting the last game of the day. Celebration's gone wrong. I had one when I accidentally ripped my shirt open after a caught and bowled once as well.
That's a bit much for the viewers.
Yeah, but, you know, sometimes emotions get the better of you. That was after one of those football-style knee slides where I ran into a pocket of the ground and slid on my knees and everyone joined me. You know,
Yeah.
It's good moments. All right, here's the last ball of the day. They have got the 50 Fighters.
Oh, that should be 6. No, it's going to hold up.
Another great call from you.
See you later. Here comes an over-the-top celebration. Are you ready?
Here we go. Oh, it's a fake celebration. That could be 5 penalty runs. As he threatens to celebrate but doesn't. Eventually, it's a pretty lame high 10. Sad end to the day, really. Now, here it comes. There's a bit of getting jiggy with it. And, well, at the end, the fighters, they're not even going to get halfway there. And their tournament is living on a prayer because they're going to need 2 upsets tomorrow and Royals to lose all the rest of their games if they're going to qualify. In the end, they go down 101 to 50 here in match 12, which, a bit like you, starts with a bit of a sizzle and ends with...
Bit of drizzle.
Yeah, it does. And, well, let's bring back the jizzle as the subs are going to disappear off the ground. They were blowing over early, and it was a bad sign of what was to come for the fighters as they kind of got knocked over like a feather in this second innings. Disappointment for Mundy. And then we saw Parvinda, who's been pretty good in the series, go very next ball. The wickets kept tumbling, and they just couldn't put anything together. Sign of what the week's been like for the fighters.
Yeah, absolutely. They just struggled throughout. There was good bits of bowling and some good bits of fielding, and they did what they had to do, Vinny. And unfortunately for the fighters, they couldn't get any momentum in this innings, and even though it's a blustery sort of day, they tried their best, and there was some funky shots in between and some funny fielding, but they just couldn't get any momentum in this run chase.
Yeah, and then he's actually given out 3 times, twice by one umpire and once with the other umpire on that run out on the LRS, just determining he was slightly short of his crease. A bit of ball chasing here. Zinkas came up with fresh air that time. He really wears his emotions on his sleeve, does John. And Jay-Z missed that one, but they weren't missing too many. Eventually, it was Jarvid got a bit too funky. It was funky times out there in the middle as the Royals sweep the fighters here in matches 11 and 12. And they get their first points of the series, and the fighters, well, they're a long way behind now. This is what's coming up tomorrow. It'll be Brothers versus Royals in the morning. That'll be a really interesting one. I think, can the Royals keep up the form, playing with a bit of swagger here, but can they do it against the Brothers that had a good start to the week? Did kind of disappoint this morning against Marlow, though. That's all starting tomorrow, 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India. In the afternoon, we'll get to see the fighters, which potentially could be the very last time against Gorka 11. And it was Ravinder Singh, or Vicky Singh, as we know him, 28 at a run a ball. The only kind of modicum of respectability to this scorecard. No one else hit double figures. Jasvinder couldn't get going this time. He was out for 9 off 13. And just the 3 extras, so nothing really flattering the scorecard for the fighters. And the Royals not giving them too much at all. They finished at 50 off their 10 overs. With the ball, a lot of good performers in there. Zinkas with 2 for 8 started things off with a couple of top order wickets. And then Shaikat, Parkash, Amadullah and Majid Mohammed each chipping in with 1 each. And not going for too many at all. In the end, 51 runs, the margin of victory. And, wow, you'd be pretty disappointed if you're a Fighters supporter, as they just haven't been able to put anything together with the bat. Some of their big guns, they've shown it at times, but just not for long enough. And there's confirmation of this, the result of match 12. 101 for no loss, so yet terrible for a result for the Fighters. Couldn't even take a wicket in the match, and they were just a bit outclassed in the second half of the game. Indian Royals, some of their pickups have certainly performed for them well. And we have a look at the table now, and you see the Royals and the Brothers, that could decide third or even second place, depending on how Gorka go tomorrow afternoon. There's plenty to play for, of course. The bottom team will be eliminated after the end of match 20. And certainly hope you can join us for the next exciting instalment of the FanCode European Cricket Series Portugal. Oh, the wind has got the better of us today at times, but this cube, the replacement cube, only got good things to say. And so it's been good. So the Cube News, we had plenty of interesting things. We talked about Cube News today. Yep. We talked about squares, famous squares. We talked about brands of cricket equipment. We talked about alphabetically cricketers. We talked about highest scores.
And coffee.
And we talked about Corey's highs and lows. Well, that's the kind of roller coaster ride that you'll be on here in the European Cricket Network. Thanks to all of our viewers for your company today. We do love that you like to spend some or all of your day with us. And there certainly is a lot of cricket as we plan to bring you over 1,000 matches of cricket on ECN this year. Thanks to all the ground staff as well for their help getting the cubes up, keeping the cubes up. It certainly was creating a lot of work, but now we seem to have got it sorted, so that is good. Thanks to all the officials, the players, to all the Blue crew as well for their work, and thanks to everyone that's made our life so wonderful so far this week in Portugal. Plenty of sunshine, even amongst the breeziness, and that is good that we got the full complement in. Corey, I think you're ready for another coffee, am I right?
Yeah, similar.
We'll see you tomorrow again, and well, I don't know if we're going to have any more one-on-one battles, but I'm sure that we're going to have a lot of fun tonight here in Carnacho, just north of Lisbon in the nation's capital here in Portugal. Hopefully you can join us tomorrow for 4 more matches, because Group A will continue. But from everyone at the European Cricket Network and the European Cricket family, this is Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, alongside me, Corey Ruckers. Thanks again, and thanks to you for joining us. We've got the best viewers in world cricket. Please join us again tomorrow for more FanCode European Cricket Series. As my clipboard flies away, we'll show you some highlights of today's play.